have nothing to talk about. I'm gonna talk about Love Is Blind for a little bit.
Go live right now.
Mm-hmm. Let's get it over with. Get it over with. Mm-hmm. Get it over with. Blah blah blah. Hi Skylar. Hi Nelly Belly. Hi Dark Skin Lover Girl. Hey W. Hi Lisa. Dang, it hopped y'all in fast today. Hey y'all. Hey. Hi Amy. Hi Ash. Dark Skin Lover Girl. Thank you for joining the other live. Hi Christine. Hi Chris. Thank you for the likes already, y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would love to do panel today. If we can get the likes up quickly, that would be great. Hello, hello, my dear. How are you? Hi, Lauren. Thank you for the likes, Lauren. Hey, y'all. Hey, boo. Hey, y'all. Hey. I didn't get any like Sunday questions, y'all. So if you have things in particular that you want me to talk about, please feel free to drop in the comments. But I did finish watching the last couple episodes of Love Is Blind, y'all.
This nigga had me.
I saw the official breakup between Madison and Joe. It's not funny, but it's like, what's happening? Amy, a mess is an understatement. Hi, Cheesecake. I think it's Tisha. If I'm saying it wrong, please correct me. Hi, Tisha. Hello, hello. Yeah, it was a mess, but like, the weaponizing of both Madison and Amy of their tears and their sadness as like a way to guilt both Nick and Joe into like staying in the relationship dynamic was just weird. It's weird. I do, y'all. I do understand, like, obviously logically I understand, and I don't get the fixation on being in a relationship to the point of I don't give a fuck what the relationship feels like. I don't give a fuck what the relationship looks like. Hi Alicia. Hi Doreen. I don't care how my partner feels in it. Hi Hodan. Hi anyway. I just want to be in a relationship. Fuck quality. Just give me a man. Why, sis? Why? Why is that the focus? Christine said Madison seemed performative, all that damn crying. Girl, stand up. Annie sent me. Listen, it was like the crying and the begging. You don't even care how I feel right now, blah, blah, blah. And the reason why, hi, Rara, the reason why it's even more unhinged, y'all, is because apparently Madison and Joe have both come out and said that they had broken up the night before, and that conversation was literally just for the cameras. Like, hi K Boogie, like, what are you doing? Yeah, hi Natanya, hi Ann. Y'all had broken up the night before. Why are you reacting like this? Hi Nuchi, hi Dosi. Like, I don't Hi, user, a lot of numbers. Hi, La. Thank y'all so much for liking up the live. I really do want to open up the panel. Hi, Lydia. Thank you for sharing the lives. Thank you. Listen, and I have an abundance, probably too many Spider-Man t-shirts. I have an abundance. Okay. Hi, Destiny. Because if it's one thing I'm gonna do, baby, is put on an oversized tee and some leggings. Every once in a while I like get dressed for real, like, you know, like I'm really going somewhere, you know what I mean? But I used to work as a therapist in a school. Hi Anika. And so for me it was like I just need to be comfortable. I got to walk around this campus all day getting these kids, child. So Hi. I really want to open the panel, y'all. So please, let's like up the lives. Let's share out the live. Let's see what we can do. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Mish. It's almost getting to the white walls or someone couch. It's a mental thing at this point. Listen, yes, Natanya, that's what I'm saying. Anne said apparently Madison will be spilling tea at the reunion. I'm curious what tea she's going to spill because so many of the asses have already been out doing interviews. Like, what else do you have to fucking say? What else do you have to say? Oh, thank you so much, K Boogie. Yes, I don't really do debate talk over here. But it's a good time when there are men in the space that are willing to stretch, right? It's frustrating with me. Yes, Anika, share the obvious spoiler. And so you saw Madison's TikTok and Madison said, I'm going to be spilling tea at the live. Here's the thing, Madison, like, what are you going to tell us? We know that allegedly, okay? I don't know. Hi, Emirates. Hi, Bolan. All my fucking subscribers are popping in. Hello, y'all. No weddings, first in the history of the show. What, Anika? How do you know that? I mean, but I'm curious where you heard that. Hi, my love. We're talking about Love is Blind. So, okay, Boogie, yeah, it's a good time when men are willing to like stretch. It's a little bit exhausting when men are committed to believing what they want to believe despite data, despite information. Hi, Mia. Hi, Anna. Like, I'm here for, like I told y'all on I think I ended up privating the video so that only my friends could see it. But listen, I can take ignorance because we're all ignorant about something. We all don't know something. Okay. We all don't know something. That is fine with me. What I can't do is like intentional stupidity, intentionally being obtuse. I can't. It's one thing if you don't know the information and then once it's presented, you're able to critically think it through and then potentially pivot or at least move a little bit in the direction of the information, but to just decide to just continue to stand on what you believe based on your opinion and how you feel, no matter the research, like that shit right there, that shit irritates the fuck out of me. Irritates my soul. And I'm glad you took a nap. Okay, so Anika says there are no weddings at all this season, and they know that because they have a friend on here who does reality news and always has the correct tea. Listen, I'm not shocked by that at all. Oh no, Mia, we were talking about another live. Hi, Sinful. Hi, Jay. Emirates, it's so annoying when that happens. I'm not shocked by that at all. Listen, I already said, well, actually, I haven't made a video about it yet, but Chris and I have been talking about it. Hi, Bree. Hi, Joy. Did y'all notice that when Calabria and Edmund were getting their wedding, like applying for their marriage license, like he was excited and she very much was not? Did y'all notice that?
Like, not at all.
It felt very obvious to me that she was like, yeah, like it feels like she's going through the motions. K Boogie, that is what Anika is saying their friend said, and that they have the tea and they be knowing. Hi, my love. Hi, share your voice. I haven't seen you in a while. Hi, Boom Shakalaka. So Calabria, she seems very tired of that man. And when she said to him, when they were on the mountain after they had gone snowmobiling, and she was like, I am gonna stop her. I feel like that's when it was, right? When she was like, he was like, you don't have to. She was like, I am going to. Okay, KB said no at the altar. It was said, listen, that tracks to me based on what I was seeing. And then Megan and Jordan, I've always said to y'all, right, that I felt like, I think this is in a video and I said it on live, that I felt like what was going to be their downfall was like his inability to attune to her emotional needs. Like he seems very dismissive when she brings up concerns or like needs emotionally. And we got a couple episodes where that didn't happen, but it happened again in this most recent episode, right? They were talking about the house and they were talking about something else. Her wanting to like hear about his day. Like, I want you to ask me about my day. I want to ask about your day. Like, I want to do, and she's feeling like she's fighting him to communicate. And he's like, well, I'm tired. Well, this, well, that. Like, he just had so many reasons why, like, he just could not do it. And I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work long term. You know what I mean? Okay, M. Ritz is saying someone said they get a bonus for going to the wedding episode. Okay, I mean, that makes sense then why some of them are making it. And listen, Allie and Anton, what she wants is not what he is. And so it really, I think for me, it was always, if these couples end up getting married, it's going to be because they have chosen to forsake and forego what they actually want just for the sake of being in a relationship. Now, Allie, I do think is pretty male-centered. Megan, I think pretty similarly, also very male-centered. Calabria, she likes the project a little bit too fucking much, right? So I could see how all of these women might, right? How they might push through. But my hope obviously is that they wouldn't, because I don't think any of those relationships would actually work. Hi, A. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much for the likes, y'all. Let's get ourselves quickly to, that might be stretching, y'all. Share out the live so we can get more people in here, because I want to get y'all quickly to 50K so that we can open up this panel. Hi, Keita. Hi, my loves. Hi, Risa. All of my friends are joining in. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Thank you, y'all. Hey, boo. So yeah, y'all, it's obvious to me that those relationships would not work for, I think, a multitude of reasons. I think I was very annoyed. I mean, Madison annoys me, y'all. Is that bad? I was gonna make her my background picture, her crying, but then I felt like that kind of felt mean. So I was like, let me not do that. Chris said it wasn't mean, but I feel like it's kind of mean. But her crying about that man wanting to end the relationship because he is unhappy. He's telling her, like, I just know that you're not the one. But why? But why? I feel like she so badly, this is my opinion, she so badly wanted to hear that man say, you're too fat for me. That's what I feel like she needed him to say so that she could feel vindicated or justified. And like, see, I knew all along. And she couldn't just accept that, like, you're just not the one. You're not the one. Hi, Courtney. And honestly, yes, Christine, I do think she was acting, because we all know that they broke up the night before. Hi, Nola. Hi, Camila. Hi, Trisha. And she, I think she was actually, she wanted an answer. She wanted an answer that I think would have made her feel vindicated. And I think that she was unwilling to accept that, like, it's just not a good fit. But the way that you're acting is why it's not a good fit. You know? And it may be that he was like, ultimately, I can't get past. Ultimately, I can't see myself getting past how you look physically. That absolutely could have been it. And I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I feel like I listened to Joe. And I watched Joe try to do the experiment, even though she wasn't typically his type. And I think what she is unwilling to accept is that your behavior, girl, it's the way you act. Like, girl, you're annoying as fuck. Hi, Brooke. Hi, Fanatic. Anika, she admitted acting in a podcast. Producers make them redo the breakup. Yes, I know, which is why it's even more ridiculous to me. I just went on live, Fanatic. That's why it's even more ridiculous to me, because we could have done the scene. We could have been like, I'm so hurt, I'm so sad. And the boo-hooing, the blubbering into his arms, the fucking, well, I just don't understand why. Like, it was so much. It was too much. It was too much. And then her getting frustrated with him, like, yeah, maybe she was acting, but I've also seen Madison act like that in other moments. So I don't think it was that far from what her truth was, if I'm honest. Right? I think that her acting started at, and probably very quickly stopped at, we have to remake the scene. But I think she felt a lot of that shit. And she was curious about a lot of that shit, which is why it looked how it looked. Because we've watched Madison act like that in other moments. That wasn't only in that moment. You know what I mean? We've watched her act like that. You don't even care. I'm over here. My heart is just breaking and you don't even care and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, why does he have to respond in the way that you want him to respond in order for it to be valid? That's weird. That's weird. Hi, Coco. Why can't he react? Because, girl, you fucking know, just like he knows, that y'all already had this conversation last night. Why does he have to do all that? Why does he have to perform? Why can't it just be what it is? You know? But I do feel like I listened to Joe and I watched Joe attempt the experiment the way that he was supposed to. And so, yeah, maybe it was that he was like, hi, Beatrice. Hi, April Lynn. Maybe it was like, oh, I can't get past physically you not being my type. I just don't know if I actually buy that. I think that, hi, boo. I think that I know, Ann, you said that Madison said she's going to be spilling tea at the reunion. I know that she's already spoken publicly about apparently he was all up on, or Casey was all up on his body or whatever when they ran into the singles the night before. And so I think she was waiting for him to say, because she asked directly, is it because of us running into the singles? Is there someone else that you want to explore? I think that she was waiting for him to say, I'm more attracted to Casey because she's more my type, and to confirm her own, she wanted some confirmation around her own insecurities and what she thinks the problem was, so that she could say, you know, it's just his fault because he's, you know, he's shallow or he's only concerned with the physical. She really needed that to happen, I believe, for herself to feel better about it. That's what it seemed like to me. And I think that even if Madison had been thin as fuck, his exact physical type, she is exhausting.
That's fuck.
She's exhausting. I think he still would have wanted to tap out. He would have been like, nah, girl, I can't do this. Forever? No.
Forever.
Like, hi, Jazz. Like, I think he would have tapped out anyway, even if she had physically been his type. Okay, Mia said Joe's new girlfriend did a podcast too and talked about Casey. So is Casey like all up on Joe? Like, is she like still attempting to talk to Joe? Emirates, like forever. I don't want to do this forever if we're already doing it 6 weeks in. It's been 6 weeks and you're already acting like this. I'm good. It's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse. Nothing hard has even happened. Nothing. Am I being shady? Maybe. I don't know. Hi, Love Note. Maybe I'm being shady, but nothing hard has even fucking happened yet. Y'all ain't got no kids. Y'all ain't got to figure out work stuff. Y'all ain't got to figure out house division of labor yet. Y'all ain't doing nothing fucking hard yet. Y'all kicking it. Like, come on, keep it a buck. And you already doing, no, I don't want to do that forever. I don't want to do that forever. No. That's not fun. And the stuff that we got from between Madison and Joe, we only got like what? 2 or 3 disagreements on camera, and that's what we got on camera, y'all. Hi to all my super fans joining. Hi, Stars. Hi, Amina. Like, that's what we got on camera. So imagine what was happening off camera. No, who wants to do that? Nobody in their right fucking mind. Only somebody that is more concerned with being in the relationship than they are the quality of the relationship. And those be the same motherfuckers. Not everybody like this, but them be the same type of motherfuckers in my office 2-3 years later because you didn't give a fuck about the quality before. You thought what, it was going to get better? Why would you think that? Why would you think that? When what you saw was that. That's what you should have believed. Because that's what it was. I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Ain't no dick alive that's worth all of that. No. Mm-mm. She's like, we're having the best sex. And I'm like, okay, girl. It ain't good enough for that. Yeah, their disagreements didn't make sense to me. Is that what you mean, Christine? Like what they were arguing about didn't make sense to you? Yeah, because Madison would blow a gasket over the smallest of things. Like that doesn't make any sense, girl. Why are you? And I think this is the question for me is like, well, I know why, right? But like, why are some women, I know why. It's frustrating to me, I guess is what I'll say, that some women are so focused on having a man that they will sacrifice not just their partner's happiness, but honestly their own happiness. Because how can you be happy if your partner is not? Having a man, being in a relationship, that is not the fucking prize. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I do. I understand sociologically. I understand all of that aspect. It just doesn't actually make sense in reality, right? Like that would be the most important thing to you. You know? I'm actually glad if nobody gets married. I don't think anybody should get married. Nobody from this cast should get married. Listen, maybe they need to do another round. Maybe they need to do another round in Denver because the people that they got, hi Magic Mood, like y'all are, everybody is a red flag. Listen, Mia said, I wished for no weddings and just therapy sessions after this. And said, everyone needs therapy. Exactly. Everybody is a fucking red flag. Hell no. Hell no.
Every single fucking one of them.
Everybody, even Calabria, my clinician. But this, listen, y'all, this how y'all know we just humans, right? We be fucking up too. Because, girl. Hi, Erica. Like, girl, you know better. You know better. What are you doing? What are you doing? That man is not it. Edmund. Oh my God. Say something nice.
Say something. Oh shit, that nigga was about to break down, cuz if he's
Hi, chocolate lover. Say something nice. Like
that nigga about to lose his shit if she didn't say something nice.
Edmund, say something nice to yourself. Shit.
No, for real.
Why I gotta carry?
I need Evan to put some sticky notes on his mirrors.
Some positive affirmations.
Cause my nigga, bruh.
Encourage yourself.
Evan about to be the memes for the next 3 years.
Oh my gosh. Like
bruh is killing himself, bruh. He's making it worse for himself.
All that asking for somebody outside of you to edify you. And I'm not even saying, thank you, chocolate lover, for the roses. I'm not saying that you can't, that community is not powerful. I'm not saying that outside affirmation is not powerful. It absolutely is. And we've all seen Calabria interact with you, my guy. We've all seen it. And yes, sometimes she got to get in your ass because you be needing some ass getting into. The fuck? You in here acting like a goddamn toddler. Grow up. Emotionally mature. Hi, Miriam. But you just want her to say something nice to you. Fuck how she actually feel. Just say something nice to me. Nah. And you know what pissed me off when she was talking about the whole getting ready for Saddle Ranch And she was like, I asked you to go get belts and a hat, blah, 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 blah. What pissed me off the most about that scene, y'all, is that they had explicitly had a conversation in the fucking pods where she said, I can do it, but sometimes I need my man to step up. Sometimes I need you to take the load. I need you to lighten the load. Oh yeah, I can do that. I can step up. Nigga, you couldn't go get some fucking belts and bandanas. You can't do shit. You can't do shit for me. Get the fuck out my face. You can't do shit for me. What? Hi, hon. How are you? Like, you can't do shit. If you can't do that, nigga, you can't do shit. But you want to have a baby? You want to have a child, another human to take care of, and you can't go down the motherfucking street to get no goddamn belts and bandanas? Get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face.
Hella trap. Like, whoever said that, I forgot.
Like, listen, Erica, I refuse to be a single parent in a relationship. It was giving, I'm trying to trap you. I want to hurry up and do everything. Like y'all said, right in the comments, I'm trying to hurry up and do everything. So then you stuck with my ass. No. Absolutely not. And I'm so glad she didn't get that nigga no cat.
For real, though.
I'm so glad she didn't get that nigga no cat. Because, baby, you didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve it. I'd be happy for life. You did not deserve no cat. You can't, I'm sorry. It was, listen. Y'all know it's a Ross on goddamn near every fucking corner. In every goddamn state damn near, okay? You can go down the street and make this very light lift. What are you going to do when it's time to get up in the middle of the night with that baby? What you gonna do when the baby is colicky? What you gonna do if we end up with twins? What you gonna do, nigga, not shit? No. Get the fuck out my face. No. Wait, what happened with 404 for me to have a take about her? Like, no. You don't have the, no. No. Mm-mm. And I need Calabria to really, I want more for her. She's gorgeous. She's smart. Fanatic. All it's gonna say fanatic is one too many times of that baby crying and him picking the baby up. He'll be like, I'm just too nice. I'm too nice.
Y'all niggas ain't right, cuz.
And that's the problem.
This nigga, I know. Oh,
y'all, I can't with him, bro. I can't. But like Calabria, she's gorgeous. She's intelligent. She is well resourced. She is a catch. She is a catch. I want her to know that. I want her to internalize that. I want her to, but see, I've told y'all before how therapists, sometimes we can get into savior mode. We can get into savior mode. And if you're not careful, right? This is why when people have asked me about like different Love Island cast members. Your phone? What's wrong with it?
It's dirty.
Okay,
How
good.
you gonna clean it?
Huh?
How you gonna clean it?
I thought there was a phone light.
Oh.
I don't think there is anymore.
You as a therapist can get into savior mode if you're not careful. And this is why when people ask me about Love Island cast members, hi Haven, I'm like, yeah, I have an opinion about their behaviors, but ultimately I don't have no opinion about what the fuck they do. Cause like I ain't trying to save these hoes. They don't want to be saved. You know what I'm saying? I'm not invested in that level. Because as a clinician, I know that ultimately you're going to make whatever choice you want to make, even as my client sitting in session with me one time a week, 50 minutes every time. Whatever we do in this space, you still gonna do whatever the fuck you want to do when you leave up out of this space. Now, do we hope that the therapy allows you to make different choices? Absolutely. But I know that I cannot save you. And so I have a healthy detachment from outcomes with people, right? I have a healthy detachment from outcomes. That's why even when I be on them panels, and y'all have seen me on Ginger's panels, I will say what I have to say, but ultimately I have a healthy detachment from whatever you do with that information. We will, Haven. We will. I have a healthy detachment from that. And I think that Calabria has to learn that detachment, right? Because that shit should not be coming home with you. If you have to raise your partner, baby, that shit is exhausting. Ain't nobody trying to raise no grown ass man. I'm not trying to teach you how to show up for me emotionally. I'm not trying to, and Megan with fucking Jordan too. I'm not trying to teach you how to, that you need to, when I get home from work, you don't think to talk to me about our day. You don't think that I want to engage with you intellectually. And here's the thing. I will give Jordan this. Sometimes you do work a job that is very taxing. Communicate that. Communicate. Hey, at the end of the day, I like to have, 30 minutes to just be quiet. I don't want to have to talk about nothing. I don't want to have to do shit. I just need to be quiet for 30 minutes and then, whatever. I do that with Chris. There have been times when I was working for other people, right? And it might have been a really hard day. And I would just communicate like, oh, it's been a tough day today, and I would have my favorite drink waiting for me when I got home, or he would make sure we had comfort foods for dinner that night. Like, just communicate that shit. Communicate what you need to your partner. And I shouldn't have to teach you how to do that with me. And Calabria, she gonna have to get up out of that, because whether it's Edmund or anybody else, that pattern of behavior of hers of seeing potential, getting attached to potential, wanting to grow people and develop people, that is going to be exhausting in a relationship. Exactly. Some people sit in their car for 30 minutes before they come in just to decompress, right? She's going to have to unlearn that if she wants to have any sort of successful romantic relationship. That's it. It's not even deep, y'all. It's not even hard, in my opinion. It's not even deep. It's not even hard. Okay, y'all want to talk about 404 showing up? What? Wait. Mia said, yo, Tina, folks are speculating Jordan was an ICE agent and doesn't want that to get out / talk about it. Now, why are they speculating that, Mia?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Where did they get that information from? I don't remember what Jordan said he did. Do you remember what he said he did? What his job was?
I don't.
Hi, Skylar. I'm curious how people came to that conclusion. Hi, how are you? He said he's a service manager, nuclear security. Huh. You know what's interesting about that, if that is true? The fact that you would not want that to come out means it's something to be ashamed about. If that's true. Brooke said he's not an ICE agent. Okay. It's a leap. But it's like, if that's true, and about any of them, if you don't want certain things about yourself to come out, then that's because you know that it's shameful. Well, I feel like it was obvious that most of them were red, Mia. It's coming out that most of them are MAGA as well, though. Yeah, I think that that's pretty obvious if you just even listen to them. Hi, Darius. Like, I feel like that's pretty obvious, right? And again, that's not that uncommon in Colorado. Right? Like, these people are filming in Denver, but they're from all over Colorado. And I showed y'all what the map looks like out here. Thank you, Darius. Hi, baby. Like, I showed y'all what that looks like. You know what I mean? So, like, that's not that shocking. Now you saw the haircuts in New. You saw the haircuts in New. Y'all are funny. Thank you for sharing the live, Darius. Thank you for reposting, y'all. Yeah, y'all. So, like, I'm not shocked by that. I mean, if it is true, again, he knows it's shameful, and that's why he doesn't want it to come out. And he definitely wears Republican makeup. What even is Republican makeup?
Like, what is going on?
I'm crying. I mean, here's the thing, too, about Annie. Girl, why are you crying about this man? Stand up. I can't. I can't with male-centered women. They're so dangerous. They are so, thank you, Deasia. They're so dangerous. They're so problematic. I can't. You know what I mean? Like, why are you crying? First of all, I'm about to be shady. I'm about to be shady, y'all. Okay? I'm gonna own that. Nick does not like women sexually. Okay? That's not, I don't believe that is Nick's preference. And I think that Nick would have done whatever he could to make that Lavender marriage work. So the fact that he couldn't, Annie, and now you're crying. Hi, Tay. Hi, Tweety. You're crying. No, girl, don't piss me off. And she also, she drinks too much when she drinks, right? Not that she drinks too much all the time, but she drinks too much when she drinks, according to her, because then she acts the fuck out. Listen, he was not fooling me, Mia, when he said, my mom thought I was gay because I was spending so much time alone in my room. Sir, no mother thinks their child is gay because they're spending time alone in their room.
Not at all.
Your mother might think you're gay because you said, Nick, you said that the group chat with the guys, y'all be in there talking about y'all's dicks. That might have been why your mom thought you were gay. But it's not because you were just in your room by yourself. Stop. Don't lie. Don't lie to us. Hi, India. Exactly, cool chicks. It's so obvious. And her begging was embarrassing. Yes, in Jen in the box. Yes. So on Love is Blind, this guy, Nick, is talking to this girl and he tells her, oh, it's fine if you go through my phone. You'll just see some weird text between me and the guys. Hi, India, where we're oh, you know, my dick is kind of curved to the left today. How's your dick looking? Like, who does that? Nobody does that I know. No straight men that I know talk about their penises to each other. Maybe I just don't know enough straight men. Maybe the straight men in the chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but I just don't know any straight men that talk like that to each other. And if you do, that's still why your mom thought you were gay. It wasn't because you were in your room it wasn't that. You know what I mean? It wasn't that. It wasn't that. And so I just want you to be honest with yourself so that you can be honest with all of us, right? I just want you to be honest with yourself so you can be honest with all of us. And that's why Annie, every single time she got off that little lick, right? Every single time she got a little too swiggy, you know what I'm saying? Every time it was, you don't love me like I love you, because you know there's something deep down in you that knows. You know. Trust that intuition, sis. Hi, Heavenly. Lady said white boys talk to each other like that all the time. And who says they not all a little bit more sexually fluid than what they're honest about? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't think it's anything wrong with sexual fluidity. I'm pro all the things. I'm pro get your rocks off however the fuck you like to, as long as it's two consenting adults. I'm here for all of that shit. Hi, Nikki. Thank you, Heavenly, for the gifts. I'm here for all of that shit. Okay? I just want you to be honest. So you can stop being a fucking weirdo. Okay? Just tell the truth. That's it. That's it. I don't even feel like that's hard. I mean, it is hard. It's hard because he grew up in a background he grew up in, right? I will give him that, okay? You grew up in a very conservative Christian home. And so that would be harder for you. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. And you better go no contact and live your truth, baby. You better do what I do, baby. You know what I mean? So Annie crying in that scene was crazy to me. Thank you, Nikki. Annie crying in that scene was crazy to me. Her begging in that scene was crazy to me because, sis, you know, when you get tipsy, all that shit that you suppress when you're sober comes the fuck out. And what you know is that man don't love you. He doesn't love you the way that you love him. And I mean, love is a stretch, right? I'm just using the words that they be using, okay? I'm not saying that they actually love each other. Hi, Zay. I'm not saying that, okay? but you know that he don't love you how you love them. And so I want you to get curious with yourself as to why you feel like that. Where's that coming from? You have a little inkling, you have a little tickling in the back of your head, girl. Mia said, did Nick and Annie sleep together at all? My understanding is that everybody slept together except for Calabria and Edmund.
Yes.
That's what they said in Mexico. They were all the next day talking about having sex that night before. And that was another one of the reasons Edmund was fucking crying. Ooh, nigga. And I'm here for you to be crying and begging for the pussy. Do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Cry and beg. If you listen, hey. What did I tell y'all? That one dude that was like, I grew up on 90s R&B. I believe in crying and begging and snotting with the boombox just for a whiff of the pussy. Go ahead, do your thing. But nigga, you knew you wasn't getting no cat before we left the goddamn pods. Get out my face. But yeah, apparently they all had sex except for Calabria and Edmund. And I'm glad she didn't give him no cat. I'm glad she didn't. Anton and Allie. So I had posed the question, y'all, or not posed the question, but I had posted a video about Allie. And I said, why is she going through with the dress shopping and all of this stuff if she knows that that man is not her man, if she knows that his life doesn't align with what she wants? And I was like, it's because she's male-centered. And the women got in my comments like, because dress shopping is fun. Or no, I said that not because she's male-centered. What I said was because she's more focused on the wedding, right? That matters more than the quality of the relationship. Hi, Divinity. That matters more than all of that, right? And the women got, because dress shopping is fun. And why is dress shopping fun, babe? Quickly, because you're right at the point, but you're not fucking getting it. Why is dress shopping fun to you? Because it's fun for you to imagine being married. Because the marriage and the performance and the wedding and all of that matters more than the quality of the relationship to you. Because you are still a grown-ass woman. No shade. See any of y'all that might be in here like this, I'm sorry. But you are still a grown-ass woman where your ultimate fantasy is to have the big wedding and be somebody's wife. That's all I said. That's all I said. So why did you say that to me in my comments like that disproved what the fuck I said? And then somebody was like, well, she probably wants to get onto another reality TV show. Like, she's gorgeous enough to do it. Here's the thing for me. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Maybe I'm just being a bitch. That's okay. I can take that. I don't feel like Allie is interesting enough to want to watch her on another reality show. Am I tripping? I feel like she just laughs and giggles and like judges. And I don't know that I would want to watch her on another reality TV show for all of that. Again, like what personality was there that I was like, yeah, I would love to see her on another show. Honestly, the only one that I could see myself, the only people I could see myself watching on another show is Calabria. Okay, I'm not tripping. She is a little boring. Listen, Calabria. Oh, Christine, let's talk about that. Calabria. I could see Joe on another show, y'all. Like, he would be funny as fuck on another show. See, babe, I can't take Madison crying ass. I can't. All that crying behind a man that you've known for 5 weeks, I don't know. I don't know if I could do her again. I don't know. Who else could I watch? Oh, you know who I could watch? Anna, that left early. I feel like she would be fun to watch on another show. Because she had a lot of personality. She was funny. She was cute. Like, I could watch her on another show. I feel like everybody else will get on my nerves, y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you. And not that they don't get on my nerves, but they get on my nerves less than everybody else. Well, I know he wouldn't, but those are the ones that I could see. And I know that Joe can't because he has a girlfriend. Hi, Mika. But I could watch them on another show. It's not too many of them. It's not too many of them that I would be like, yeah, I would love to see them on something else. No, not true for me. For me. And as far as what Allie wants, Allie doesn't know what Allie wants. Allie wants to go to school full time and be provided for financially, but also wants to be a traditional wife that stays home and is provided for, but also wants to work as a nurse. But she don't know what the fuck but wants to get a nanny to take care of the kid. She don't know what the fuck she wants. Allie is also confused. You know why? Because Allie's 26. And doesn't want to clean the house, Tay. I'm a traditional wife, but I don't want to clean and I want to hire a nanny for the kids. Girl, what? Listen, Tay, I don't either. But I ain't never pretend. Well, I used to be on some trad wife stuff back in the day. Hi, Nikisha. I haven't seen you in forever. But I also was young as fuck like Allie. So she doesn't know what she wants. Religion be eating they little asses alive. Because they be wanting to live out what they believe their religious values tell them that they should do, right? Which is to be like a traditional wife, right? They be wanting to live that out, but then they also live in the real fucking world. And it's like, oh, maybe I can't quite do that. You know what I mean? Allie stresses me out like, girl, don't get another degree if you're not going to use it. Not in this economy. Like, it is expensive to get degrees. She's talking about going to get a master's degree. Now, I don't know if she already has like student loan debt from her undergrad, but more likely than not, hi, mindful as fuck, hi, Mer. When you go to graduate school, you're going to acquire student loan debt. In this economy, for you to not even use that shit, no. Mia, being a trophy wife is a scary life when you learn what it really is. What? Listen, Christine, she said, I don't cook, I don't clean, but I got this ring. Listen, being a trophy wife is scary life when you learn what it really is. I think that most women are not, they're not psychologically disconnected enough from the man that they're in a relationship with to actually be a trophy wife. Because are you really going to just sit and look pretty? Is that really all? You don't give a fuck about nothing else? I just want to sit and look pretty and be taken care of and that's it? Not most of y'all. Not for real. Because you don't care if that motherfucker step out. You're going to care. You're going to care. You're not psychologically disconnected enough. Because most of you have not been raised to be that way. You and especially Allie, right? Especially Allie, who grew up in most of the women on the show, right? Who grew up in conservative Christian values. You were taught that your entire existence is to be in service to your husband and to your children. They become the center of your world and your identity in a lot of ways, right? Depending on just how conservative those values are, right? You're not going to know how to disconnect from that. You're not going to know how to just get cute to show up to the events and that's it. And whatever else the fuck he's doing is none of your business. You don't know how to do that. No, you don't. No, you don't. You are fooling yourself. Again, back to the lying to your own self, not being truthful with your own self. And now you out here snotting and crying behind some man and some ideal that you thought you fucking wanted that you're not actually built for. I know me. I could never. I told y'all I keep it very cute these days, but I have not always, okay? I could never. And a lot of these women don't know themselves. Mia, those men are ruthless with you and your children because those are your kids, not theirs for real. Exactly. You all exist as an accessory, quite literally. You are an accessory. And most women don't actually have the skills or the training to show up that way. They don't actually know how, and they think that they do. And then they end up in a rude awakening after you done already had 2, 3, 4 kids. Now you out here down bad. Cause y'all didn't get shit in writing in that prenup to actually benefit you when that shit falls apart. Now you out here down bad. Most women struggle financially after a divorce. Not true in reverse. Nikki says, my mom was a trad wife and we were verbally and mentally abused. Talk about it. Like, talk about that for real. Exactly, Christine. That is not Allie. She was all up in that man's business. She said, I ain't marrying no... I didn't see the last part. I ain't marrying no partying drunkard. She had a lot of judgment for how he showed up. Girl, you ain't trying to be nobody's trophy wife. Because your job is to shut the fuck up and be cute. An opinion? Girl, get a diary. Did nobody ask you? It's like picking up a purse. You know what I mean? Like, and she's not built for that. Not for real. Not for real. So yeah, Allie doesn't know what Allie wants. Listen, Mia, that's why they be, listen. Hi, Shay. Listen, take a pill for that. That's why a bunch of them women be... having plenty of prescriptions and full bars at the house, okay? Yeah. Haven said, yeah, I don't know many women in this day and age who would actually be about that life. And the thing is, because I'm going to keep that thought to myself. Never mind. Yeah, a lot of women are not about that life, right? Megan, another prime example of that, she was dating a billionaire or whatever he was at the time, right? She was dating that I think she said he was a billionaire, an uber wealthy man. She was dating this uber wealthy man. And she said, she wants to be, she believes in traditional gender roles. I want to be in service to my man. I want to take care of my kids and my family. But then you were mad because he didn't have time to spend with you.
What?
I think I'm gonna have that little thing from school.
Shoved out of your hands. No, the insides.
Oh, well, there's most on the outsides.
Oh. Oh. Let me see the palms.
Yeah, let me see.
And how are you? Do you have a fever? Are you hot?
Yeah.
Okay, get the
Thermometer.
thermometer out of the closet. Like you don't actually want that. You think you want that until you actually had it, and then you were realizing that, oh, I want this other thing. But what's crazy is that it still hasn't clicked for Megan that she doesn't want it yet. She still thinks that she wants it because that's what she was talking about in the pods. But you don't. Most women were raised to have a backbone and a voice, two things trophy wives aren't supposed to have. And I would say that that's a relatively... I mean, these are white... We're talking about white women, right? Because we're talking about Megan. We're talking about Allie. I mean, Allie's mom did say, like, she knows what she's supposed to do or something along those lines when they were dress shopping or when she was with Anton about Allie cleaning up or whatever. Like, she knows what, like, I think that they might have been raised to be a little bit more, you know what I mean, like that. No, that's true. But I think, Haven, to your point, it's talking from like a Black woman's perspective. I know that we're definitely not raised to be trophy wives. We're not raised to do that. And you do need to be raised to be that way. Because you have to sever parts of yourself in order to be willing to do that. And I think I know most of us are not raised to be that way. That's not our culture, right? And I think honestly, Megan probably wasn't either. For her to have gone as far as she did in her industry to make as much money as she was making in her industry, she is very ambitious. She is very much like a go-getter. Like, you were raised to feel like that was how you should move as a woman. that you prioritize your career in your 20s so that you could advance and live the type of life that you wanted to live financially, not get married and find a man that makes this amount of money so that you can live comfortably. Go get it yourself. So she also was not raised for what she thinks that she wants. And it's going to be interesting to see. Well, I guess we won't see anymore, but yeah, I don't think she wants what she says she wants either. Okay, let's talk about 404. She showed up to Nick and Alandria's event. Are y'all talking about the Agua de Freaky Water party? Hi, Tina. Hi, Fazia. Is that where y'all are talking about her showing up at? Haven said yes, that's the party she showed up at. Thank you for the likes, Tina. No, babe, we're not going to stay on her long. Listen. So she showed up. Hi, Adelaide. She showed up to the party and then made a video to some song with them in the background. She got on stage and lip synced to Don't Ya. Oh, that's a choice.
What does this low mean?
That means it's ready. Just put it under his arm.
Oh, right. Put it up under your tongue.
No, your arm. Put it under your
Okay,
arm.
Put it up under your arm and hold it there until it beeps. Right there.
That's a choice. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? That right? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me? Oh, poor might need her ass beat. She might need to get beat up. Girl, what? That is unwell behavior. That is unwell behavior. She's doing a Q&A live later too. Why? For what? Look, this, you know what the problem was? Somebody said that the party must have been jinxed because nothing good came out of it. I did see, I'm out the loop too, Nola. Somebody just told me in the comments. She was a +1 to whom is to be determined. She is absolutely Haven. She is begging for the public's attention. She came like an hour before the party ended. She does what clout so bad. Oh, thanks, Divinity. She, like, listen, y'all. I saw on Threads that I guess Justine and Tyreek were on a stream together. And somebody else was streaming and they were like on live. But this, I don't know, whatever the fuck the streamers be doing, child. I don't be knowing. Okay. But Justine mentioned at some point that Michelle unfollowed her during the stream. And people are like in an uproar about that because they were talking about the Agua de Freaky Water party and going and her wanting to meet Alandria and blah, blah, blah. And then Tyreek was like, oh, you know, shout out to everybody Black. I'm rooting for everybody Black. You know, I want to see them do well, blah, blah, blah. And then he mentioned Michelle's name and Justine was like, I guess like some time passed and Justine was like, well, I mean, like she unfollowed me. And he's like, why? And Justine was like, I don't know. And people are like in an uproar about that. Listen, I just feel like the problem is stop putting these motherfuckers in the same room together. Just let them all go on and live a life apart from each other. Just be done.
I don't think it's advertised. He had like 36.9 or something.
Here, let me see. That's wrong. That's Celsius.
Yeah, it was on Celsius.
Okay, yeah.
So
like, just move around. Okay?
So you gotta do it again.
Move around. Hi, Kiss Mad. Hi, Satisfied. Fire. Like, move around. Let it end, babe. Let it end. Like, and the fact that there are so many, and I guess I get it. I don't know. I'm kind of being judgy. I'm being judgy. I'm gonna own that. I'm gonna own that. I just feel like a lot of the times y'all are around each other because y'all are attempting to gain notoriety from being in proximity to people. I've told y'all about this a lot. when it comes to Nick and Alandria and how people will try to be around them. Yes, Kismet, people will try to be around them because of the proximity to, I'm going to say greatness, right? But the social capital as well, right? You gain something from being around them. And so they keep putting these motherfuckers in the same room where really, y'all just need to move around at this point. Move around. You know, and I just feel like it needs to not be a thing. Like, I don't want to know anymore. I don't want to know anymore. I don't care anymore. You know, I hope that 404 has 2 viewers in the live, and one of them is her mom, and the other one is her own personal stand. You know, I need everybody to just ignore, do not feed the trolls. Thank you. Do not feed the trolls. Like, I don't want to know anymore. I feel like too much of this shit it's against my fucking will. Like, let it go. Listen, Brooke, I'm not like on X, and and y'all know I've showed you my timeline on TikTok before. I don't see Love Island shit on my algorithm. That doesn't come across. It's a little bit high.
99.
It's a little, but that's not really a fever.
It's not really.
So, I think, are you itchy? Like, tell me some of the symptoms you're feeling. You just noticed the bumps. Okay. I think, you know, let's not worry too much about it. If you feel like, oh, I'm noticing I'm extremely hot, like maybe it's a fever, or you notice you get itchy, or like your nose is running and you have a cough, like, then let us know again. Okay. Otherwise, we'll just assume it might just be like a little bit of a rash or something. Okay. Listen, these fans just need to come down. I only care about Nick Alandria, but I have to talk about her insanity at that moment. No, listen, I get it. Absolutely. It's like, oh my God, this is wild. Why is she still? You want me to talk? I'm sure you probably want me to talk about her from like a psychological standpoint. It is, Twig. Yes, it is. That's why he was asking us about it, because it's been an outbreak at his school, actually. So he was feeling a little concerned. But for now, it looks like not too much of anything. So we'll just kind of keep watching it. I think you want me to talk about her from a psychological standpoint. Is that right? It was insanity. Okay. It's giving a little bit of, okay. Me too, Mia. I mean, he also may just be trying to not do his chore, y'all.
That's him.
I think he's okay. Okay. You want me to talk about her from a psychological standpoint? Okay. Okay, so a couple of things. No, he's a Gemini. He can't have a break feeling. Listen, Erica, he'd be on a perpetual break. Okay, okay. How would I conceptualize it? She was like, "Who I did," and I said that too. So here's what I would say about her from a here's what I guess I would be paying attention to as a clinician. What is feeling unresolved still? Something is feeling unresolved for her is what it boils down to, right? And this may not even be attached to Nick and Alandria. The feeling of unresolved could be around, I was supposed to have a certain level of fame when I left the show and that didn't happen. It could be around, I was supposed to have certain relationships when I left the show and that didn't happen, right? It could be around a number of things, right? But there is something that feels unresolved for her. And so she continues to put herself into spaces, both publicly and privately, probably, right? To attempt to process this thing that is happening for her. Listen, Erica and Bay. I was supposed to be a fan favorite and that didn't happen, right? And so she's trying to process this thing that she feels unresolved around and in some way to reclaim it, She feels like the reclaiming of whatever the thing is what's going to bring her resolve. You think that it's possession over Nick. She wants a face-to-face confrontation. I don't even know. I mean, maybe, right? But I don't even know that I think it's that, right? I do think it is beyond Nick. Because if it was only about Nick, a whole snack said, if it was only about Nick, I think we would see only those types of behaviors, but that's not all that we ever see from her. I'm sure y'all can hear that blender. I'm sorry. I don't think that that's all that we see from her, right? I think if it was only about that, then that's what we would only see. You know what I mean? I think it is attached to potentially the fame, and I think it's attached to potentially the relationships. Now, a whole snack said, well, she's still friends with Michelle. I don't know why that's not good enough for her. Okay, it's a soothing blender sound. Okay, I would say this, because if it is about the fame, if it is about the clout, if it is about being famous, which we know that she has some desires around being an influencer, we know that, right? And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. So there's no judgment about that, but we know that that's true about her, right? Michelle doesn't have enough social capital for that to be the only relationship that she can be in. It's not enough social capital. It's not enough motion. Kismet, can you ask me more about what you mean with that? Can you elaborate on Sierra and relationships? She has clout and that is coming back. She wants a boyfriend. But when does she get talked about the most, though? In conversation about who? Right? Outside of that, are people actually checking for her? Is she actually getting the interviews and the brand deals and the things that I think she believed she was going to get? I talked to y'all about her when she was in the villa, right? And, oh, okay. Yep, I sure can. I talked to y'all when she was in the villa. I said, I think she was positioning herself and Iris and TJ to try to be top twos, right? This is why we saw them try to plan the cute little date. Oh, well, me and Nick, we're going to do this. And so maybe you all can join us so we can cook breakfast together. I think she was trying to craft an image for us, right? And so I think that she had an idea of what it was going to be like when she came out, and that she feels some unresolved around that, right? And I do think that potentially, you know, maybe she thought that, you know, not apology post, that accountability post is what she called it, right? JD invited her as his +1. She wasn't invited. How do you know that, user? I think that she thought that accountability post was going to be enough. Thank you so much for the gifts, Erica. And it wasn't, rightfully so, right? And so she doesn't know what to do at this point. And so what she realizes is she gets a little bit of motion. Okay, y'all are saying JD said he did not invite her. It was a random man. Leave it to a random man in Atlanta. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about? So it was not JD, y'all. Ooh. Sade, I ain't even gonna say that out loud, girl. Hi, Tiana. So I think that she had an idea, right, of what it was going to be, and then it wasn't that, and she doesn't know how to reconcile herself with that, right? One of y'all said something that I wanted to respond to. Sorry, hold on. Let me scroll back to it. Oh, she abandoned Iris and TJ. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know why? Because it was clear to her that they weren't liked at that point. Because TJ wouldn't have been up for elimination if he was liked. And if he and Iris as a couple were liked. And so that no longer fit her agenda. So she voted for the next best, which would have been to back her man. Right? Somebody asked me to elaborate on the fame and the relationships. What I mean by the relationships is she has said out of her own mouth, this is not me speculating. Y'all know I watched that interview. She thought that she was going to come out of the villa and that the women that she had built relationship with in the villa were going to be in relationship with her outside of the villa. And that has not happened in the way that she thought it was going to. And so again, this is something that she might be feeling very unresolved around, which then makes her behave in the way that she does publicly. Right? It's like her views are very rigid, trying to force something instead of recalibrating with new information. Exactly, a whole snack. So instead of her saying, oh my gosh, I'm not as connected to these people as I thought I was going to be, I'm going to build in my own lane, she keeps showing up in spaces and trying to, and I get it, because this is really how she got introduced to us, was through Love Island. And so she keeps trying to attach to that in order to gain clout and acclaim. And she is very, y'all need to understand what she did before she came on the show, right? She is very clear that on how to do social media, right? She knows how to do that. That's what she did in her life, right? How to help people to prop up and become, right? And so she absolutely is able to register when I attach to these two because of the social capital, because of our particular storyline, that gains me attention, right? And listen, yeah, I'm gonna say it. And listen, we also need to remember how I've told y'all about some other fan bases, how those people will never correct their fans or address their fans because they understand that their fans' hatred of someone else is what makes them fans of them. So they'll never directly address that shit. She is clear that some people just want to be mad at Nick and Alandria. And so by continuing to feed that machine with little shit like how she's doing, it keeps those people engaged in her base. She's clear about that. Whether that's really how she feels or not is irrelevant, because the goal is to have eyes on her and to be building herself as a brand. Whether she feels that way about them or not doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. And so, you know, what I would hope for her is that she would work through that discomfort, that feeling of unresolved in therapy and in safe spaces and people and in spaces with people that love and care about her. Because she's got to move forward from this if she's ever going to be what I think she wants to be. She said she was manic in what interview, Iman? I know that she said that she didn't go on one season because she had like a manic episode after a breakup with an ex at the time. And so maybe she's experiencing that because she said that she's prone to that. But I think she's extremely intelligent. I think she's beautiful. I've always thought that, right? I think those things about her, and I think that she knows that too, and so feels like some things were owed to her from this experience that she did not get. And so a lot of what the public is watching her do is about her feeling a discontent around the fact that didn't happen. Okay, she just said that she was really manic, sarcastically. Okay. Potentially, Bay said maybe she's just not used to not getting what she wants. Potentially. Users say more. You think people are simplifying it? Say more. Y'all think if he wasn't with Alandria, she wouldn't be doing all of this? Here's the reason why I would say maybe not. if he was with someone else, maybe she wouldn't be doing all this, because Alandria was the diamond of the season. So wherever Alandria landed, Alandria was going to be the it girl from season 7. Period. Full stop. Nick happens to be the it boy because people shipped them, right? So he's the it boy, no shade, in some way because of his proximity and relationship to Olandria and how people have enjoyed watching the way that he cares for her. Right? So yeah, if it had been Iris or someone else that the public didn't see as their princess, didn't see as their diamond of the season, then that social clout and that social capital would not be there in the same way. Exactly, Miriam. She wouldn't. Okay, so Shay just said, or Sab, I'm sorry. I went to high school with 404 and she was always the most popular / most wanted girl. Clock it. Exactly. A whole snack. Oh, wow. Maybe she's more hurt over not being able to capitalize off of the friendship with Alandria. It is beyond Nick, y'all. It is beyond Nick. Kismet, I think that she thought that was going to happen with Alandria. Very explicitly, I think she thought she was going to have a relationship with Alandria. Because remember, in the villa, she was calling Alandria one of her best friend in the villa, right? Which was that was dishonest, right? But that's what she called her, right? And she said, you know, when she made that little ridiculous ass post, right? My man wanted my friend the whole time. She perceived Alandria as her homegirl. And I think when she got out, that only got fueled the more popular that she saw Alandria was. It was like, oh yeah, that was my girl, blah, blah, blah. And I think that she thought, we're going to have a conversation and put some of this to bed. And then I'm going to be able to show that like, I'm so mature and I just want the best for them. And I think she thought she was going to be able to capitalize on that. And listen, Bebby says she's mad she won't get the Beyond the Villa TV show invite. I don't even think that she won't. I mean, I could see that she wouldn't because Love Island fired her and who knows what stance they'll take. You know what I mean? They might actually dig their heels in and say, we're not doing that. They might. And we've seen them. Listen, this is part of the reason I don't watch Vanderpump Rules, right? Because I was around when, was it? Because I was around when they was being problematic. AF. And people still got employed and still got put on TV. Right? And so it's like, maybe they'll take a stance, but I could see them easily not. People got brought back for whatever it was when they all came back together again, whatever that one was, when they were grown, right? And married and whatever. Y'all brought back some of them problematic motherfuckers. So sometimes if you give it enough time, if you give it enough space, if you give it enough distance, they will bring them back. So I would not be shocked if she got a Beyond the Villa invite. It wouldn't shock me. I think it really depends on how she begins to build her image and her brand. Why do I think Sierra didn't message Olandria? I will say that I don't know whether or not she did. I don't know whether or not she did because here's the thing. What Olandria said was she hadn't checked her messages and so she didn't know. That was her response. And then we never heard her get asked again. So I don't know whether she did or not. And then she eventually made that post that I think it wouldn't have mattered if she had. I don't think it would have mattered if she had at that point. Because it was like, well, now you made a post poking at us, and so I'm cool. Yeah, Apple user again. I just y'all. I think it's about. Otherwise, she wouldn't be doing a Q&A today. She knows what people are on the internet talking about her. That's why she's doing a Q&A, because she knows that this is how she gets attention. She's not confused, and I think people got to stop acting like. Listen, no, not that I think any of y'all in here are necessarily doing it, but like, no shade. I need us to stop acting as a culture as though women are just being fucking delusional and, oh, they're just so crazy. Like, sometimes bitches is calculated. Sometimes bitches are smart enough to be making a plan. And I need y'all to understand that that is potentially what she is doing as well. Right? We can't know for sure. Pia, we can't know for sure, but don't put it past her. Don't put it past her. Don't chalk it up to like her being mentally unwell. You know what I mean? She's doing it for the plot. Exactly. She knows everyone's going to be talking about her. It's going to be explicitly about the Agua de Freaky Water party. And so she wants to give a Q&A. Girl, you know it ain't nothing that anybody is curious about other than like, did Nick talk to you at the party? Did Alandria talk to you at the party? What happened with you? That's all people going to be in there fucking asking. She's working with Todd. Listen, at this point, it's a scheme that 404 and Todd set up. Listen, that's literally all it is, y'all. Oh, user, you're so young, probably. Okay, or you're not from the States. So Real Housewives of Atlanta, if you don't know who Todd is, Real Housewives of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss was getting married to a man named Todd. What's his last name, y'all? I don't fucking remember.
I don't even know.
But her aunties, hi Tashina, her aunties were like not fucking with that man. Her mama was not fucking with that man. And they had sat down and they were having some sort of conversation. At one point, one of the aunties, I think it was Bertha, Bertha said, Tucker, thank you, Todd Tucker. One of the aunties said, it's a scheme that Todd set up. And it's been popular ever since. People use it all the time. So yeah, people are just going to be in there asking about her in relationship to them. She is not stupid. She knows that. That's why the Q&A is today and wasn't last week. Y'all give the girl a little bit of credit. And she may have, user, she came last minute after Ola and Nick left. She may have, but the general public probably doesn't know that. So that she knows that it's going to drive viewership. You know what, Tashina? I don't know. Oh, right. Y'all did say she posted a video with them in the background. So she was there, and that's probably why she did it. So people would know that she was there in proximity to them. Singing, don't you? Girl. Yeah, it's giving unwell, y'all. It's giving unwell. Y'all, we are well over 50K. I want to open the panel. I need us to get at least to, like, it took us a long time to get to that 50K, y'all. That is unusual for lives. So I need us to get to 100K pretty quickly, but I do want to open the panel if you want to come up. And I know y'all don't only want to talk about Love Islanders. I get it. Me neither. Okay. But somebody asked me about the psychology of what I thought was going on. You think she wants to paint Alandria as a mean girl if she can get a reaction out of, because you think she wants a confrontation with her. I think if that were true, I don't necessarily believe that, but I'm gonna respond to that. I think if that were true, she would have to be delusional because you haven't seen Olandria give anybody a reaction. You haven't seen Olandria give anybody a reaction. Why would she give one to you? I just think that she knows she gets attention anytime she's in proximity to them. Which is why the video had them in the background. Oh my God, I did see what Dr. Umar said. Did y'all see what Dr. Umar said about Olandria?
I didn't see. What did he say?
K Boogie, we were absolutely. Dr. Umar. Let me see, y'all. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up on which one's logged into my profile?
This one.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get out of there.
Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna show y'all real quick what it was, and then we will. The panel is open if you want to request. I'm gonna let y'all watch it.
The inbox.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I don't remember who sent it though. Hold on. Let me see who sent me this. Oh, Mish. Not the post is gone. The post is unavailable. Who screen recorded it? Ain't that man's name? Umar? Dr. Umar? Ain't that his name? The one that's the Hotep ass nigga. People probably reported it. Well, it wasn't even Dr. Umar. It wasn't on Dr. Umar's page. It was on someone else's page that was commenting about what Dr. Umar said. Not who was Dr. Umar. Now you sound like Justine. Who's Taylor? Who's Taylor? When they was asking her about Taylor in the live. Oh, Mia, you really don't know. I'm going to show you his face.
Dr. Umar is a piece of shit, has always been.
Hold on. Effects. Let me take my background off, y'all. Hold on. Don't look at the people in the background, y'all. That's Dr. Umar. Ignore that one right there. But that's Dr. Umar. Yeah, Justine said that. She's funny for that, bro. Somebody in the live was like, what
you need that for?
Something
man?
asked her something about Taylor, and she was like, who's Taylor?
Huh?
What you need that for?
I make the floor super slippery.
Oh shit, my bad, y'all. Nikki said she's gonna send it to me so I can show it to y'all. So hold on. Do you gangbang? I know that filter is so funny. I love it. Wait, you couldn't see his face? What do you mean? That's his face. Okay, hold on. Nikki said she was gonna inbox it to me, y'all. Let me see if it's here. He did say something slick. It was something ridiculous, something along the lines of like, something along the lines of like her being, he was just speaking really negative. Yeah. Oh, her needing lashings, right, for being with a white man. You know what? I don't know because I don't follow none of that media. Oh, okay, Nikki. What profile is it on? And I will look it up if you want to tell me. Is it still on TikTok or is somewhere else? I probably can look. Oh my God. Let me just look.
Excuse me.
Listen, and Olandria. I think I'm mostly gonna find like reaction videos to what he said versus what he actually said. He ain't never gonna build that damn school, girl. He done already came out and said he broke. So where the money go?
Nigga.
No, I don't know if he's a real doctor or not. You know how them people be giving themselves titles, child. They be giving themselves titles. Oh, baby, never mind. I found it. Yeah, and I mean the person, he is a doctor in psychology, okay, so he has a PhD. That's actually insane. That he is that way and has a PhD in psychology. But I know that like one of the people was saying that he was basically acting like Olandria like betrayed the race or whatever. And the person that was even telling him the story was basically, they weren't even like doing it good. You know what I mean? But they were basically acting like Olandria. They were like, oh, she said that she feels like their relationship is like healing America. Again, taking her out of context, right? And now he's trying to respond with misinformation. No, because he didn't watch the show. So he was just, again, responding from what this person was saying to him rather than actually having good information. This is why niggas, no shade, all tea. But this is why niggas got to understand that just because you're a man doesn't mean your opinion is valid. Sometimes you need to know when to just shut the fuck up. It's not valuable just because you're a man talking. I know, Ann. I'm trying to wait for Nikki to send this video to me. It's not valuable just because you have a penis. What? Be quiet.
What?
If you don't know what you're talking about, be willing to shut the fuck up. I do that. Exactly, bae. Like, right, Miriam. Oh no, Nikki, do you want to just come up? Can you just share your screen and show it? And I could just like put you. Do you gangbang?
I don't know what to make us to eat, baby. There's sandwiches and shit.
If you want to request, Nikki, you can. Or you can tell me where it is. Okay. No worries, no worries. Yeah, so y'all, I just, again, 404, period, black girl, that's my shit. As an LA girly. But y'all watched Insecure? You know how he's like, baby, this is a B house. We a C house. No. That's the only part I can't fuck with on the song.
Damn right. Can't do all that other shit.
My baby know her ABBs. Oh, that show is such a classic. I love it. Okay, Ann, what do you want to share, babes? Will you unlock? You can go back in.
Hello, Tina and everybody. Hey, Chris with the bonnet. We see you.
What's up?
Yeah, I too have my bonnet on. Yeah, Sunday. I'm not gonna go nowhere. What am I gonna talk about? I'm excited for Potomac tomorrow. Want to see the drama. I hope Ashley Darby gets her own she gets her own storyline instead of feeding off another housewife. Also, would like to say, did you see when the taglines were released, Tina? The way I cackled. Hey, K Boogie, what's going on? What's up, Mia?
I didn't see it. Hi, Nikki. Do you have it up? You want
So
to
there's
box and show?
Yeah. So I took the screen recording on my phone, and I'm trying to pull it up on my iPad so I can just show it, but it's not showing on my iPad that I screen recorded it yet. So it just popped up. Period.
Okay, let me make you the big box.
Okay, hold on, because I've never done this before.
You got it, girl. You got it.
I'm in my bonnet too, y'all. So
It's Sunday.
it's Sunday.
Grabbing her breast.
Oh no, not yet, sir. Not yet. Not yet, Uma. Not yet. Let me turn on this camera, sir. Cause you finna get dragged. I was actually in a space last night. Okay, come on, Okay. This is so bad. Yeah, I was actually in a space yesterday where we were just, hey girl, idea. That we were just talking, like we ran him all the way down. So okay, so let me see how I can flip my screen. How can I flip? There we go. Okay. Can you see it or?
Yep, we can see it.
Oh, here we go, y'all. Hope y'all can hear it.
Neanderthal, grab your African milk sacks. She needs to be with.
They're an iconic couple. Everybody loves them. And she said that she believes that their relationship was healing the world.
Self-hate. When the white man decides to penetrate the black woman's vagina, for her, this is the greatest form of reparations I could ever get. That's what Snow Bunny hopping is all about. It is a symbolic attempt to get in the bedroom what you can't get in the real world.
That echo was honestly poetic. Look the camera and talk to Alandra right now.
She disgusts me. I cannot.
How many lashes?
I will not allow black women to be beat. Let me take that back. Maybe I'll let a sister beat her.
Let me just say that no sister who watched the show would want to beat Alandra for what she did. She tried to get with a black man and he didn't want her, so she went with a man who clearly wanted her.
Thank you. For
There
telling
you
me.
have it.
That was
Disgusting.
disgusting.
How I turn this off?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Disgusting. Disgusting. Do you understand the visceral anger that I got from this? Because he wasn't just talking to Alandria, honey. He wasn't talking. He was talking to me. He was talking to you. He's talking to all. He hates black women so much. And it's wild. I was hoping that the black incels would continue not to talk about them, but they are here. They are here.
Yeah. I mean, I know y'all probably remember I made a video very shortly after they came out of the villa, and I was like, I hope that Nick is prepared for the vitriol that's going to come at them simply because he, as a white man, would dare to love a dark-skinned black woman, and how jarring that is going to be for the niggas that are frustrated and angry about that, right? Because how dare you love a dark-skinned black woman, right? She's supposed to be the lowest of the low. And while I don't think that that is intentionally his motivation, for you to speak like that about a black woman, you don't fucking like us. You don't like us. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Like, you don't like us because you're speaking from such a place of ignorance. Again, you're speaking from such a place of ignorance. You don't even know anything that happened on the show. You don't know how she ended up with that man. You don't know shit. All you know is that she's with the white man. And this is your take. And that shit is trash. You could have literally just said, and again, I want people to get to a space of like, I'm underinformed about this, so I can't really comment. That's it. That's
Can,
it.
can I ask your opinion on this? Because this is what's bothering me. And I've been so angry that I can't connect the dots. And plus, I've been dealing really heavily with my own, depression and mental health that I'm taking things real personal these days. Um, I don't understand the rationale between someone that speaks such against the oppression, the physicality of what Black men in particular, because he's a hotep, but he'll speak on Black women. I've been dealing with Umar for a while now, so I'm very clear on who the fuck he is. But I don't understand what would make, like, he spoke in such visceral, oppression, violent language. What, like, how are you, like, you really believe, like, her being in a relationship with a white man, your response to that, or your justice to that, or is a lashing the way that your people we were subjugated to? I can't get right, and I know we can't reason with Umar, but the fact that you fixed your mouth to say something like that is egregious,
Yeah.
and I think a new low for him, because I haven't heard him do that yet.
I don't listen to the man, so I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I have no idea if he's ever said anything like that before, but it was extremely violent. It was extremely visceral, and I think that, right, this goes back to like some people are saying, right, that it's red pill content. Christine, I agree that we should pay him dust. I think the danger with Dr. Umar in Black community explicitly is that Dr. Umar is like the clock, the broken clock, when it's like right at least twice a day. And so motherfuckers be excusing the bad shit because, well, he was right about this one thing, or that one thing made sense, right? And so then you start getting into a space where people start to allow themselves, it's that slow progression and movement toward the right that happens with and I think Black boys explicitly, but Black women too, right? And so to me, that's like the danger of him. That's why you have the conversation, right? It's because you need to counteract that, right? Because really with Dr. Umar, what he got at in that whole fucking conversation is basically what he believed in that whole conversation, and what he was getting at is that Black women in relationship to white men can only be there as like a form of smeck slaves, right? But that is the only way. He does, unfortunately, Mia, but that is the only way in which they can exist, right, in relationship to a white man. That they can't be autonomous, full human beings, because he immediately reduced her to her genitalia when it came to him, right? Immediately was like, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. And to me, any man that talks like that about any Black man that talks about that like that about Black women, you just don't like Black women, and you see Black women as, and we know this, right, because of how he what we do know about him as a parent, right, that he's making a bunch of fatherless homes, right, so we know some things about him, right, but you don't like Black women. And you really only see Black women as like some sort of, and somebody in the chat alluded to it as well, or said it directly, I can't remember, but like you see Black women as like an extension of yourself, or like something to own. I think one of y'all said it's like in service of ego, right? Like it's about, you belong to me. And so the fact that you're over there, then it has to be just because of access to your vagina, and that's it. You know what I mean? And so it really illustrates the reductiveness that he has around us as Black women.
Tina, can I interject something to you? Because I understand that a lot of Black women don't follow Umar, but somebody has to do the job. I don't follow him closely at all, but I am in communication with people that still do, because it's needed for them in their profession. So a lot of, people that I know that work in, in education, or that have certain degrees in somewhere, or work in politics, actually do have to follow somebody like him, because he does have a big reach. And I am someone who is, very politically engaged, and I'm in a lot of political spaces. And there are two people right now that have the biggest conversation, that are not like celebrities, but that have really far reach. There's actually three that have really far reach within Black men in particular. And while you can see a lot of Black men moving towards the Republican Party, because they have big conversations about delineation, Black Americans, FBA, Secure the Tribe. Like, there's so many subset cultures of incels that they slowly seep into conversation, where you're hearing it from your cousins because they're going on YouTube and watching some of this trash. So there's Umar, there's Tariq Nasheed, and there's Killer Mike. Those are the three that are very, problematic in their own ways, but are very dangerous to the overall health of unity within the Black community, because they're all misogynist, and they all stand for Black men, Black, and they're not inclusive. Let me just say that they're just not inclusive. So yeah, you might not need to pay attention to it, but people really do,
Yeah, I know.
because this is dangerous rhetoric. And the more and more that they get comfortable in speaking like this, the more and more, like, I'm afraid for Black women, pick-me's in particular, that choose to be with men like this.
Yeah.
Because that will give them free reign to continue to, abuse them. And I'm very, very, very concerned, because their own internalized misogyny feels like they deserve it if they go against their king. So yeah, we should be bothered by this. This should definitely need to be a conversation amongst Black women. And I've just seen a lot of the conversations I've had watching misogynistic Black women not, defend the position they or make light, and like, I understand what he shouldn't have said that, but I understand where he's coming from mentality. I just, people don't talk about this enough. And maybe in Ginger Space, we can actually have this honest conversation. I would like to see the data now. But when I, was growing up, and, my mom was a trad wife, very subservient, was abused herself growing up, I can understand why my mom chose my dad. I had aunts that, were in abusive relationships. Can I say AB relationship? Can I say that? I don't even know if I can say that on here. So one thing, they told me later on in my 20s, after they survived and they left and they got, out of those situations, they always told me, like, be careful about, who you lay with, and she said, and my Aunt Tina in particular said this to me, and she said, 1, know your whites, 2, know your Black men. And what she meant by that was, if a man is, if a man is telling you that you are less than he is probably susceptible to put his hands on you. So I have always been, very, very careful about who I have conversation with. And I pick up on those signals very, very, very clearly. This is why I'm still single. You know what I mean? This is why I have not been able to trust, especially when it comes to Black men. There's a lot of this rhetoric, and it does depend. But I will say this: it is very much regional. I did not have this experience when I lived in New York, but I grew up with it in Kentucky. Like it was a very different experience. So I just wanted to just say that and just let people know that yes, it is a we if you can't handle it for your mental health, great. I don't personally do it, but I watch people that do it that I trust, and they relay the information back to me. So I would encourage those for us that don't want to watch it to watch those or follow those who do, so we can be aware of what's happening, and we can have conversations with our men about this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you are a parent to boys, if you have boys that you love, you definitely should be curious about what they're ingesting on the internet, y'all. And go ahead and share your thoughts.
So two things about Dr. Umar. So a while ago it came out, he said, oh guys, my account is frozen. Can y'all help me? Okay, so that was a red flag to me. And I do follow the spiritual whistleblower. She talks a lot about narcissistic abuse. She's like, maybe he has back child support, but something happened where his accounts were frozen. It has to be like some like high level government, maybe FBI reason why. And then number two, right after I'm not sure which happened before, so don't quote me on the timeline. However, his daughter came out and said like, oh, I have no relationship with my father. And so this hotep is going around, I'm for black families, yet he's ignored. What I've heard, he has 2 baby mamas. He's ignored his own children. He has, I don't know if it's 2 daughters or not. Somebody said he might not have, he's contributed to 3 broken homes. How are you, and I don't know if he has 3 children or not. I only know of 2. How do you claim you're for black families? You are licensed, you have a doctorate in psych, and you specialize in black families. I think even black boys. Yet you're not contributing to any of the households that you made. And then lastly, I spoke about the video yesterday where he talked about what he wanted. He wanted 2 queens. He's poly. And he was talking about he just wants a good meal, and he was talking about having access to their bodies. And in none of that did he offer what he had to, give to these women. And he said like when he's in the household, he did this podcast, it was this Christian podcast. He was talking about when he's in the household, he'd like to be the teacher. He wants his kids to be educated. He wants them to be smart, yada, yada, yada bullshit. I actually love to listen to his stuff because I used to find him actually intellectually stimulating. I thought, oh, this is a smart man, he's a psychologist, he cares, he's helping the black community. But then when I first heard about the scam about him building that school in Africa that people have been saying allegedly it's been 15 years now, he's been asking for money and nothing has been built. Yes, Dr. Umar Miami. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
And
And
you know that the meme of that goes around like, and a white man did it in a week. That was about that school.
oh,
Yes, that's what he was
I had
talking
no
about.
idea.
So when people are talking about, and a white man did it in a week, it was about that school and why nobody was donating. He was going off on some tangent about how we black people don't support or whatever, but y'all can give a man
Yeah, I do remember that.
white people money, and white men can do it in a week. That's where that comes from. Yep.
I think that he, as Nikki was showing that video, I saw a lot of, internalized racism within himself. He has some self-hatred going on in there, and therefore he projects that onto black women. And somebody even said in the comments that he low-key be messing with the snow bunnies that he don't like so much. And you know what? That makes a lot of sense because why are you always talking about the snow bunny crisis? Why are you talking about Diana Ross and their whitewashing of their family, which is all true? You keep bringing up these topics, but you're contributing to the quote unquote snowboarding crisis yourself because apparently you like the palm color women. He seems to talk about them all the time and he wants to uplift the black families. He wants the nuclear family, black families, whatever. Whole time you're poly and you want 2 wives, 2 queens, so they could cook for you and give you access to their bodies. Sir, shut the fuck. Sit down. Apparently education did not help his ignorance. Not his ignorance, I'm sorry, his arrogance and his internalized misogyny and misogynoir apparently. He needs to be seeing a therapist for himself.
My thing is,
Yeah, that's all.
I don't think he's, well, I don't listen to him, right? And then we're gonna get up off of Dr. Umar, but like, he's really a polygamist if what he wants is 2 wives, because my presumption, I'm making a presumption. My presumption is that he probably don't want them dating nobody outside of him. So you're not polyamorous, right? You're a polygamist. You want 2 women in servitude to you. But does he know what that requires? Because if you're a brokey, then you can't be a polygamist, because your job is to be the person that all they do is care for you in the household. So you need to be working. I can't stand a nigga. And I know that y'all, I don't know if y'all know this. But there are TV shows you can watch when like people are going to find their third, or they're going to like, not even just sister wives, but there are lots of shows that do this. And these niggas will be the brokest niggas talking about they want 3-4 girls. Like, nigga, you don't have.
Listen,
You don't
Tina,
have
did you
the
see my
financial.
review?
You said what?
Leo did a documentary of My 4 Girlfriends, and I reviewed it in 2 parts for you guys on Hulu. He did it with ABC News with Juju Chang. I love her. With Impact and Nightline, he talked about his 4 girlfriends, and they said that they offered him exclusivity, and if whenever it doesn't work for them, they are welcome to leave. And he calls them, a pyramid, because it's 5 points. It's him and his 4 women, and he claims to be polyamorous. Yes, Neo. After the divorce with Crystal Smith, his ex-wife, he said he didn't want to lie. He didn't want to be a cheater anymore. So he decided, poly was the way for him. Now, some people have speculated. By some people, I mean I actually want your thoughts on Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, because people are saying she's an issue too. Oh, you don't know her? Oh, okay. If anyone knows her, you can chime in, I guess. She was saying that she believes that Neo is poly out of trauma. Is that possible? Thoughts?
I mean, I will say that a lot of people don't know their relationship styles. A lot of people, maybe, I think that hold on. I don't want to make this unnecessarily confusing. I think that you absolutely can go seek out polyamory because you think that that is going to resolve your problems, right? You think that they are going to, all of a sudden it's going to make you, like he said, right, not be a cheater anymore. I'm going to be able to be honest. But here's what I would be curious about. And again, everybody does poly in their own way. But I would say that polyamory is going to subvert certain things, right? And I told you I would talk to y'all about this before at some point, and I never did. But like, polyamory exists to subvert certain things. And so if you are creating polyamorous relationships where really all you're doing is replicating monogamy, but just with multiple people, then you're not really doing polyamory, right? And for these women to say, well, we offered him exclusivity, I would be curious about what they felt the choices were. Right? Because if I give you a choice as a parent you can either eat green beans or you can eat broccoli for your vegetable, and you hate both of them, you made a choice, but you didn't like neither one of them motherfuckers, right? But you made a choice with what you had in front of you. Hi, Gigi. And so I would be curious about what were actually the choices that they were given. Right? Exactly, Pia. It was the choice. Well, the way that I do poly is I like to do it exclusively, where only I date and you are not allowed to date outside. So, you can either do that, or then I think we wouldn't be a good fit. Then did you really have a fucking choice?
Here's the thing. There was a relationship expert and writer that was on the documentary and said there are different types of relationships, right? A throuple is a closed poly relationship. He's in a set of 5. I don't even know what you call that. It's technically closed because the women are exclusive, but he says that, he dibbles and dabbles here and there. And if the women want to be free, they're allowed to leave whenever. He said he doesn't want to own anybody.
But that's right?
And that's the thing. That's the thing, Tina. I agree with you. I think if it's really truly poly, shouldn't the women also be open?
Correct. That's the thing. If the choice is I get to be open while you're closed, or you can leave, then that's not really a choice. It's not really a choice, right? Kismet, exactly. That goes back to people not teaching their daughters about dating. They feed them to the wolves. If you lack information, you are going to be susceptible to people's manipulation. Period. Full stop. And this is why y'all know I'm an advocate. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do in your house, right? But I am an advocate for allowing your daughters to date while they are in your home, because that is when they are in the most controlled environment for them to get the practice of what is safe and what is not. How do you detect this? How do you not? What is a red flag? What is not? What are your boundaries? What are not? That is a controlled environment where you are the trusted adults that you know you trust yourself and you trust your advice, right? For them to be able to come to you, to run things by you, to learn the lesson before they go out into the real world. You know what I mean? And so, yes, I think that a lot of it is, they don't fucking know anything, right? I mean, obviously I have what I call them biases. I have my preferences around the way that polyamory is done. If someone is saying to you, I am polyamorous, so I can date, but you can't, again, that is really a replication of monogamy while wanting your partner to consent to you being non-monogamous. And that's not really fair. Now, there are some people that are, I am monogamous, but my partner is polyamorous. So I choose monogamy while I know that my partner will practice polyamory. That is true. That does happen. It is challenging though, right? Not impossible, but you probably should be in therapy for it, right? You probably should have some sort of outside trained party around how to do non-monogamous relationships ethically. But if the choice, and it sounds like that's what it is, obviously I haven't watched it, right? But it sounds like the choice was, you're going to be exclusive to me, or you always have the option to leave, then that's not really a fucking choice. That's not really a choice.
Tina,
Yes.
I would like for you, as a subscriber, I will do it with you, sis. They're only 30 minutes long, but you mentioned it yesterday. I didn't get a chance to come up on the panel. I was going through stuff. You need to watch Couples Therapy Season 2.
Okay.
You need to, if we're having this conversation, you need to watch Season 2.
Okay.
Oh, no, not Season 2. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. What season are we on? Because they've been on for a while. So not this current season, but the season before, last season.
Where is that streaming?
It's on Paramount. It's on Paramount, and they bought out Showtime, but it's like, but they have
Paramount with Showtime.
Yeah, you have to do Paramount with Showtime, I think. I don't know if it's just Paramount now, but that's what it was.
I have Paramount, so I think it's on Paramount. Y'all, I will say Paramount is not shit, y'all. They are very pro-genocidal, okay?
Oh, really?
Pro-Israel. They have a whole documentary on here about the sadness of October 7th and how it's a lot going on over here.
I did not know about that.
A lot going on over here. But it is on Paramount, I think, because that's what I have, is Paramount.
Yeah, Gigi, it sends me in a tailspin too. Some of these couples, my God, Lord have mercy. Yeah, I mean, they have a poly throuple in there.
Okay.
And here's the thing, I'm so glad it happened. It was either one or two, like it was either last season or the season before last. Either way, my best friend was dating a guy that was previously in a poly relationship. It clearly did not last because she's very monogamous, and he says that he does monogamy, but but by some of his actions in a way was very given very much that he was still a part of that lifestyle. So it just didn't work out, but watching that gave me a lot of insight as to why she's still dating him, and a more insight about why it's hard for him to say that he can only be in a relationship with one person.
Well, yeah, because that's the whole thing, right? It's like people think that polyamory is something you put on and take off. But if that is your relationship, like people that are monogamous don't all of a sudden become polyamorous, right? That's not how it works, right? If that is your relationship style, that's your relationship style. You can't put it on and take it off, right? The same way bisexual people, you might be a bisexual monogamous person, and so you're only dating that one gender, but you don't all of a sudden stop disliking the other gender that you are attracted to. You just happen to be in a relationship with this particular gender at that time. And so people think that, oh, all of a sudden you could just like turn off your polyamory. That's not how it works, because polyamory is really about a particular like mindset around the way that you do love. It literally just means that you believe you can love and care for multiple people at one time, right? And so it's really not that abstract of an idea. Now, how people do it is typically not super ethical. People have a lot of really problematic ways around it. But yeah, that would make sense that they would struggle around that. Like I said, monogamous and polyamorous people, it's not that it can't happen, but it is very hard. It's very hard.
Yeah. I I watched her make excuses but then, also listen to her really concerned about it was just really tough to watch, somebody you love and care about, and so great for each other in so many ways. It's just at some point we have to just be honest about and honestly, I had some conversation like with her about it. She also has, some internalized misogyny to work out in herself, because she, it was really hard because I had to talk her off the ledge a lot because she knew he was in this poly relationship. A lot of the things that if you didn't know that information, you wouldn't be tripping about, like you wouldn't be concerned about it because, it would just be like, oh, he saw so-and-so at this thing. But like, it was just, it's just fascinating to me that the people who choose to be in, it's hard for me to fathom because I have a hard enough time keeping one relationship good. Just, and I think that's what bothers me so much about poly. Like, I don't like, and even watching what happened on couples therapy, I'm always getting the feel like everybody's needs are not being met, and one person is constantly centered.
But that's kind of, see, this goes back to like how whether or not people do polyamory ethically, right? Because that's kind of the whole concept, is that no one person can meet all of your needs. And so you should, if you're doing polyamory in a way that is authentic to, and not that I'm trying to be like elitist or like rigid, as in like there's only one way to do polyamory, because I don't believe that. Lots of people have different iterations of it. And the concept of it, right, is that like, oh, this person might really love, hiking with me, but this partner hates it. And so instead of trying to force that partner to hike, I go hiking with that one, and then you're getting, that mental need met by that partner. And then you're doing, you're getting that sexual need met by that partner. And so the goal is not, but when people do thruples is where I think it gets dangerous, which is why I'm always a little concerned about like hierarchical polyamory that says like, this happens a lot when it's a couple, where it's like the couple and then they bring in a third, where that couple feels like I can just veto things and our relationship is comes before any relationship that is an offshoot of us. And then everybody else is kind of being oppressed and not kind of, and sometimes very directly being oppressed in that dynamic, because they have placed themselves at the top and centered their relationship as the most powerful and important relationship in the dynamic, and they're really not doing it from a destructured way. And so I think those situations definitely end up where somebody's needs end up being more important. This is what I think about Neo too, right? His needs are more important than anybody else's, right? Because again, I'm going to keep going back to, if the choice is I get to move outside of this relationship, but you stay monogamous to me, or you can leave, then he has not actually given choices, right? And not real ones.
I agree.
If both the
I feel like
choices
the Neo thing
don't
is so
like,
unfair.
it's not a real choice.
Right, makes sense. I feel like the whole Neo situation is unfair, and I feel like him saying, "Oh, they offered me, exclusivity." I understand that, but if you're truly poly and you're not in a close relationship like a throuple, then the women are allowed to be open and they choose to leave. And the poly people, and even there was a couple examples. There was an open marriage couple. They went out speed dating together to hook up with, which they're honest about that, right? Then we have the throuple. Then we have neo situations, which is unconventional, but again, didn't feel like real poly to me because I have a friend that's poly. One is open. There's usually in a poly relationship, there's some of them they have what they call their primaries, which is the primary partner, and then both partners are open to other people. And there's some rules, don't emotionally attach. You hook up with a person once, move on, whatever. It's however you want to structure that relationship. But for me, like that wouldn't work. He even said like he was like, I'm gonna be honest, there are scheduling conflicts, making time for all the women, having, emotional connection with all the women. Then what Juju was like, what do you offer the other women? Well, they have a sisterhood, they have each other, and they all work, they're all independent women. They don't want me pouring into them financially. What? If I was with Neo, you finna pay me, sir, to be your number two, three, four, and five, sir? Absolutely, absolutely not. Because you finna pay me, Neo. They're all independent women. They don't want me to pour into them financially. I said, oh, Neo out here winning. You got four girlfriends. You don't have to invest financially. You do invest emotionally, but there's still scheduling conflict and jealousy does happen. Just keeping it real. Okay.
Which is why, if you were practicing authentic polyamory, you wouldn't have to worry about you being able to meet all the needs because they would have other partners that could also meet needs for them. Hello. And this is why, listen, I would say a lot of people don't even understand that, like, okay, so a lot of people think that they are polyamorous when really what they're practicing is ethical non-monogamy, right? So when we're saying that we're in an open relationship, that's different than being polyamorous because I might just be fucking on somebody and that's it. There is no emotional attachment. There's no relationship. We're literally just being physical, right? That's it. All we're doing is hooking up, or we invite somebody into our bedroom every once in a while. We swing. All of these things are actually iterations of ethical non-monogamy, not necessarily polyamory. Those are different things, right?
Okay, is there a difference between being in is a throuple? Is that polyamory?
That's a great question. I would say, yes, and do I think it's a good idea? No, I think it more closely aligns with like ethical non-monogamy. I guess it depends on how you're doing. Here's the thing about thruples. I'm gonna get on my thruple spiel for a second. Here's the thing about thruples. Thruples have to happen very organically, and a lot of times they don't. Right? A lot of times people are trying to make the throuple happen, right? But the reality is that you're not just in true relationships. Every partner is in a separate iteration of a relationship together in a throuple, and thinking that those relationships are all going to progress at the same time and stay in the same space at the same time is really an unrealistic expectation, which is why thruples can end very badly. So we'll just use the example of like a man and two women because that is the most common, right? So if a man if you're doing a throuple, right, in a polyamorous way, the man would be in a relationship with one of the women and the other woman, and the women would also be in a relationship together. A lot of times what can happen is the women's relationship will progress faster than the man and the woman's relationship, or it will progress in a way where they're able to sustain in a way that the man and the woman cannot. And so to ask three people to be on the same exact timeline for intimacy, connectedness, emotional support, like that is a really big ask, and it is probably unrealistic. And so thruples, they really have to happen organically. It really has to be because you all have built individual separate relationships from each other. But often what you see instead is kind of Neo situation, right? Where it's like, well, one of us is dating everybody, but then y'all are not dating each other. And I would not call that polyamory. That might
Okay.
be or like
That
polygamy, right?
Yeah, that's I'm going to dig into that a little deeper because I've just been having a lot of talks with my girlfriends and my gay friends about this in particular because the majority of my gay friends, and they're really my family, but like my brothers, um a, a lot of them are in open marriages, open relationships. And I mean, I've been dealing with having that as a part of their dating history or even their relationship history for a long time, since I was in my 20s. Like, that's been a thing, and a conversation anyway that I was able to have. But you know what? It's so weird. I only associated that with the community because the community I grew up in was very conservative. It was very man woman. You know what I mean? So fluidity didn't exist. So I kind of associated it with the LGBTQ community. I'm recognizing, like, when I got older and started dating, especially in New York. Yeah, I met a lot of guys that were really pushing me into that lifestyle. And to be honest with you, I kind of gave it a lot of. I tried it. But I was just jealous and I didn't know how to respond. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of like, what are we doing here? Because it wasn't like it was just about the man and not the women. We were kind of just like, there was no intimacy between us. It was just, so I didn't know if that was the poly or I didn't know. Or I was just, we were both the side chick. Like, I just didn't know.
Mhm.
It was just really weird.
And I mean, and again, like, poly is not like to say that you have to be in a relationship with. There are lots of people that don't get into relationships with the person that their partner is dating, but you might have a partner outside that's completely, you know what I mean? Like, completely disconnected. Poly doesn't necessarily mean that, and not everybody does kitchen table polyamory. Not everybody is sitting around and hanging out and folding each other into their families and in their lives. That's not how everybody does it. Not everybody wants you to be friends with their metas or whatever. Like, that's, everybody does it a little bit differently, right? But I would say that, like, what somebody in the comments said is like, that's a harem, right? Like, what we're seeing with Neo really is like a harem, not necessarily polyamory, in my opinion, right? But yeah, I think it's yeah, and here's the thing. To Mia's point, if it's not your preference, then you might not want it for yourself, which is okay too. I will say that something else I think people don't realize is that jealousy comes up in polyamory too. Just because you're polyamorous doesn't mean that everything just like rolls off your fucking back. But if you know that you are a polyamorous person, that ultimately you do believe that you can love more than one person at a time, that no one person belongs to you or you belong to one person, that is a fundamental belief system. And so you work through it the same way you would in a monogamous relationship, right? You do the work. There's so many resources these days to do the work around it. But like, jealousy does show up even in people that are polyamorous. Not that I'm trying to convince you to be polyamorous, but like, I'm just saying that, like, I want to normalize that also shows up in poly spaces as well. It's not just, oh, I don't care about anything. Everything is great. I'm totally fine with everything. That's not true. You just have to work through it if you know that is still your relationship style. Anyway, that's that on me.
I wanted to mention something that you said because Neil also said this thing. You talked about in relationships in terms of like needs being met, and Neil mentioned that all the four women, serve a certain need for him, like they meet different needs for him. I guess emotionally to fulfill him. What I'm also hearing, thank you so much, Erica, for the gifts. Thank you, Erica. And what I'm hearing when he says that is like, I think there's some emptiness inside that he wrestles with and he thinks these women might be able to fill, right? And so is it really true, poly, or like you said, it's ethical non-monogamy? That people think that he's, poly from trauma. Like, is this a real thing? Because he's not practicing it. Technically, it's not fair to the women. That's why Juju was like, what do you get? They get out of it. Oh, they get sisterhood and I support them. That's it.
Yeah.
Seriously, I want more. I would even participate in that harem.
Yeah,
I mean, it's basically like that Jeff Warren story, the fundamentalist Mormons,
yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
that's what he sounds like. So I'm more. I don't know if it's trauma versus maybe he
Ego.
has picked up on certain behaviors from other people that you're just like, yeah, this man was married to 50 people, and 50 women. You know what? Honestly, I thought the same thing of Nick Cannon having all these children, and being like, what are y'all on? Y'all on some Jeff Warren stuff? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah,
You know what? But I try to, I want to stay open, and and to everybody, being able to express their love, however, as long as it's consensual adults making decisions, like, I want that to be expressed, and I understand the concept of having strong, deep emotional connections with other people other than just your partner. I get that. I completely understand that concept. That's why I think I was more open to it than it was. And I think had it been shown to me differently, I might have had a different experience. But once I realized the person that was introducing me into that world really, and first of all, I'm not a jealous person. I never have been. I've always been like, if you want to be here, you can be here. If you want to go, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be okay. But the fact that I felt in competition, well, first of all, I was introduced to somebody that was already introduced in a relationship with him. And what I was told is clearly something that she, I thought was in agreement with, but there was definitely tension, with the other woman. So it's kind of like I recognize that this was being forced on her too.
yeah.
And so I was just like, oh, this is where my jealousy, and I was just like, I am not this person. I gotta go. I'm just, girl, I'm monogamous. I'm gonna go.
You're like, actually, I'm gonna tap out. Thanks, but no thanks.
Exactly, girl. Like, y'all got this.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it. And see, yeah, that's the other thing. These anyway. Am I gonna talk shit about them? Y'all gonna talk shit for just a second. Some of these niggas be trying to act like they polygamous and they this and they that. When really it's just that you want to fuck on, somebody else, and you want your girl to be okay with it. Otherwise, you're gonna leave, right? And that goes back to me saying it's
Yep.
not really a choice if neither choice is one that she likes, right? And a
Here's
lot
the
of
thing, Tina. It's guilt-free cheating. And here's why I say that. He did say I didn't want to hurt and cheat on anybody anymore because he did step out on his ex-wife. So it is guilt-free cheating for a lot of these niggas. That's it. That's all.
Neo's not shit anyway. Okay, let's just keep it a buck. Neo is not shit, and he was not shit before his ex-wife, because that nigga had his baby moms tie her to because he didn't want no more fucking children, only to then leave her and go have children with somebody else. So that nigga can always see me in the streets because you're
And
not.
he a hotep too. He a hotep too.
So I ain't fucking with that man. Okay, ain't been fucking with that man. He ain't shit for that. But all that to say, women, we have to also know what is right for you, what is right for us, right? This goes back to us saying, let your girls date while they live in your house. Let them learn some lessons. You know what I mean? Because you should not be so eager to have a man that you are willing to compromise and violate around your own values, around your own boundaries, around your ethics, what makes sense for you for the sake of keeping a man. Girl, if you don't get the fuck, you'll be all right. That heartache will pass. It's going to be hard, but you just have your girls in your corner. You get your comfort foods. You get your, whatever. You go to therapy. You do all the things you got to do to help yourself heal. And if you let your daughters practice dating while they're in your house, as they experience those heartbreaks, they will have the practice of how they recover from them while they're in your home too, right? They will have that resiliency and those skills built up for when they leave your house, so that they're not just accepting any old thing for the sake of having a man.
Tina, can I just want to also follow up with you on that, because I think that is such a Oh, smart thing to do, and I wish that I would have done like my parents did allow us to date in high school, but we weren't allowed to date until we were 16, and we grew up in an extremely strict conservative Christian household. Like I'm talking about you're at home by 10. Um, you're meeting the parents of of the boy. Like my parent, we're having a conversation. You know, I wasn't allowed to, a boy to pick me up from the house until I was like a senior. So my father would drop me off places and then pick me up just to make sure, because I think things would be different had they had my location. If we had that stuff like that, like it may have been a little freer. I don't know, but but one thing even with that dating, if you're still not talking to your children, because we were not, like, I would be punished for asking questions about sex. Like I was told I had demons in me, like I was fast, and that why I want to know about this, that you just out here just want you want to have sex right now, is that what you're like? It was just a lot of that. So had to learn my stuff from the streets, child. This is why I was in 20 fresh and 20 meeting some grown 30-year-old talking about being in a poly relationship. You know what I mean? Like, even though homosexuality was a sin, you know what I mean? Like I was just in that. So yeah, it was like it's just stuff like that I just feel like parenting, is definitely progressed and evolved, and it's changed, and it's great that we have, but there's still a lot of people, especially in my demographic, that I still don't know how to talk to their children about sex, and they are very hesitant to share their own experiences with their children. And that's, I think, is why my nieces and nephews trust me so much, and they come to me with everything, especially the older ones, because I let them know what the fuck I've been through. Yeah.
I agree. Like it cannot be when I say let them date, to your point, Nikki, right? It's supposed to be with your guidance, right? That means that you have to have a level of trust in the relationship for y'all to be having conversations, right? You need to be talking things through. You need to be offering support. You need to be a safe space for them to come to and ask questions, to not be afraid of them asking questions. And Mia, I see your question. Mia said, does this same go for our sons too, Tina? Absolutely. When we sat down, we started talking to our kids about sex pretty young, right? Talking about correct condom usage. That was for our boys and our girls, because our girls need to know how condoms are appropriately used, even though they're not putting them on per se, right? Our sons knowing you always bring your own condoms. You don't use nobody else's supply, okay? Because I knew boys in school who had girls poke holes, right? So just knowing how to, absolutely, your boys should be dating and getting that guidance from you as well as they are in your home. Because the world has a lot of messaging for them as well around how they are supposed to show up in romantic relationships. And if you want anything different than what the world has to say to them about it, then you need to be the teacher around that. You cannot just expect them to all of a sudden know. You know what I mean? And there are too many children, to your point, Nikki, that feel like they cannot talk to their parents about things, right? I have whole clients that all we do is talk about shit that you can't talk about to your parents. You know what I mean? So, you really do want to be the parent that has built a level of trust. And some of that, to Nikki's point, comes with some level of transparency. What are you willing to share? What are you willing to offer to your children, to humanize yourself to them, to put yourself in your shoes? Too often as adults, we forget what it was like to be teenagers. We forget what it was like to be children, right? And I'm guilty of that myself. There are times when I get frustrated about shit and I have to remember, right, they're 15. Right. They're 13. I can remember how that shit felt when I was that age. Right. right? You get removed from it and then you start forgetting shit. So yeah, you have to be willing to kind of step back into those spaces. And I know some people like to say, I've never heard anybody on here say it, but I will debunk this. I've heard some people say, oh, they're teenagers. Teenagers just don't, they're moody and they're angry and they just don't want to talk to you. And that is not true. That is not true. As a marriage and family therapist, I am telling you that is not true. Your children want to talk to you. They just want you to talk to them like they're not fucking 5 anymore, because they're not. They want you to talk to them like a fully functioning, critically thinking human, and to engage with them from a place of more autonomy and more independence. But they want to have a relationship with you. Y'all know all the time, manager be up in here, right? Assistant manager be up in here. Your kids want to talk to you, but are you creating the space for them to feel like they can?
Assistant manager, for real.
Excuse me? I'm talking about Mel.
I know, I'm just saying. Like,
Oh.
When did I hire him?
Look at the manager trying to check me about the assistant manager.
I love that.
When did I hire
She's
him?
not trying to, she is.
The audience hired him.
They did.
Who are they? So, but your kids, they want that, but are you creating a space for you to have that conversation? But yes, you absolutely should be letting your boys date too. You should be having healthy conversations around what that looks like. Clock it, Mia. You should be having conversations with them about what that looks like. Mia, as a parent of a child that has a brain injury that resulted in some disabilities now, he's 18 now, he just turned 18. Yes. Right. Also making sure you have conversations about how that shows up in dating, how people will attempt to take advantage, and making sure that they are clear about what their boundaries are and being able to suss out certain behaviors. So absolutely, we should be having those conversations with our boys as well.
I'm really glad you brought up, because I've just been wanting to have this conversation, and I apologize for bringing this up but I've just been like listening to a whole bunch of either spaces on Twitter or lives surrounding the exit of Alandria from Twitter, and people just missing a lot of nuance in those conversations. So I'm not sure if you're familiar, Tina, with everything that.
I've heard bits and pieces.
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight just one thing in particular that happened that's been really concerning a lot of people. Is that I was in a space with some of the aunties, my demographic, and a lot of them were bothered by certain creators, raising money to go to the Agua party. That's not how it started. But it didn't start that way. People definitely offered. I was actually in the live with one of a creator, and that's when people just started offering. And this is not unnormal for the Nicolandria Nation. They've been sending people to Greek Fest, for their favorite content creators. And I personally have been, love that, because they're doing things that I don't want to do. They're keeping me abreast. So yes, thank you. I don't want that job. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't want to meet them. I'm not parasocial in that way. I like to enjoy it from the comforts of my home. I'm in my bonnet. That's where I need to be. I curled up. It's like a good book, girl. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Good book. So, I don't want that access. I don't want that. But I understood where they were coming from in the terms of, a lot of people, started inviting other people into it, being like, oh, well, such and such should go, as opposed to just people, that were on that live, that people were just like, oh, we want to send you, but people, so it got very messy. And then the content creators that, I was surprised didn't get invited was Nicolandria Court, and that was an uproar. So people thought, wanted to raise money for them. Again, nobody asked for this. No, they weren't asking for this. But I think with the excitement that people wanted to be so generous, and people were asking for their Cash Apps, their Venmos, their PayPals, or whatever, and so they all of them broke out on different to their own individual lives, and was just, it basically became what started off as a very innocent generosity of love. It felt like it turned into, a fundraiser to get them and their crew there. Like, that's how the live that I was in with, the aunties, that's how they were seeing it. And I can see how that's problematic.
Yeah.
But one conversation that was left out of that, and a lot of it, and there were some of them up there being like, saying some things that were completely not true. Like, they are out there fundraising. I was like, you have to be careful about that. You have to be careful. Like, if you're going to tell the story, tell the full story, the truthful story. Yes, we can be bothered by the actions of, like, everybody going, inviting other people and fundraising money for them. That was problematic for me.
Mm-hmm.
But what was problematic too was that I don't think we're understanding that these are 20-something-year-olds that are just excited. They're fan crazed, over these things. But I brought up I said this to say, I don't want to dig it because there's so much to dig into.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't want to relitigate this at all because it's dying down or whatever. But Nick Langria Corps had to deactivate. They chose to deactivate their page. I'm not saying they didn't have to. They chose to deactivate it, which is fine if it's for your mental health. But then you go on your personal accounts, and then there were things being like, I'm contacting, Alandria and letting her know, about this. Now, people want to get on them about this. Here's the thing. This is what I want to say. Before people get their panties in a tizzy. When people heard that, I mean, spaces about it, lives about it. And I was just like, what y'all are not, nobody's waking this up. And I've been needing to talk to somebody about this in a space that I feel safe. These ladies and a whole bunch of creators just met Alandria at the DMV Greek Fest.
Mm-hmm.
They had personal conversations with us off camera, right? Mm-hmm. My question as a critical thinker, these two girls have been so strong at supporting this couple. They are the centralized hub for this community. Everybody goes to Instagram to, get a who's being advertised, like what hashtags to use, like what's the latest. They are on top of it. Mm-hmm. What would possess someone to go on Twitter and pretty much threaten, I don't want to say threaten, but tell everybody that she is going to contact Alandria about what's been happening to them? And then I thought to myself, I said, oh, I have always been concerned about Alandria's discernment.
Yeah.
I have always been concerned about that. And this is coming from a loving place, but there are certain situations that I've seen, or certain things that, she says or does that I'm kind of thinking like, that might open you up to some little bit of, you might want to be careful, sis. You might want to be careful. Now I can definitely see in these private conversations they had that we didn't see. We saw them like meet her, whatever, but they turned off their cameras at some point, and they said, and then they made videos about how they had conversations with her. I can definitely see somebody like Alandria telling some of these content creators that, that because she experienced a lot of hate and bullying, to, if anything, like that happens, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's maybe why she felt comfortable saying that.
Yeah.
And nobody has talked about it. So I mean, I would love to bring it up in the and you know, a Nicolandria space, but they are very, 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 very sensitive, honey. And the ageism is bad. You know what I mean? So there's you know, if in any level of critique, which is why I've backed away from the fandom a little bit.
Yeah.
Any level of, you know, lovingly critique is considered hate. And you know, I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious if this is why I'm saying if that happens, I do worry about her discernment
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
forward. That's what I wanted to say. And you know what? Honestly, and this goes back to kind of like the dating thing, is like she didn't date until college.
Right.
So I think maybe she does like have a little bit of, you know, some of her choices, you know, are just still too open, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, yeah. Okay, so a brief synopsis. Basically, there was a whole hubbub, right? There was a whole hubbub about people going to Greek Fest, raising money, blah blah blah. Nicolandria Core was feeling harassed. I feel like I'm getting this right. Was feeling harassed. Then one of the girls says, "Well, I'm gonna contact Landry about this on Twitter." They deactivated Instagram, whatever. And so there's been a whole conversation online about whether or not, like these women contacting Landry. I feel like is that a fair synopsis, Nikki?
I am so sorry. I got distracted. What was I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Something happened.
There was a whole hubbub about fundraising for people to go to Greek Fest and see, or whatever the fuck they went to, right? To see Nicolandria. Nicolandria Core ended up feeling harassed for whatever reason. They ended up deactivating my Instagram, went to their personal Twitters and said, "Well, I'm going to contact Landry about this." And now people are having a lot of discourse. Is that like a fair synopsis?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go
Sure.
go ahead.
Oh no, I was, you know, there. I knew this was gonna happen down in the comments. You know what I mean? Like, I knew it was gonna happen down in the comments, y'all. I said if
Yeah.
I can see Alandria doing something because she's such a kind soul, and because of her experience of being hated and bullying, would tell these people who have been writing for her, if anything, if you know you see things out of control, you let me know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Out of the good, you know, and I can see that, but I think a lot of people would take that metaphorically, and certain people took it literally. You know what I mean? Like that's what I said about, you know, maybe going forward shouldn't be engaging like that with you know the fan base.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I want to be super clear about what I'm hearing Nikki say, because I'm listening to y'all in the comments. I see you. I don't see Nikki saying Alandria did this. Nikki is saying if this happened. I could see it happening, right? I know that I've told y'all before, right? We know that free peeps. We know that nobody's confused here. I've told y'all before, if you see people saying things negatively, like on my behalf, that I would want to know as well. So I don't think that is like so outrageous to think that that someone might have said that. Like, oh, if people are attacking you on my behalf, I don't want them doing that to you either. Blah, blah, blah. You know, like I can, that's not that hard to imagine someone not wanting people to be attacked on their behalf. I think it goes to what somebody said in the comments of like, when somebody's like, well, let me know what you need. And it's like, that's really, like Nikki just said, metaphorical. I don't actually expect you to reach out and tell me that. Like people, you know what I mean? And so I understand, Nikki, why you're saying people are not considering that maybe that was a part of why she told Alandria. I also hear y'all, because again, I don't know nothing about fucking Nicolandria Core. Okay, so I have no fucking idea. But I also could see y'all saying maybe they just feel like because they've met her, they're entitled to let her know because, oh, she's going to get on y'all's ass on my behalf or whatever, right? But I don't think it's that outrageous of a thought. Y'all have engaged with Alandria on her live. She is a very kind-hearted person. I could absolutely believe that she would be like, I don't want you all being attacked on my behalf. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that is like outrageous to think that she might say that. But I think that what I knew, Nikki, and y'all correct me because again, I haven't, y'all know I don't really keep up, right? I think that what I also heard was that there were some people that were critical of Nick Alandria Core because apparently they were not like day ones, and so people were calling into question whether or not they even deserve to be invited.
Oh yeah, I personally, yes, I went down the rabbit hole, Tina, and it's the last time I'm ever going to do that. It's the last time I'm ever going to engage in these stand things because it lacks critical thinking, it lacks nuance, hun. Like I'm I'm so done. It's very concerning as somebody who just is concerned about the direction into how we communicate with each other just as human beings. Like it's a very concerning thing of how toxic and the lack of understanding and empathy and curiosity, just basic curiosity of why somebody would do this, what would cause them to do this. And this is why I don't understand some of these people in the comments. There's no curiosity. This is not hating. This is just wondering what would possess someone to do or say this.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, and like just to go to clear up your answer on this, I personally do not care if you're I'm a day one shipper. Everybody knows that I've been a day one shipper, but I know people that had to get there, and I understood why you had to get there because some people are just not even as intuitive as I am in that area. That is simply it. Like this is a norm for me in my life. I can meet somebody and know within 5 minutes of conversation whether or not I'm probably going to continue on with the conversation.
Right.
So I don't. I saw things. It wasn't enough for me to be like, it was kind of like, well, but I understand that, there were people who hopped on the bandwagon after episode 21. They saw the sparks. Okay, welcome. Finally, you see it. That's where I was at. That's where I was at. So I really didn't like, and I'm more concerned about people who feel the need to go and dig up people's, history just to prove a point. There's something wrong with you too. You know what I mean? Like there's something wrong with you as well. It's not just coming from a place of concern for Landria. You have a point to prove and you want to be right.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see somebody fail. You want to see somebody that's you too.
Yeah.
That's your too. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's been bothering me about all this. You don't know Alandria, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to know Alandria. I already said it. If you weren't here before, I don't even want to meet her. I was happy when people sent other people to Grief Fest. I'm grown. Like I said, it's like a good book I would like to curl up to and have a good time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think too, like, again, I do think that the fan base is a little scary. Not gonna lie, even Nicolandrian fan base, and what I mean by that, right, is like any people, and someone said it, right, this is normal stan culture, right? But I don't consider myself a stan, so I have a very hard time relating to people that do function as stans because that's a little weird to me personally. That's weird. That's hard to ingest for me. So I can't be in community with people like that. And there are people within Like there's a difference between being a fan and being a stan. And there are people that are in the fandom that are truly stans. And so there is this odd behavior, in my opinion, it is odd behavior to be so. I think it's odd that they reached out to Alandria, because I don't think Alandria needs to save you
I'm
from.
I'm not saying that they did. I'm
No, yeah.
saying it was tweeted. It was a response from a tweet that was a hateful tweet that one of the girls said, if like this is what like we're gonna let Alandria know about all this is basically what it said. So
Yeah.
what I don't know if it happened. Let me just
Yeah.
be
No,
very
yeah,
clear
yeah.
about that. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I think it's so I'll say based on that, I think it's odd that they would. To me, it's like, yes, you are running a fan page. Yes, she loves your support, and she don't really know you. So like that is a little weird to me. I'm a much smaller person where it's like, yeah, you can tag me. I don't have millions. Do you know how many tags that woman probably gets in a day? Do you know how many tags she gets in a day? So thinking that she is going, like, that's maybe a fundamental misunderstanding of y'all's relationship dynamic, which is interesting, right? Which is interesting to me to notice. I also think it's odd for people to go digging to prove why they didn't deserve to go. I think it's just odd all around. And I think everybody should just take a fucking chill pill. Just take a fucking chill pill and fundraise for the people that you want to go, and don't fundraise for the people that you don't want to go. And that's it. That's it. It's weird. It's weird.
It really should be that simple. It really is that simple, right? You know what? I come from a school where I mind my business. If these are public figures. If we want to have conversations about public figures, that is it. As long as it's like there's no danger in causing them harm or causing their mental health like to decline with vile and hate and constant criticisms, picking everything apart. That's not what we're doing here. That's what I don't do that. And the people that I'm either in a group chat with or just talk to online or about the show, we don't do that. We just are just like it's constantly observations, right? Just observations. And I think that's where the lines are getting blurred, is like when people are observing things or have some sort of critique, it's being misconstrued a certain way. And like I'm just always going to be a person that's curious about people's motivations and why they do things. And also while checking my own projection, I've had to do that myself. It's like being like well, maybe that's why I was just like, I need to hold back on the conversation about the discernment thing until I see a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, I've had horrible discernment in the past, and I was just like, I don't want to project that on to somebody I've never met, but in the situation, in the situation itself. So if anybody has any issues about the whole discernment thing, that is just something that I have just been sitting with since back in the villa, that I really haven't brought up, but I'm starting to. It made me think of it only because of the response and reactions to some of these creators feeling they have access to Alandria. That made me think, if this is happening, then possibly she might have given the okay for them to contact her. That could be a possibility in why someone felt that it was appropriate to put that out on the internet. That was it.
I mean, you know me, I love curiosity. That's why I have the job that I have, right? Because I've been curious about why people do the shit they do since I was a fucking kid. I've told y'all that plenty of times before. So for me, curiosity is not inherently negative, right? I think the struggle becomes when we perceive someone's question. Shit, this happened to me today on fucking Ginger's Live. when people perceive the question as an attack or as a critique, and it's like I'm literally just asking a question. I'm just being curious. That's it. I haven't said anything, you know. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about, babe. I don't know what you mean, be happy for life. But yeah, I think that, you know, curiosity is not inherently negative, y'all. It is okay to be curious. Exactly, Ginger. I snipped out that BS. I was like, hold on, wait a minute now. I think what I hear y'all saying is this. Do you want to expand? And they were like, bitch, that's why you're single.
That happens a lot in Ginger's.
They lost their fucking shit. They lost their minds on me, girl. I said, oh. I didn't even say that thing. Okay, Erica and the internet, please share your thoughts.
Okay. Well, hi, Tina. Thank you for allowing me to come up. So, Miss Nikki, I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. I don't find no offense to what you're saying in any regards. And I can tell you this, because the last few days, I get on Nicolandria's side of the internet so I can decompress and laugh a little bit and be cute. The amount of discourse that this party has caused has been enraging, dumb, stupid. Just like, what are y'all doing? And I can tell you, I think Tina said this in her one of our other conversations about Love Island. It's been so darn long, about how I never thought it was a good idea for Ola to bring the cores. I don't think anyone up to what's that called, up to her lives, her panels, give that type of platform, because I could sense from a lot of them that it was going to be some form of entitlement later down the line if it kept going at this speed. I didn't think she should have done it all, because they were already showing signs of entitlement and, well, I think this, my opinion is better, I have done this, I've been a day one. And I was actually in some of the lives, in one of the lives, I'm not going to call anyone out, of when who they're talking about was upset about, oh, well, they weren't day one, so they shouldn't go, and the crowdfunding and everything. Let me say, I was in Nicolandria's core when they were putting up the, the Cash Apps and the Zelles, and they were reluctant to do so. And I think some people missed that. They were very reluctant. Everyone on that panel, for the majority of part, I feel like everyone is grouping in 3 or 4 people who you could have told, if you had any level of discernment, you would know those 3 people were grifters. I'm not going to call them out. If you have a level of discernment, you can figure it the hell out. I'm going to say one of them starts with an E, one of them starts with an M, and one of them starts with a C. I'm going to let y'all figure it the hell out from there. Okay? They have been grifting for a very long time. And I said, if you looked at also why Aqua chose the 2 people as winners that they chose, is because they actually promoted the brand. A young person got on there and they promoted the brand, which was what you were supposed to do. You promoted the brand, you wear your costume. The reason that Nicolandria Core didn't do it is because they didn't promote the brand enough. They didn't do what they wanted them to do. So that's cool. And then Aqua was actually nice enough to allow 10 more people, I think it was 5 or 10. I'm not sure, so many of them get invitations outside of that. That wasn't the agreement. And everyone felt entitled, and you could see when they got the pushback for entitlement on that live from those actually just 3 people, that's where all the entitlement really came from. That's what the conversations did. I said, and I get it. I totally 100% get the entitlement, but they've been showing that, so that shouldn't be surprised. Every one of them, even the sweetest of them, show a little bit of entitlement in regards to Nicolandria and feeling like they are the reason. Like, we even had one of them say, oh, I forgot about M. I'm sure y'all know who M is, his MNL, who think that they're like, oh, I'm going to quit social media. I'm taking a break. Well, I just don't feel appreciated. Nobody asked you to make these fan pages. Nobody asked you to do anything you did. I'm by no means nobody's stan. I'm never going to be a stan. I don't find obsessive tendencies cute. A lot of them do. And that's just where we are at this point. And how do I say? It's so much that went into this that it was a mess. And I would tell you,
only like you could even see. I'm sure people will talk about this tonight when they get to the lives. Because I was up last night because I work overnight for my second job, and I got to see the lives of a few people after the party, and this level of I know something you don't. I have a crumb that you don't have entitlement that was going on two lives this morning was pretty ridiculous. And I'm just like, y'all said, well, we're going to give y'all content. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I said, are y'all surprised they got on there and did that? Everybody was complaining in chat. I'm like, are you surprised? They want to feel like they had something over everyone else. And that's what they got. I know I went around about, but it's just been a mess the last few days. And it's draining.
Can I just hop in for just a second?
Yeah.
To Tina's point, what we have to understand about the people that you gave initials to, they are very, very, very young, and some of them under the age of 21. So we have to give them grace to mess up, to not respond the way, a fully fledged adult would. I can definitely see myself. I was that way at 18, 19, 20, 21. I thought I deserved everything. So I just think that let's give some grace to those that are of that age, because I hope we can, like, there's people in their lives that can gently reach out to them and just let them know, like, hey, this is how this can come across, or maybe this is why, you might be receiving, some really harsh, unnecessary, harshly, tweets and responses. But because, you having to respond to everything, fuels the fire. And I've been seeing a lot of that too. So I wish we can give, the younger people a little bit of grace to hopefully they'll figure it out and, understand, course correct on how to, not engage with certain people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've talked a bit about it before. I do think that it's like, you're having reactions in public. I don't know all of the people y'all are talking about. Y'all, I'm gonna be honest, because I truly have not ever followed really any of like the stan accounts. I knew the one girl, y'all have told me her name before, Nia, I feel like it is. I knew her from during the season, but I never followed her. I just would see her content on my FYP, and I knew like EJ, but I could never really get all the way on board. But I do think I agree, these people are making mistakes in public, and so they are getting a lot of critique in public about that. I do think, and I've said this before, similar to Nikki, I do hope that there are folks in people's lives that can, like in their actual real lives, not like live on TikTok, like in their actual life, that can help to ground them and to pull their coattails and to teach them and to grow them. Because for these people to be the internet generation, what's interesting is I feel like they navigate social media with so much illiteracy around it. Sometimes you need to understand that this shit is going to be here always and forever, even when you delete that shit, right? And I feel like they don't have the same level of competence sometimes around social media that I think older generations do, because the internet was so scary when it, you know what I mean? Like it was such a scary place to be because you have access to all this stuff. So we got all this education around safety and being mindful of how you are on the internet, et cetera, that I feel like doesn't happen as much. And so I do hope that there are people in their actual lives that are helping them to be mindful about these things. Okay, Tashina, I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So Tashina said, hold on. Let me take it all the way back to what you first said. I don't agree with that. It is no different than celebrities. I feel like that is meeting fans. We shouldn't group all like and then you said a lot of them support and uplift her when people are vile towards her. So being recognized is okay. And then you said, I think that's all you said. The reaction is not good, but people did attack some of them because they got chosen and not others. I'm wondering if I make sure that I'm getting it. I wonder if what you're saying is like, that we don't want to be grouping all of y'all. I don't even know the language. Is it Nicolandria chorus? All of them? I don't know. That we're not grouping
Nicolandria Avengers.
Okay, that we're not grouping all the Avengers together, that they are independent people, and that, you know, while some are maybe having issues and like that response is over the top as well, maybe to them, that we're just making sure we're keeping them separate people. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm getting that right. Okay, Antoinette, please share your thoughts.
Hey, I haven't been on one of your panels in a while. Love you. I just want to say, as someone who is a silent, I won't say stan, but like a fan, like, back Beyonce, right? Like Beyonce before then, like I follow who I like and I move. If I want to buy something that they're promoting, I buy it and I move. That's different. I think people aren't understanding the difference between stan culture, especially the Nicolandria Avengers. Not all of them, but too many of them are understanding the difference between being a stan, which is what a lot of their pages are built on. They aren't adding commentary. They're simply just fanning out over these two people who, whether we like it or not, they are celebrities now. They may not be A-list, but they are a level of celebrity. You're fanning out over these people and you're building a following off of that. But a lot of them are understanding. I don't know if it's an age thing, but also maybe like a TikTok thing. And TikTok tends to be more visual of stands in the way that, in previous years, you have the occasional like Barb who will make like a YouTube video. But for the most part, stands have been like faceless people on TikTok, Instagram, like commentators and like buyers of tickets and things like that. As opposed to like, you know, like I love Sharon's videos. They were so cute. Like her like being like, oh, look at this moment. And they're cute. But it's like people are building real platforms off of that, so that it's becoming something that's monetary, right? And the lines get blurred because you get the more fanned out you act, no offense, I'm sorry, but the more fanned out you act, the more people are going to follow you, because we also like Nicolandria, right? So the idea, so like your cute moments, I think a lot of them are realizing, like, I won't say red flags, but yellow flags are being exhibited all across the board, specifically, and I want to specifically talk about the Nicolandria Avengers, because I know people are like, oh, TikTok this. Yes, TikTok has been, not TikTok, Twitter has been toxic since it was actually Twitter, okay? Like, it's like Twitter does what it does, right? Like, let's be real. But the thing about Twitter is, these are still those faceless accounts. These are like old school stans who know how this goes. So although they talk their mess, they know how to run stan accounts. I think these young kids on TikTok don't understand that there's a difference between, no one cares about crowdfunding, right? Crowdfunding, that's people giving their own money to do what you want to do. You crowdfund to like, oh, you got a ticket to this event. And I think people like perspective. This Agua de Kefir event was like a culmination of all the work Nicolandria did, right, with this company. And they're like, a big part of how big they got is because of the Avengers, as well as the Nicolandria like Come Here cream, is because of like the face that they gave to this fandom, and they were basically getting rewarded for it, right? Like, so you have those two who won because they actually made actual ads, so they get to go, you get a +1. They're like, okay, some of y'all like Genie and some of the Avengers, like y'all pushed, like, honestly, if they weren't going as hard as they were during the show, production wouldn't have pulled episode 21 out they behind. Like, that's where it came from. It came from them doing the most on TikTok and online. So they gave some people this ticket, and then you get a +1. Fine. Crowdfunding so you can make sure the people who actually got this opportunity to go to this party, that makes perfect sense. Like, hey, this company gave y'all opportunity. We love you guys. You guys have did a lot over this summer and now into the fall to like push this hashtag Nicolandria thing. Here, where it gets weird, where the yellow flag steps in. Greek Fest has been going on this entire time. They have been in dang near every major city. I'm in Atlanta. Literally, if I wanted to have seen Nick, I could have been to see him and his family when they were here during Greek Fest, because they've been everywhere. Like, I don't care. I'm 30. I don't care enough. I'm sorry. I bought some salads though. Like, like, you know, but like, I'm not going to a bar to see a white boy and his family. But the idea of even feeling comfortable to ask people to pay after you've already, and I'm sorry, I'll say it, EJ and a couple of other ones. You've already seen Nick, you've already met Nick and Nicolandria. And this is where we get to the word sasang has been thrown around, which is a type of K-pop stand that gets too parasocial, where things get scary. You've seen these people before, EJ. You're telling me that you feel, and also some of your friends, because they aren't addressing it, right, feel that it is okay for you $1,000 ticket. I think these tickets were like $1,000. These are expensive plane tickets. So I think EJ, he lives in Atlanta too. So this is a ticket all the way to LA. Yeah, those tickets are like $1,000 to crowdfund for you to go. You don't have a ticket to the actual event that people are okay with crowdfunding for. You're not a +1 either, just so you can go to Greek Fest. Stop. And then there's the accommodation. I think they got like an Airbnb and stuff like that. So like you're crowdfunding to go see people who you've already seen, and that is a yellow, if not orange flag, because you've already seen these people. It blurs a line of like, what are you talking, like what are we doing? Why are we crowdfunding for someone to just go see people when they aren't really going to see them? And that's where those scammer allegations started to pop in. People are just like, what are we paying for? Like, what are you paying him to go see? Because he's already met them, but also he's not going to the party. So you're paying for him to go to Greek Fest. He lives in Atlanta. He could have went to Greek Fest in Atlanta. Y'all also already paid for him to go meet Shelly and Delandria in New York. And that's where people are like, okay, scammer allegations. That's where those Twitter stands came in, like it's giving scammer, because again, they're older stands. They operate off of that already kind of set stand culture where they know that it's one thing to buy a ticket to every single Beyonce concert. It's another thing to like ask people to pay for you to just be in the same city as her. Like it gets weird. And then to be like, oh, it's people just need to worry about themselves. I think it's not that people aren't worried about themselves. Yeah, spend your money when you spend it. It's a matter of people worrying about Nick and Alandra's safety, because what are we doing? And I think a big part of that is and so I think they need social media managers. Despite how much they may like some of the Avengers, they don't need to be following these pages. And I think the same thing about Shelly too. I think they've been having issues because she follows like some of her stan pages, and then people try to make discourse out of it. But I think along the lines of like, oh, you think I needed a ticket to this party to meet Alandria? Like, I could just DM her. You had Nick Alandria Core, which is that page, like, oh, we're like tagging her in like stan discourse. Like, those are yellow flag. Like, those are honestly red flags, because why are you tagging the celebrity in this case and stan mess? And it's like, you're only, what is your purpose besides dragging them into that? And there's nothing healthy about that anyway. And I would say Lions also, their last meet and greet at LA, I know that they seemed cool with it, but that lady who brought them SEX toys, I don't care what anyone has to say. Yeah, they seemed really cool about it. Alandria had that cute little, like, that face she makes, because, like, it was cute, whatever. They seemed okay with it, but again, her whole thing was, I'm a intimacy, she works like an intimacy coach, and they seemed okay with it, and it's like, no, like, being oh, she said she also does gifts like that for her friends and family. Baby, your friends and family. Nick and Alandria are not your friends and family. Same thing with EJ. They are not your, just because she follows you, she's not your friend. Just because you like them, they are not your friends. Like, and that's where the lines are getting blurred. Like, no, baby, you should just be liking the content, buying the swimsuit if you want to, eating the salad. Buying them intimacy, like buying them sex toys? Are you serious? Like, asking people to pay for you to really expensive plane tickets just so you can be in the same city as them, so you can take another picture with them when you've already taken a picture with them. And that's where it's like, age be darned, because y'all, I don't know, somebody in y'all group who's older needs to be like, nah, we're blurring lines. And then to be like, oh, it's okay, but it's like, y'all put a face to standum. Like, y'all are building platforms off being stands. So yeah, y'all need to have even stricter boundaries, because it gets even, because you're making money, and people are like, you're making money off of just posting other people. Most of them don't have actual content. Like, your content, you use pop culture as like a reference to talk about more important things, which is beautiful. Which is why I'm a super fan. I love that. They aren't, like, they are just talking about the same cute moments that we see. So for y'all to be making money and then crowdfunding, so basically getting more money to just be around people, that is sassang behavior. That is scary, and that does not only give scammer, but it also makes regular people be like, if I was in their position, I would fear for my life. I remember that, what was her name? Not Casey Musgrove, that girl, she was a singer on like American Idol, and like, she died because she had a meet and greet and some fan came up and killed her. Again, I'm not saying that they were going, that's what any of the Avengers would do. I'm saying that behavior, that those were the lines get blurred, because why are we entertaining y'all consistently? Y'all do not have to be in the same room, city, state as them at all times. Y'all should, as a matter of fact, y'all should not know what time their flights leave.
Antoinette, are you talking about Selena, the singer? Because she was on the live by her fan.
No, not Selena. I'm talking about it was a young white girl. She was on like American Idol or something, and I don't even think she won, but she had a meet and greet, and a fan, quote unquote, came up and killed her at a meet and greet. It was a couple of years ago. Christina, yes, her name was Christina Grime. It was horrible, but it's like, I don't think that and I know that they're young, but they're also adults. They're not 16 and 15. These people, the youngest I think is Leo, and he's like 18, but the rest of them are, y'all are 18 and up. Y'all are adults. Would you want someone to do this to you? Would you feel comfortable with the same group of people kind of like following you city to city? Would you feel comfortable with people being like, oh, I think Nick and Alandria are at the airport because their friend posted and I see a hat of it? Like, it gets weird. And I don't think they understand that y'all are putting their safety at risk. We're getting past y'all just being parasocial, is getting to the point where y'all are putting their safety at risk. And that's really my issue with all of it. Is like, you don't have to post anything. Or even like him dressing up as Taylor. Like, why are we doing this now? It's October. EJ dressed up as Taylor like twice. It was funny. It was funny. I laughed. Don't get me wrong. But also, why? Because what are you doing besides bringing unnecessary discourse back to Nick and Alandria if you so-called love them as a stan? You see what I'm saying? Like, it gets weird. Like, it's like they don't actually care about the mental and physical health of Nick and Alandria. They just care about how much proximity they can get to them. How big they can make their own pages. Like, it gives very little care about the actual people. Same thing with Nick Alandria Core. Y'all run a stand page. I'm sorry, but it's a stand page. No one told y'all to. Y'all decided to run a stand page. But now y'all have so many followers, they took that as, we can post ourselves more. So like the two girls behind it started posting themselves, started like plugging themselves, like in I think the music careers, and it's like, people aren't following Nick Alandria Core because they actually want to know y'all. Like, I'm sorry, and that may hurt your feelings, but it's like, make your own page, do your own thing. Y'all shouldn't be associated with each other because, again, fandom versus like an individual person. Like, if you don't want to be a part of that, then don't have a stand page, don't have a fan page, don't engage in any of it if you feel like you're supposed to get something out of it, because the whole point of a stand or / fan page is simply the talent. Everything you do is for the talent. Like, that's it. I'm sorry. Like, it's not for you. And if you want it to be for you, then make your own content separately. That has nothing to do with that. Y'all, they literally got upset because part of it was like, they felt like people were digging up old stuff about them, and I think one of the girls who won, they were like, oh, y'all aren't day one Nick Alandrians, which was weird. Y'all need to get a life. But also, they felt, they were kind of slighted by not being invited into the Agua de Kafir party, when it's like, again, you're a page. You're just a stand page. You're not the talent. And when you start, that entitlement sets in, that like you're owed something for being a fan of them, is when those lines get blurred. And I feel like EJ's past that. Nick Alandria Core, I think they're coming back, but they like turned off their comments, so hopefully they're like learning to get past that. But I think some of those other Avengers as well, Leo, the younger one, like, y'all need to realize that, like, no, it's not about you, it's about them and their safety, their happiness, whatever. And if you don't care about them in that way, you don't want to be a fan of them, quote unquote, then unfollow, don't engage. But don't stop expecting the people who follow you as well as them to move for you. Like, don't be tagging Alandria in mess. It's not her job to speak up for you. Like, it's not. She's not running your page. Like, that's so weird. And that's why she ran off Twitter, because Nick Alandria, of course, started tagging her in stand discourse. Like, are y'all crazy? Like,
Tina,
no.
I'm sorry.
I'm done. I'm sorry. I had to get that off.
I just want to say housekeeping, everyone, cleaning things up. There's a lot of people in this live, and please make sure to tag. This helps Tina continue to do what she does, offer this space to us. So please go ahead and tag your screen. It's not updated. So I'm going to leave your space. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, I'm gonna just real quick, y'all. One of you, I can't remember who it was now, asked me to define parasocial. I will for the group after I let everybody on the panel respond. Please, yes, continue to tap the screen. If you like my content, please follow me. I talk about pop culture as a clinician from like an outside perspective around that. We're gonna go to Sheena, Jamila, Sola Viva. You want me to summarize talking points real quick? Real quick summary. Basically, there's been a shit ton of hubbub in Nicolandria community that my wonderful viewers are catching me up on because they know that I don't be in them spaces. So they were telling me the stuff to get thoughts from me around it, which I will share thoughts after I let all of you all speak. But basically there's been a big hubbub because there was some crowdfunding. Some people felt like they should have been invited to the Awkward the Freaky party, and they weren't. And then people were digging up shit about people. And so there's been all this discourse around, the Avengers, and it sounds like a Nicolandria core as well. I'm going to use the restroom. Please go ahead and share your thoughts to Sheena, and then Jamila, Sola, and
Before we do that, before you go, Tina, and before you say that, I just want to just kind of, bring everything together. This is not about Nicolandria. We're using this as an example, but the true conversation is about what is stan culture, and now with new apps that are going on, because how stan culture has operated in the past it's not being reflected how it's operating today. And so Nicolandria is the discourse has been the most recent thing that we can have that conversation around.
Yes, thank you for saying that, Nikki. We are going to be, for those of you that have never been here before, we are going to be talking about it through the lens of Nicolandria and their fan pages, Nicolandria Core and the Avengers. If the next person that speaks, can you just run down for people who the Avengers are? Hi, Tata. I haven't been able to speak to all my subscribers that are in here. Hello to all of my subscribers. I appreciate you so much for subscribing to my content. Y'all know I love y'all down. But yeah, we're using them to chat about this, and we are always zooming out in this space to look at like larger social implications, psychological implications. Like, we use this thing that's happening in the world because we all know about it to talk about it, but we're also zooming out to say, oh, how is this also showing up in the world as well in general? Thank you, April Fucking Flowers. Okay, Tashina, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Hi guys, sorry I'm a bit low. I'm doing my daughter's hair. So you wanted me to talk about what the Avengers are. So there's a bunch of subsection of fan or stands of Nick and Alandra. You have like who's on TikTok, who's on Twitter. Some people are on Threads, and so there is a bunch of different versions of people who come together. But the Avengers are mainly the TikTok ones, and they're in a group of them. Some of them are cool. I'm not sure if all of them are actually okay, but those are the Avengers. I'm not used to stan culture, so I don't know what you guys are supposed to be doing in stan culture. What I want to address is that, I'm sorry, internet, when you were talking, oh my God, maybe because I have really bad anxiety, my blood pressure was like going up and my anxiety was going up because it was just a whole lot for me. I don't understand why everyone is so upset and policing everyone else's behavior. I do understand that young kids are causing an issue, and it looks some type of way, especially with EJ, where people are saying that his behavior is not the best, which I don't pay attention that much to all the stuff that he does. But I can see where his reaction may not be the nicest to people of a certain age. I don't like some of the things that he says, even though it's in defense of Alandria. It comes off cocky, and it may make other people not feel so good. So I can understand that part of it. People can choose not to pay. When they had asked for the money, no one had to pay. You didn't have to do that. When their content come around, you don't have to engage. Regarding people feeling entitled, that's just them. Again, we can't stop people from being egotistical. Every fan base for every celebrity has this to some degree. You guys can't say it's in our face because Nick and Alandra are so big, but it happens in every fan and stand base. And in every group of anything in society, there are going to be bad apples. So we can't act like that doesn't. And I don't like the fact that we're expecting people to behave how we would behave. They're not going to do that. Not we, and they're gonna feel entitled. Some of them. A lot of I saw one of the persons who got invited to go to the Aqua party, who was making sure that they had a certain amount of likes and a certain amount of numbers before they release anything or showed anything, and it was all about getting their followers up and getting money and all of that. We can't think that these people, by getting a little bit of fame, they're not going to behave in a manner that's going to be their true self. What I want people to understand is people are going to be who they are. It's you, the person, have to police your behavior, not them. So when I see certain things that I don't like, I block, disengage, move away. I don't expect the person who's doing it to change because that's just their behavior. Is it very bad and distasteful for Nick and Alandria brand? Yes. And eventually, if they want to address that to a certain extent that they have to address that, then they do that. But I am not going to police any of these people. I can't say that they shouldn't be invited to go to certain places because let's be honest, to run a page like Tina is doing, it takes a lot of work. A lot of times you have to put in a lot of work. And you can't say they did not put in a lot of work. And I understand EJ and some of them wording is not good, but when people are being nasty to Nick and Alandria, they're the ones who's taking that up front. A lot of them are putting their families and their friends and everything at risk because a lot of them got doxxed. We're not putting ourselves out there to get doxxed. A lot of people are not putting themselves on the front line for a lot of that stuff. So if they're getting rewarded or being seen for the things that they're doing, that's because someone feels as if they're supposed to get that reward. We cannot tell the person who's giving these people a reward not to give them because we feel like they're not entitled to it. Their reaction and how they behave may not feel so good to us, but that's their behavior. We can't police their behavior. We can only control what we do. And I just don't like the fact that we keep policing everything that everyone on the internet is doing. We can't do that. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's just all I have to say.
Can I respond to that?
Sorry, honey. Next. Thank you. Mhm. Thank you for saying that, Tanisha. I truly feel the same. I've heard this discord and all that. I agree with that. EJ sometimes and did in the past take it too far. But if I recall watching some of their lives, I do remember Nick and Alandria actually happy they were there. And someone mentioned their safety where this brand does this party every year and they invite a whole bunch of people, influencers they think that deserve to be invited to the party. They happen to believe that some of these Avengers deserve to be a part of getting invited to this party. I think we're missing on how their marketing actually works and why they've been in their people's comments all through this whole time is because they are actually trying to engage, and it is a marketing campaign, let's be real. Nico and Alandria know that the Avengers are they're excited, but it is a marketing campaign. So the more they interact with the brand, the more the brand keeps getting noticed everywhere. I'm confused about the whole safety thing. Like, what were we expecting to happen? They were gonna jump them and go crazy and kidnap them? I just don't think that's practical. Yeah, no. Secondly, as the young lady before me said, they asked, but you didn't have to give. It would have been one thing if they were demanding or this, that. I don't think it was a demand. I think if you felt that they deserved to go, then yeah. Because again, during that time when we were all in the villa with these kids, it was very disgusting to watch. A lot of people weren't supporting them. It did take people's voices and it took them putting out their video and being willing to get attacked by all these other fan bases. I think that's where it can get a little crazy, that who would have spoken up for them when no one else was during the time? Some people, look at Chris' mother and sister. They were afraid to even say their true thoughts while being on the show because they knew they could be attacked by a certain fan base at some point. I get what you're saying. Like, I think again, boundaries have to be set by Nick and Alandria or the brand or their teams, as well as people have to learn as they go. And I think hopefully this was a learning lesson for everybody. But to say, like, it would have been one thing if, I didn't see Nick or Alandra greet these people like as if they were grateful, or not even grateful, just appreciative of them defending them. We see that all over. And that's actually how their brand is continuing to be pushed out to all of us, is that they try to make you feel seen. That's why they do these TikToks. Not all these Islanders are still doing them. Yeah, they get money from it, sure. And EJ did start this page prior to Love Island. He just jumped on. It wasn't a stan page. It was his page. He jumped on when he heard Black women being eviscerated. Was it right that how he was doing it? Absolutely not. And I'm hoping as he grows and gets older and wiser, he learns that you can fight disgustingness with, while being nice. I'm so sorry. I'm watching Potomac at the same time. Forgive me. So yeah, I'm a little, I get it, but I think it got bad. And I agree, the Nicolandria Core or whoever it was should not have been tagging them. But at the same time, the girl who did the young lady, or the adult woman actually, who did the letters to Alandria, she met them at Greek Fest, and Nick literally asked her what happened to Nicolandria Core page. You get what I'm saying? So it would have been one thing if Nick and Alandria and or their team would have been like, y'all, like, I know she warned us on her TikTok, but I'm not exactly sure who she was warning. I don't know if it was just the Avengers or if it was other people who were against the Avengers and making it bigger. I'm not sure. But to sit here and then question their safety when I didn't see, I think that was accounted for. And to make it seem like these people are so obsessive and that it's because, no, I don't see it there. But when I'm seeing reported back from Nick and Alandria that they're happy that they were able to support, and if you had seen Alandria reacting to one of them, it was like, I'm like, who's the celebrity here? Who's she? Is it her happy to see her or the other way around? So I get it. I think it's a learning process for all of them. The whole Quan thing, Nick went along with that joke. So it's Quan and Nia. It's cute. But I don't think, we don't even know what it is. Because again, we're not in those conversations. Only Quan, Nia, and Nick and the rest of them are. So we can assume and think it's going crazy. But how crazy is it? I don't know. Again, they're celebrities, but they're not Beyonce and they're not Doja. They're not that big. They're big, but you get what I'm saying? So I just think we also need to have a little grace. And sometimes it does sound like we're coming from a place of bitterness or, I don't know, envy, because I can't quite understand. It would have been one thing if the teams were saying, y'all got to back up or this, but these brands legitimately wanted to bring them there. They did this campaign for a reason, and it worked because we were all talking and watching, and it worked. And I don't see Nick and Alandria saying, oh, okay, the Avengers, no. So I just say I think we should take those all into consideration before we say these things and question safety and if they're happy and this, that behavior. And as a young lady before me said, yes, you can let someone know your boundaries, but you cannot control what they do. You can only control how you react to them and how you want to engage with them moving forward. And I think Alandria, her boundary is I come on when I want to. I'll let you guys know. And if I feel uncomfortable with everyone, I'm going to put it on just the super fans or whoever, and then we're going to move on. Because she realized I can only speak so much, but I can't control what these stands and fans and haters got to say. So I think we should just take that into account. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jamila. I know, Antoinette, you want to respond. I do want to say I see people in the queue to come up. I'm always going to prioritize my subscribers to come up first. So I will take you up in that order. Antoinette, do you want to take a few minutes just to respond? And then Sola and Viva. Oh, you want to be dropped, Tashina? You don't have anything else to say? Go ahead, Antoinette.
I understand what both of you saying, and I get it. Like, I understand giving them grace. They are young. They aren't kids. They're all adults, but they are young. What I'm saying, and I also am one of those people who's like, when people got mad at them the very, very first time over the crowdfunding. This isn't the first time. It happened before. And I was like, that was weird. Leave them alone. Like, if they want to crowdfund, that's their business. I am okay with crowdfunding. I'm saying where lines get blurred, and yes, safety does becomes a conversation, because again, Nick and Alandria, they aren't Beyonce, but neither was Christina Grimmie. So they don't, and they are also new to this platform, so they aren't really, you can tell they aren't really sure where the boundaries are either, otherwise they wouldn't be following random fan pages. And yes, it was beautiful to see like how happy they were to see some of the pages. The question of safety comes when you're just crowdfunding for people just to be in the same city as them. Like, you're not, these people, some of those people they didn't have tickets, they weren't plus ones to that party, they just wanted to be in the same city as them. And it's like, I think people just need to be like, okay, wait, does this even make sense? Like, why are we just sending people to be in proximity to them? And again, and also, these are people who, yes, they are making platforms off of discourse. Like, a lot of discourse comes from the things that they post. Like, a lot of discourse that blows up on Twitter comes from things that have been posted on TikTok, and vice versa in Threads. So it's like, no, like, these aren't, yes, they're not exactly, like EJ isn't exactly a stand page, but he blew up by acting like a stand page. Like, he blew up because he decided to act like a stand page, although with like some of the most anti-black, very misogynistic content, some of those things come out of his mouth. But that's what he chose. That's how he blew up. So yeah, people are expecting you to also be cognizant of the fact that you're moving like, that you blew up like a stand page, and that you're going to be around these not quite celebrities, but kind of celebrities, and to have some type of decorum, or at the very least think of, yeah, safety. Like, okay, look, I'm a Beyonce, old school Beyonce stand down. I do not need to just be in Houston because Beyonce is in Houston. Like, and I would never hop online like, hey, Beyonce finna be in Atlanta. Can y'all, oh no, I live in Atlanta. Beyonce finna be in LA. I don't have a ticket to Cowboy Carter, but she's gonna be in LA, and she might be around. Hand out. That's where I'm just like, I know it's not like, oh my God, I'm gonna come and kill her. It's like, no, it's when the lines start to blur, like between like regular fan behavior and stan behavior. Because remember, stan is a whole different thing. Stan is Eminem, a whole different level of fan. And I think some of them are understanding that you're crossing the lines, and that's how things do become a safety hazard, when you cross the line from fan to stan. And I think some of them have crossed that without any boundaries or thought to how to Nick and Alandria's safety. And Nick and Alandria, y'all are new to this, so y'all probably don't even understand those boundaries fully either. She did put out a PSA and was like, hey, stop the discourse. If y'all don't stop the discourse, I'm gonna do something. And then she dropped off Twitter. And it's like, they're still learning. So of course their fans are all, they're still learning. So of course their fans are just gonna take, if you're letting them be in this proximity to me, then of course I'm gonna be in proximity to you. Like, you know, like, if you're gonna let me be in as a fan slash stan, if you're gonna let me be in proximity to you, I'm going to be in proximity to you. Where people will start to question them, like regular people who are also fans, or like start to side eye them, is like, hey, be easy. Like, you don't have to be in proximity to them all the time. Like, that's where things get weird. And yeah, that's where people start to question their safety, because again, like I said, that sex toy lady, like, no, I don't think that they were unsafe. Yes, that Nick and Alandria were both giggling when they saw that it was a sex toy. It was actually funny. But it's like, me as a 30-year-old, I immediately red flags, because why do you feel comfortable bringing me that? I don't care. Like, why do you feel comfortable even think that was okay? She's like, oh, I'm an intimacy coordinator, and I give these gifts to my friends and family. Nick and Alandria are not your friends and family. See how that line got blurred? Like, you give these gifts to people that you know. You don't actually know them. I don't care how many edits you watched. I've watched all the edits. Nick and Alandria are not my friends and family. I have no space to be giving them type of intimate things. You see something? And that's what I mean by lines getting blurred and safety getting blurred. Because no, I don't think that she had a pistol in there with the sex toy. What I'm saying is, she can go that far. What's to stop the next person? You know what I'm saying?
Let me just say this real quick, and then Sola, Viva, Trini are gonna respond. I want to say two things. Number one, there are two people in my request to come up that I don't know who you are. I've never had you on here before. So if you can just like drop a comment in the chat so that I can make sure that you actually are requesting to come up here and where you are positioned. I am very particular about how I craft my space over here. And not that you have to like agree one way or the other. I just want to know that you're an actual human attempting to come up here and engage. So please do that if you are one of the people sitting in the queue to come up here. The other thing I want to say is like, maybe this is an appropriate time to discuss parasocial relationships, because let's remember that immediately leaving the villa, when they were still in the Airbnb, there were reports of fans finding their Airbnb based on the things that they were posting. This is not that far of a stretch to say that some people are going to be fucking weird. about them, okay? It's not that far of a stretch to say, hey, hold on. You are feeling a lot of closeness to these people that you don't know, and that's maybe a little bit weird. And so you are going to have people that have pattern recognition, that are noticing things maybe before other people do. It doesn't mean that everybody thinks all the Avengers are unsafe people that are cray-crays, that are going to do harm to them. But I just need us to know that that's not that far of a stretch, right? The other thing is like thinking about parasocial relationships. This has to do with people feeling like a level of intimacy, right? Toward people that is one-sided. They don't actually know that you exist. And you believe that you have a level of intimacy and relationship with these people where you feel like they're your friend, you know, they care about you. And I'm not here to argue anything about anybody because I don't know the relationships, right? But I would say that I would not be shocked. It would make sense to me if people felt like that about Nick Alandria Court, like tagging Alandria, like, oh, you think she's your friend and she's not really your friend. She's someone that knows that you exist, sure, because you're on her fan page, but like y'all are not friends. So that was what I could see people feeling like that about it. You know what I mean? Okay. Thank you so much, T, for letting me know. Okay. So I just want to like put those two things out, right? And I just want to say, like, you know, to some extent, maybe these people are like, they do know of them, right? Because they have engaged with them on social media. And I don't want to discount. And that's because I guess I just take, as someone that has had a stalker before, I take safety super seriously. And so I don't want to discount people saying it's something I'm noticing. Right? Like I don't think anybody is trying to make judgments of like, oh, they are unsafe, but saying like, ooh, I noticed that you have like this real press about being constantly in the same space as these people. And that's like a little bit weird. And I'm noticing that. I don't think that's something negative per se. Right. And so I do think, and yeah, it's notorious. There's a level of surveillance happening that people should be wary of. You all know that 404 is a monitoring spirit. Y'all joke about it, right? We joke about that all the time. Right. And so I would say that I just don't, I think it's nuanced, right? But y'all already knew I was going to say that because I fucking always say that, right? Like it's nuanced as fuck, right? Like you have to understand these people, to Antoinette's point, did build their platforms on, this sounds maybe worse than I mean it to, but like on the backs of Nick and Alandria as a couple and like Love Islanders, right? Like that's the way that they built their platform. And so it's not that far of a stretch to imagine that having more proximity to them would feel like good, right? Because it would feel like, okay, this is the way I continue to build because this is what has worked for me, right? It's not that far of a stretch to think that. I don't think it's that outrageous to say, oh, this is something to notice, without necessarily making any judgments, you know, about them or making any presumptions about them or their intentions, but to just say like, I'm noticing that. And that's maybe a little bit weird. I think it's okay for all of these things to be true, that like people can crowdfund and pay for whoever they want to pay for and go and yes, have a great time, meet the other Avengers. Great. And I don't think it's that outrageous to be like, I'm kind of also noticing that like you seem to have a level of like, I don't want to use the word obsession. What's a better word for that? I agree, Jamila. I agree. Noticing it is one thing. The backlash they got is another. I agree. Like a need to be close. Yes, that's perfect, Internet. Like a need to be close. Like I'm noticing that, right? I don't think that people should be rushing to judgment. I don't think that people should be making fixations, another good word, attachments, a good word. I don't think that people should be making sweeping statements about their character because you don't fucking know those people, right? All you know is whatever they put out on social media. And that's only a portion of who they are, right? But I think that more people need to do nuance. That more than one thing can be true at a time. Okay, I'm gonna bring up T. Sola, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I hope you guys can hear me because I have like a Nigerian accent.
Yes, you are totally fine.
Okay, what caused most of this thing is that like a lot of them are new to like stan culture. I know I am a K-pop fan. I've been a K-pop fan for over like 10 years, so I'm not new to it. Like it's part of it and that's what it is and all about. So The issue is when they gave the Agua was supposed to give like one invite, one winner. Agua made an announcement stating that like, oh, which Nicolandria person do you want on Twitter? Which Nicolandria person do you want to see come to the show? One person. So people were tagging most of their fave, and mostly because of there's a community on Twitter called Come Here Cream, which is one of the largest in Love Island, like I would say largest community for Nicolandria. Like they have over up to 60,000 people. So definitely if they were doing that, they are going to win because they have their people on that page. So I think they realized that like, okay, that was unfair because they have people on Threads, they have people on Instagram, and they also have people on TikTok. So they now said, okay, let's change it. Let's do a costume. Whoever that brings the costume, we're going to pick one winner. Where I feel like Agua made a mistake is they should have stated the age, like the limit of who should apply for it. If it's 18 and above, 21 and above, right? They said they were going to give one winner. One, that was what they wrote there. So people started giving out their content. People started doing like their Halloween costume and everything, which was fun to see. I was seeing everybody even doing their old thing and all that. Even people on the Twitter community were also dressing up, like the people on the Come Here Cream community, like Down Bad, all of them, they were also dressing up, which was fine. It was good. Nice. Then all of a sudden, when they announced the winner, they said, okay, because of everyone was putting in so much effort, they're going to announce two winners. And they announced one from Threads and one that was also, she was also active on TikTok and she's also active on Twitter, which I felt actually balanced everything because of, okay, people on Threads, they got their person. People on TikTok as well as Twitter also got their person, which was fine. You said two winners. That's great. Then people started saying that, oh, what about Nicolandria Cole? What about Sharon? What about EJ? What about Lee? Then I said like, oh, why didn't you put them there? Why didn't you put them there? And that is where the problem is. You are not supposed to stand them. And that is where the issue is. I follow a lot of, how will I put it? A lot of people that give me K-pop content. I am not in South Korea. I am not going to South Korea anytime soon, but I love them. I still watch them. I subscribe for them on like WeVev. That's like a South Korea place, South Korea websites where you can watch your fave and all that. I do that. That's my only way of me seeing them. I don't even speak their language. I have to be doing subscription and all that for that, which is fine. But where the problem was, like all of them started feeling entitled. They're like, oh, you should have put this one, you should have done this, you should have done that, you should have done that. And that's where the issue was. And they were tagging the brands and saying, oh, they should have done this, done that. And what I felt like the Avengers or whatever, they didn't mean to do it. They were high on emotions. They might not know they were doing it. They were in their feelings and all. Like, as I said, I've been in K-pop like for 10 years. I'm 30, so I've been doing it and I'll keep doing it. I like it. It makes me happy. So they went on live and they started saying, after what we did for the brand, we pushed the content. I was on the live. People keep saying, oh, I heard it. It's not they say or they said. I heard them speaking with their words. Sharon wasn't there. It was mostly, I think it was EJ, and even Leo was warning him that he shouldn't say that. He was talking and he was talking out of emotions. Even Nicolandria Cole was saying, oh, we should have been invited. You don't have any right to be invited. First of all, you're running a stamp page. No one should know who you are. You can't, I used to say this, you can't accept the love and not take the hate. Just the same way they're hating on Nicolandria. They are receiving love, but people tag Olandra and Nick on some of the worst things I've seen on Twitter. And I've been on Twitter for years. They tagged them and tagged their family. They were insulting Olandra's mother. Pure. Like, I was like, wow. I didn't know race was like so bad like this in America. I know they say it, but I didn't know it was this bad. They were doing it, but like, as the same way that we love them, there are people that hate them. So me, I felt like you can't show your face and not be ready to take the hate. You decided to put your face out there. So you should also be ready for the backlash. If you know you can't take it mentally, give it to someone that you know that can handle it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's sad, but that's how life is. You can't change it. So the issue is they were busy tagging the brands and feeling entitled. So I think the brands were trying to do like, try to do like damage control. So they decided to give 10 more invites with +1. But because it was a last minute thing, they said they were going to cover the winners, like their transportation, their flights, and their accommodation. Because they were only planning for 2 people. But because they were trying to like do, how will I put it? They were trying to like just rebrand themselves so that like they don't lose their fans, lose the people that are like spending on them, which is marketing genius. It's smart. But they said, okay, we're going to give out 10 invites plus. We're giving them with plus ones. But because they gave them so late, I think they released the winners Thursday and they're supposed to be there like Saturday. Normal, that's a normal thing. Flights is going to be expensive. You're buying tickets so late, which is fine. And so there was a lady, I think Big Mama Live. She lives in LA. So they gave most of the people, majority of them that were living in LA. So she did a live and she was like, okay, since these people are staying far, people invited, keyword invited for the party. People invited for the party. Okay, let's come on live, let's crowdfund. I understood that part because it was too late. It's understandable. Like a lot of people don't have spare money to just say make impromptu trip like that. There's a girl like they invited her last minute. She had the money. She was not part of the crowdfunding. She went on her own. She was not part of the people they were donating for. So I was okay with that. I was like, oh, this is actually lovely. This is nice with the way the world is going. People are actually helping. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But what I felt is like when they announced the winners, that gap that they should have just kept their mouth shut. They shouldn't go on live. They shouldn't have done anything. Go and cry in silence. There's nothing wrong with that. Then come back. Like I felt they should have taken a deep breath, reflect, and just be like, okay, there will be other parties, which they always do. Because they said there was Christmas party, there's going to be other parties. They would do it. You guys are giving them money. They are not stupid. You are giving them free advertisements. You actually go online, say, oh, I tasted Agua Fefe. It's so nice. This is lovely. You are actually giving them words of mouth. Free advertisement. They are not stupid. They want to keep you forever. You're giving them free labor. So I felt like they should have just taken a deep breath instead of doing anything rash. But they went on live and they were like, oh, after what we've done, they should have invited us. We were the ones pushing. And people keep saying, oh, the TikTok people were putting their face. Yes, but people on Threads too were also, when they were attacking Orlando or tagging her mother, they were also doing stand wars, like defending. People on Twitter, as much as people want to say, oh, that place is toxic, what they were giving to Orlando too, because I'm on all of them, I see everything. I'm like a silent watcher. I mostly see what they are doing. So they were also attacking. They were always defending. Even up to today, they still insult Olandra and they tag her. So the rule on Twitter was like, don't tag Olandra. So even the Nicoladra call girls are Twitter girls. So they knew about the rule. And no, so that was the issue. Like they spoke out of them and people that heard it were like, that's irritating. But what they now did is they were trying to do damage control, like, oh, you guys don't need to tag them, like on all that. So they're not like, okay, but you guys can go for Greek Fest. Greek Fest is also there, so you guys can all meet together. And that's why, as a normal person, like the way Leo did, Leo said, I don't want you to pay for my trip if they are going to eventually come to Houston where I can see them, which I found very reasonable. That was very smart. And mind you, he's 18. And I was like, oh, that's very smart of you. Because as much as people want to say, oh, they didn't ask you you didn't ask them to give you money. No, but because they were all on the high of them giving money to those people going for the Agua de Cafe party. And immediately you guys went on live, started asking for money. Definitely, because there's the joy, the excitement, just like when you're like, I don't know how to put it, it's sugar high. Like when everyone is happy, like they say, is it adrenaline? Like you're just pumping, filled with joy. Definitely they will give. And what was so sad is like they didn't just do it one day. They did it, I think, for like 2 or 3 days. And to me, I was like, nah, you should have stopped one live. Okay, if you didn't get the money, that's fine. And all that's right, that's okay. But you went on live and it just kept like a bad taste on people's mouth. That like people that have been standing, like people like me that we've been standing, I'm like, you're not the first person to put your face out there in your stand war. So it's nothing new, but like you going around doing crowdfunding for so long, that's where the problem is. You were not invited for the party. As they said, Nick came to Atlanta. You could have gone there. Nick has been to New York. He has been to so many places. You can go there. There was a lady that even drove 10 hours to go and see Nick. You can do that. It's not far. If you are so like, oh, I want to meet them. You don't have to do it on the back of people. Like, it's just like me, I should do crowdfunding that I want to go to South Korea because I have so many people that I follow that like they will give me money. I don't feel entitled to do that, but as most of them are saying that they are young, they are new to stan culture, so they don't know the rules, because what is happening is like the lines are very blurry. You might not know. Nick and Orlando too might not know. They might just be like, oh, these people are supporting me, but like they just keep doing, they'll just keep, the line keeps pushing, before you know, you're already at the wall. And as I said, like, you won't know what they've done. You don't know the information they've gotten from you. You don't know what people are selling. Because if they see that, like, you're always speaking about them, there'll be people that, like, that they go on the ground, that get people's information, they will sell it to you because they know that you get high off this thing, and they will give it to you for that. And that's why I feel like they're crossing the line. And the problem that was with EJ is that, like, EJ as a persona, and I keep telling people that, like, this persona on TikTok is different from his persona on Twitter. I follow him on both. I've seen on TikTok it's like, oh, black women don't do this. Even though I do not like the fact that it's so quick to call women bitches, I can't stand it. Like, it's quick from his mouth. Like, that's the first thing I'm like, you can actually correct without, you can insult without saying those words. But that's my own preference. But on Twitter, he says things that, like, in the sense that, like, people will attach Olandra towards, like, when he did the old Taylor outfit stuff, and it was like, oh, I picked Clark and all that, people were dragging Olandra because of that. And all the people that were, like, on Twitter community were begging him, please delete this. You've done the video on TikTok. You don't need to tweet about it. Like, this, a lot of people are using this to drag Olandra, and they're tagging her on it. They're insulting her. They're calling her, I think, master and slave, saying that, like, oh, she's this, that, like, a white, I don't even want to say the words. They were using, like, they were begging him. I'm not joking. He didn't delete the tweet. The tweet is still there up to now. They begged him to delete the tweet. He did not. He said, why should I? And I'm like, you say you love this person. You see they're tagging her in all these insultive things. You are seeing it because I see you get the notification. You didn't delete that. He didn't do that one. Then what will he do? He went on Twitter Space. He started insulting all of them. I'm not joking. He was saying that, oh, you bitches don't know who I am. Olandra knows me. She follows me. And I'm like, boy, just because of she follows you doesn't mean she knows you. I follow a lot of people. I don't know them. So people were, like, trying to correct him that, like, what you are doing, you are passing the line. Yes, they should have called him out with love. They were calling him out. They were attacking him, which I understand. They're all defensive on Twitter about Olandra because of all the hate they are getting. So they're always on, like, an attack mode. So they were not calling him out with love. I will state that one. They were not calling him out with love. They were on his neck. They were like, they were attacking him too. And I felt like they should have just told him that, like, yes, you have passion. You love Olandra. You appreciate her. We get it. You have the passion for it. But if you see you keep doing something that is hurting the person you claim you love, don't you think, if everyone is saying that, don't you think you should reevaluate and be like, okay, let me try a different approach? As much as people might say, oh, Sharon might be annoying stating things over and over again, but Sharon does the same thing, like being positive, like she's giving out, like, this. I call her like a journalist, like she's doing announcements of things for people that don't have Twitter and have other accounts. So I categorize her as that. That's what she's doing, right? So the issue was that, like, they all felt entitled at that brief moment. So that brief moment that they said those words kept a bitter taste in people's mouth. They have grown and they've changed, and I feel like they can get better. But the problem is that, like, when you call out things, people think you are policing them. What the issue is that, like, because they are new to stan culture, people are trying to, like, correct them. They're like, there are things you should just, like, you yourself too should keep your boundaries at. Like, you should not go above. You can see them if they are in your area. Like she said, like Antoinette said, if Beyonce is there, if she wants to go to see Beyonce, she can see. If they come to your place, you can see them, right? But if they are not in your area, you don't need to, like, go extra miles. When you are going extra miles and you're doing super things that, like, you feel like, okay, is this normal? Is this right? Should I be doing that? And I feel that is where the limit is. And for Nicolandra Cole, I think the issue is that, like, because while the show was running, they were tweeting and saying Olandra is like a mean girl and all that. So people just got sensitive about that, and they're now running their account and they're saying they're profiting off that. But, like, they actually made a video and said that, like, oh, they are sorry, they apologized and everything. But I think, like, people are just sensitive about, like, how, like, they were just attacking them. So they also defended themselves. But, like, and I kept saying they should actually call out people with love. They're not calling out people with love. They're just attacking each other. So that's where the issue is. They are not calling out, like, okay, you keep saying don't do this. Okay, what's the thing I should not do? Tell me what's the right thing to do next. But they're not doing that. They're just, like, calling people out of anger, like, on defense mode, but not, like, with love. Like, that's what I feel personally.
Okay, thank you, Sola. Okay, I see y'all in my comments. Okay, y'all know that I usually be very I be very yes, of course you can, dark skin lover girl. I already know that about you, my friend. Of course. Okay, I want to respond to someone in the comment. Someone said, "What's the difference between like people that make think pieces and people feeling maybe off put by that and feeling like, oh, you talk about them a lot too?" I think what I'm hearing Antoinette and Sola say is that the concern is a desire for proximity, right? I can't speak for anybody else that makes think pieces. I can only speak for myself. But even when I have talked about Olandria or Nick, there have been times when I will go in and delete comments tagging them because I don't make my content for them to see and engage with. I make my content so that you all can take something from it by using them as a study, using them as what we're all looking at because we're all watching this content together. What is the lesson that I can give to you to take from it, right? I don't make and I say that a lot on my I can't speak for anybody else, but I say that a lot on my content. I don't make my content to change their minds or to have proximity to them or for them to know me or none of that shit. And what I'm hearing Antoinette and Sola say is that the difference, right, the thing that feels alarming to them or to some people, right, even if not them explicitly, is that it's like, exactly. And thank you, Be Happy for Life, is saying like, I think it's weird that you want so much proximity to these people, right? And to Be Happy for Life's point, I don't curate an echo chamber environment, which has made some people pissed off at me. Honestly, like it's made people pissed off at me. There have been times when I have openly critiqued Nick. He's probably the only one out of Nick and I don't critique Alandria, to be honest. I have very few faults with Alandria, but there have been things that I have critiqued Nick around and people have been pissed off at me, but I don't care because the goal is not for me personally to stand either one of them, but to say, hey, this is what we're seeing and this is like the lesson that you can take from it, right? So again, I can't speak for any other think pieces, but what I think I'm hearing at least them say is that the concern is not around the fact that they're making content around them. That's whatever, right? Sure. The concern is like the desire for proximity to them and relationship with them, that is where the lines get blurry and that's what people should be paying attention to. That's what I feel like I am hearing. If you all are hearing something different than that, I'm happy for you to say it in the comments, but that's what I feel like I'm hearing, is that it's not that they're making content. That's, again, whatever. It's the fact that it's like, oh, I want proximity to these people. And again, I'm not even arguing what actually happened because I don't fucking know. I don't care. I don't know if Agua the Freaky was like, baby, come on to the, I don't know. I'm not arguing that part of it. I'm just saying what I think that they are saying is different about what they're experiencing about some people versus like what you might be seeing in a think piece. And speaking only explicitly, honestly, for myself.
Can I ask a question to that?
Yes.
Tina? So is it, I mean, like for me, when it came to them, I think some of the Avengers or their fans, I'm not even sure who is who, to be quite frank, but I think unfortunately some of them were on that fear of missing out type of thing. It was a 2-for-1 type of deal, right? You know what I'm saying? Where you could, I think some of them think, well, if I have an opportunity to meet them and they're allowing opportunities to meet them, I would love to be able to meet them and meet these other people who I've grown to get to know on TikTok. I don't know, and again, I say that to say I don't know how much they know each other and but I think it was more of a, oh my goodness, we all can be together type of thing, and also meet Nick and Landry and the possibility of meeting all these other islanders at one time. I'm not thinking that way because I'm nowhere near of ever doing that. You know what I'm saying? But I think the people that put in that work when I was just someone who liked the comments that they did or whatever the case, I understand now, let's say after this, they're going to go follow them at all other Greek Fest or whatever other meet and greets or what it may be. But that's when I think I would have a little bit more worry about their proximity. But I don't see it as much of a problem when it was like a 2-for-1 where I actually want to meet these other people that we've all been in this kind of together, or we've all gone through some similar experience of getting the backlash or other stands coming at us at the same time, meeting all these other people. Yes, they're regular people that became celebrities, but to them, I mean, even to us, they still have all this following. You know what I'm saying? People are still following them around. People are, I get it. I get what you're saying. I think I would get more worried if now they're interfering with their daily lives and their work and their own lives to go say, I'm going to follow these people and become an actual stalker.
No, yeah.
You know, that's why I may have to question. I have to
I
question
agree.
myself.
I agree. And again, y'all are educating me because I tell y'all all the time, I don't be fucking knowing. Like once I decided I didn't actually have anything else to say about the Islanders, I was like, yeah, I don't have anything else that like I care to talk about them right now. Like if something really important happens or like something big happens,
Yes.
I might be like, oh, I want to like dissect that, but like I just don't have anything else to say right now. So I don't be fucking knowing. So y'all are educating me as to what happened. So thank y'all for correcting me in the comments. It was not Aqua de Freaky. It was yes, thank you. Yeah.
And
Thank
also, Tina, I'm not sure where you were these past few days, but I do know you're on Love Island People right now, and I'm trying to catch up. It's been a rough season for me to watch through. So Potomac. Now, would you ever consider watching Salt Lake by any chance? Because I need you to talk about them women. Sorry,
Y'all
y'all.
actually
That's
got
it.
me on Salt Lake. I can't even lie. I was
Please, it's so good. I need you to catch up.
Lord.
Beginning though, she's starting at the beginning, so we
Oh,
have to.
it's okay. It's gonna take you through it. But hey, girl, when you catch up, please let me know because I would love to hear your thoughts on some of these girls
You
and
got
their
it. You got
husbands.
it. You got it. I haven't been making any videos because I know the other seasons are so old at this point, but I did start watching it from season 1. Mary is a fucking trip. But
She's
I
a
can
trip.
make videos if y'all want me to along the way as to like what I'm thinking about them. But I know that y'all are already gonna know some things as true.
I'm good with your thoughts, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I want to know your perspective on it because I want to see if what I was thinking at the time was what you picked up on.
Okay, I'm happy to. Okay, y'all, I am going to get more strict again on my panel than I was just now. But I am going to let me see. My subscribers up here right now are Dark Skin Lover Girl. So I'm gonna have Nola, I definitely will give it. I will have Dark Skin Lover Girl go next. It's gonna be 5 for subscribers, 3 for non-subs. Also, somebody asked me what I had for dinner. I had rice, salmon, and Chris made like a squash and Brussels sprout veggie mix. Okay, there we go. Okay, Dark Skin Lover Girl, would you give your thoughts, and then I'm gonna come back to you, Viva.
Okay, I'm kind of nervous. Hey, y'all. I'm just trying to comment on the proximity. So for Nick Landry Corps, I was in both lives, and of course, I donated. They were not begging or asking or looking for handouts or crowdfunding. What happened was everyone was in their life asking why they weren't invited. And then when they found out, because while the live was on, Greek Fest announced that Nick would be doing a Greek Fest in LA. So then everyone, the chat were saying, hey, you guys should go to that Greek Fest and we will donate, because Kaniva, one of the co-founders of Nick Landry Corps, isn't working. So, she's been looking for work. And so that's when we offered for her to go. And for the EJ situation, I hate when everyone goes online and calls him a stalker. This man has been advocating for both Shelly and Alandria. And when Alandria found out about supposedly his problematic past, and she addressed it on Twitter, he didn't turn against her. He actually supported her and said that he understands if she needs to stay away from him or whatnot. Whereas other people that if she has called them out or has said something, they would have at that point turned against her. He didn't do that. He didn't disrespect her. He didn't make any of his followers or any of that sense turn against her. He's actually supported her. He crowdfunded to go, once again, the chat asked them to go to Greek Fest. They weren't going to go to the Agua party. They were actually nervous. They were so nervous. Everyone's talking about, oh, well, they've already met Nick and Alandria. Why do they need to go again? If those are their faves, it doesn't matter. You can go 100 times. I like Megan Thee Stallion, and every time she has a concert, I'm going to go. Even if I met her 20 times, I'm still going to go. I think that it's just unfair because Nick Landria Core has always supported them. I know that some people feel like when you run a fan page, you shouldn't show your face or you shouldn't be involved in it. Once again, they are young, but this is their first fan page. And other than them having an interview one time and then them, whenever they met up with Alandria in Maryland or DC, wherever they were, they never really post about themselves. It's always about Nick and Alandria. And then they do their own edits. So I just think that it's unfair to give them grace. I don't think they want to be in proximity. They were very nervous. I think that we in the chat forced them to go, and then it all got turned upside down because some people feel like things should be ran their way. And some people think that things should go this way, and some people think that things should go that way. In fact, Nick really likes them. He was actually surprised that they didn't come. He was asking about them. So that's my only thought. Hi, Tina. Love you.
I love you too, Dark Skin Lover Girl. If y'all don't know, Dark Skin Lover Girl is super generous, so that doesn't shock me at all that she was in the live giving. And again, like, I only know what you all are telling me about this, so I appreciate y'all's context and offering all of the extra information around it. Okay, Viva, will you please share your thoughts?
Thank you, Tina. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I hope you're having a good day. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I know it's coming to an end, but I'm not gonna act like I know all that's been going on with TikTok and the lives and the Avengers, because if I'm being completely honest, I watched Love Island pretty late, like in the summer, maybe like towards the end of June. And then once I finished, because I like to binge things and I finish at my own pace, then I downloaded TikTok for the very first time because I still wanted crumbs. Like, I still wanted to see their engagements with each other. I didn't care about anything else aside from Nick and Alandria. So the only few pages I follow are fan pages. So She Said Heal, Nick Alandria Core, Nick Alandria Hub. Like, that's all I cared about. And in the instance that I did see something else on my like For You page, it was an Avenger. It was them promoting them, showing love, showing support. And I always thought that was really cute. So I'll never take away from the fact that like they have been pivotal in Nick and Alandria's success, especially with brands. Like, I would never take that away from them because they were doing a lot of work for free, is what I believe. I feel like they were supporting them and getting them all this traction on the other side of the internet without any form of compensation, as far as I know. But my whole thing is like, I don't want that to turn into, and maybe this is where the conversation of entitlement comes in, is because yes, you can dedicate your entire summer to, making a page dedicated to two individuals who don't know you and just sending them love. That's a beautiful thing. But I don't know, maybe I'm confused in where the motives end up changing or things like that. And the reason I say that is because I'm just like, I believe in doing good things for people without like expecting much in return, I guess. And from what I'm hearing from like different perspectives, it seems like maybe it was a Twitter thing, but like people expecting like, oh, I put in this work, you're supposed to give me something back. Like, where am I reaping my benefits? And I'm just like, okay, if that's the kind of person you're, I don't even like think that's a bad perspective to have. But it is like, okay, so why do you really care so much about this whole thing? Is it because you need your name out there? You need recognition? And then I was like, well, wait, isn't that kind of what social media is? Like, you're on TikTok because you want to be seen, you want to be heard, you have an opinion, you want to share, you want to be seen. You know what I mean? So to think that that doesn't come into play in some of these engagements is a bit naive, you know what I mean? But I started, because I was always in it for the cutesy stuff. And I would see Avengers stuff every now and then. But when I saw, like, I think she's an attorney. I don't know her name. But I had seen a few of her TikToks and they were cute. But then I saw one where she was like, "Oh, I'm making a Nicolandria masterclass." Does anybody know what lady I'm talking about? She's the attorney part of the Avengers.
A
Mystic
masterclass
Attorney.
about what?
Okay, she made
Okay,
a
that's
saw that.
Mystic Attorney is who you're talking about.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Nikki. Yeah, so she made a master class and I kind of like skipped through it and then I went back. I was like, wait, what's that? And then it's like you paid for her to teach you about the marketing strategies that she's, because I guess she's like a contracts lawyer. And I was like, wait, like when did it become about that? And I was, so then I was like, okay, I'm not going to pay attention to her page anymore. But with this whole like, what is it, crowdfunding people are talking about, I only saw a snippet of like, I guess, Nicolandria Core and like Sharon and a few others, and they were giving out their Cash App. But I was under the assumption that's because they all had, invites from Agua and, they just needed to figure out their housing situation. So I don't really know where that conversation went, but, I think my biggest curiosity is like, what are the real like motives for vouching for Nicolandria so hard this whole time? Is it because you were, hoping to gain that proximity eventually, or what? Because, even with Nick and Alandria following some of these people, it's like, okay, they're giving you all this stuff, Nick and Ola, which we love, but don't be surprised if they expect you to give them something at the end of the day, because they've been putting in a lot of work for y'all. So that blurring of the lines of friendship, fans, business, it's like it's getting muddy. And I think there really needs to be something, situated and soon, so it doesn't like affect anybody negatively. But yeah, and also my last comment, and then I'm gonna leave it alone. Aside from the fact that I'm kind of new to stan culture, I kind of like what I like, whether it's music, artists, and when it gets weird, I always step out. But things within the like community, as far as comments about aunties, I'm 24 years old, so maybe I'm not supposed to be talking about this, but I always thought it was weird because it was like me and my mom would be watching the show and she likes it just as much as me, and I'm like, wait, is that weird? Like now aunties are like this. It's like this comment that you see where it's like, oh, the aunties are being weird, the aunties are doing this, and I'm like, damn, like, wait, why? What's up with the division? Because now it's giving ageism. It's getting weird, and I agree with who was talking earlier about we cannot police people's actions. We can't control who people give their money to online. People spend money what they want to do with it. Like if you paid them, that's fine. I'm not controlling you on that. I don't think we should control people, but I do think we should get back to the original point at hand, which is sending love and like focus to Nick and Alandria and their endeavors together, separately. That's all I care about. I don't care. I'm not paying nobody to get on no plane. But if you do, you do. And that's lovely. But, I'm not doing that. I barely paid for the subscription to watch Nick and Ola's live. I was like, I got bills and I love them. But that's why I stay for my crumbs though. I always get my crumbs. But that's it. Thank you, Tina.
Of course, Biba, I do want to respond to y'all in the comments. Absolutely, people are saying auntie in a way to be ageist. I'm sorry, y'all, forgot that y'all had said this in the comments earlier. Our influencer is an influencer, someone that's just on social media building a following. I would say no. An influencer explicitly exists to influence, right? And so not everybody that is yapping on here is trying to influence people around things. Some people are just some people are just educating. Some people are just right. They're not necessarily influencing. Is often tied to some sort of monetary goal, right? So whether it's like, I'm influencing you to like buy this product, or I have a brand deal with this one, or whatever, right? A lot of people are simply creators, and those are different things, right? I believe that content creators and influencers are different things. Like, yeah, so like I tell y'all all the time on here, I had no idea that people, if you go back and watch my old videos, I have videos about how like sometimes I wish people would not watch my stuff. I just be talking, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, like people now are engaging with my content, right? But then I built a little community on here. I like y'all. I'm like, oh shit, that's cool. I like them. I'll kick it with them. I'll talk to them, you know, but like I actually like not, I don't think everybody on here, I know dark skinned lover girl, not everybody on here that's like talking is really trying to necessarily like become an influencer. So I do think that those are different things. Yeah, I know y'all were like trying to tell me to make a Twitter and contact Alandria. Like y'all were trying to get me to do a lot of things, and I have to just know like why do I do it, right? And so but yeah, I do think that those are different things. Okay, Trini, Kimmy, please.
Tina, can I go at some point as well? I just have some thoughts as well.
Yes, I'm gonna do Trini, MNT, MNU. Okay. All right, go ahead, Trini, Kimmy. Okay, go ahead, T. I'll come back to you, Trini, Kimmy. Go ahead, T. Share your thoughts.
Sorry, couldn't get off mute fast. But I was one of the aunties, I guess, by age. And so I was on Mama Lana's live when they were collecting money for some of the, Sharon and a couple others that already had tickets and got invites. And, she's a teacher, so I didn't think it was a big deal overall. I'm not somebody that has ever participated in fan culture. I just like to give my thoughts on social media. So I thought I had followed a lot of these young people over the summer and gotten just like Viva said, just crumbs over the summer because I also don't subscribe to them. That's just not, I don't take my fandom that far. But I thought that them collecting money to go, because it was literally Monday night for something that they had to be there by Friday if they wanted to go to Greek Fest and Agua. And some of these people were coming as far as Atlanta or Maryland. So I didn't think that was a big deal. And so I was kind of surprised when it blew up the next day. I was like, oh, where did this come from? And so, but I do agree with Antoinette and others that says, sometimes proximity is getting a little scary. I was one of the people that said when they first got out of the villa, we shouldn't DM or tag them because then it gets into giving them an unsolicited advice. And you have what happened with Alandria saying, please stop. I have this. I understand what I'm supposed to do. I'm a grown up. And, stop attacking people in my behalf. And then also, getting off of Twitter eventually after what blew up on Wednesday or Thursday. So I'm glad that it turned out to be a very positive event. I've seen a lot of the videos and the clips, and it seemed to be very positive. So I didn't have any problem with that. And plus with Nick Alandria Core, they've done a great job with their fan page all summer. I could see how they were kind of hurt that they weren't invited, but I come from a different generation of sometimes you're not invited to every party. That is, it is what it is. So I understand them being upset. And then, I also didn't think they should have reached out to Alandria to tag or DM her. So that was my issue with them on that. But everybody makes mistakes. EJ made a mistake this summer. He just went a little bit too hard and got carried away. They made a mistake by tagging her and DMing her. We have to these are very young people, and a lot of them just deserve grace. So that was my whole take on it. And this is why, as soon as I got out of the villa, I said, do not DM or tag them. And everybody said I was being an auntie and overreacting. So I guess I turned out to be right. So this is where we get 4 months later, we're like still fighting. So it's ridiculous. But I'm glad that the event went great. I saw Nick got to DJ and it was so cute. And Alandria looks so cute. And I just like to follow them because I'm also grew up in Alabama and I think Alandria is just great. So I'm also somebody who has criticized Nick and Alandria and her discernment a little bit over the summer with Taylor. I was like, okay, we're going to have to get this together. And so I think it's nothing. You can still love somebody and say one criticism about them or two or three. And Nick and Orlando were my number ones from day one. I thought they were my favorite girl and boy, regardless if they were together or not. So I just want to express that I think it's okay to have criticism, but also I don't think it's okay for me to go to Alandria on Twitter and criticize her personally in her own personal comments. If if I'm on Tina's live and say something, that's fine, but I shouldn't go to her in person. So I think
Yes.
that's when we kind of getting off the rails. And I so agree with Antoinette. I am worried for their safety. Even Nick a little bit more than Alandria, because he's so free with his location. And these girls at these Greek Fest remind me of girls at boy band concerts back in the 90s and 2000s. And these girls are getting scary. So I'm actually more concerned about him because he seems not concerned. I'm like, at least Alandria knows that it seems like she has a healthy amount of fear, which is good. So I think they need to increase security. And I don't think they should be as scared as of Nick Alandria Core, the Avengers. I think it's strangers or people at home that are harboring these obsessions and just or think that he shouldn't be with Alandria or all this other stuff. I'm more worried about those people, and the racist comments that I've seen online is just extreme and very scary. And like, we were talking about Dr. Umar earlier, that only could increase that. So that kind of stuff needs to stop, and they do need to increase security, and regardless of what happened over the weekend. And that's my thoughts. And I think it was a great weekend, and I wish that people could see the positive and the positive of this community. I thought people crowdfunding for Nick Alandria Core and for some of the Avengers, I thought it was super sweet. And $20, $30, $100 by some of the aunties is no amount of money for everybody to be concerned about and get upset about. So that's my take. And like I said, I've enjoyed the summer, especially with all the Black ladies I know from across the globe. It's been exciting, from South Africa and the UK. And so it's just, I love that kind of stuff. And I just think this community we've created has been great. And I don't want people to let a couple bad incidents change that. And I don't call it crowdfunding, actually. I actually called it people offered to help on both lives. And it wasn't anybody that thought they deserved it at that point. I think people did get entitled later, but that's between TikTok fandom, Twitter fandom. And I don't have Twitter. I think it's a cesspool of racism. And whenever you can use the N-word, I'm not going to be there. So I'll leave it at that. I thought Alandria should have got off 3 months ago. So but like I said, nobody wanted my opinion. So I didn't give it.
We like it. Thank you for sharing that, T. Yes, Ivy and Mish, I did talk about Umar earlier. I am going to post the live. We can run it back at some point as well. Nikki, I know that you have thoughts that you would like to share.
Yeah. So if you want me to play can you hear me okay?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just not at home. So if you want me, I'm not far, but if you want me to go back and replay the video, I'm happy to, do that. Just let me know. But I just wanted to kind of bring it back to the initial conversation about content creation and stan culture. So this is new. This is a new way of going about stan culture. And what I find, and I would love your thoughts on this, Tina. I understand so many different perspectives of the concern, with people who have started stan pages and are now, using those stan pages to, gain more traction or to advertise their own personal things. That hasn't happened. And the Read is a really good example of that, right? With Kid Fury and Crystal, they are huge Beyonce stans. If Beyonce comes with an album, the next 2 to 3 episodes will all be all about that, right? But they have been doing this for 10 years, and just recently, within the past maybe 3 or 4, just met her mother. You know what I mean? Like just met her mom. So it's kind of like, not, of course, Alandria and Nick are nowhere near a Beyonce. But it does raise the question of what we as a society, with the era of TikTok being video, um, and content creators, what it means to you know, uh, where those lines are blurred. Are they wrong, for wanting to promote their own stuff? And, is it appropriate for them to have a stand page and also be known? Because I know Beyonce has several stand pages. I don't know who runs them. Same with I don't know who runs them at all. A lot of artists. So I don't know if they're social media managers or just people that just wanted to build community in that way. So I do find it, I'm curious about where we go in society as far as having access to people, that we deem to love, or are curious about, and how that is shaping how we are in community and in conflict with that. Because a lot of things are true. A lot of these concerns are very, very valid. There is, disappoint. They can, like, yes, I was disappointed, honestly, that Nickelandia Carr wasn't there, because honestly, they're doing work that I don't want to do. Like, they're doing work that I go there to, stay updated. So yes, so I don't necessarily think this is necessarily about solely about, people not getting invited to a party. I think it's more of a question of why people are doing it, what the expectation of it is in this new era of stan culture. I'm still trying to figure that out, and I kind of wanted to know your take on that.
I think that's a great question. And I know Trini Kimmy, you want to respond to the first thing. I'm going to come to you to do that. But I think it might be interesting to hear from a few panelists around this. I think it is. I think it's an interesting question to say, because here's the thing. I'm about to give y'all maybe a shake the table take, right? I think that some people feel like stands, and I hate the word stand, but like fan pages, I'll say fan pages, that fan pages are supposed to be these selfless people, that it is all supposed to be in service to the celebrity that they are fanning around, right? And so they are not supposed to ever gain anything from that. I think that some people feel like it's supposed to just be about propping up these celebrities. And I'm sorry, you're never going to convince me to believe. You're never going to convince me as a 39-year-old to believe that it is the job of lower wage people to prop up millionaires and billionaires. You're never going to get me personally to believe that. And so I am never going to be mad at somebody for getting a bag how they need to get a bag. I'm never going to be mad at that personally. Okay. That is my own personal opinion around that. So for me, it's like, I'm like Jamila was saying, like, a lot of the Avengers, because y'all, again, I appreciate y'all keeping me abreast. Jamila was saying, like, a lot of the Avengers, they became popular from just like sharing their opinions, and people are resonating with their opinions. A lot of like what my experience was like, right? I'm just fucking yapping on the internet about Love Island season 7. And then here come these people that are like, oh girl, we want to hear what you have to say. And I'm like, for real? So like, I get that. I understand that. I don't consider them to be influencers. Now, I don't follow them, so I have no idea what they're doing on their pages. But from what I know about them, I wouldn't consider them influencers. I consider them content creators, and I don't think it's anything wrong with getting paid for their labor. Okay, you're never going to convince me that it's something wrong with, number one, getting paid for your labor, period. But especially as a fucking Black person in the United States of America, you're never going to convince me that you should not be getting paid for your labor. Okay, and so I don't think it's anything wrong with them choosing to monetize with the amount of content that I'm sure they are putting out for the public, right? They are sharing thoughts, they are sharing opinions, even if it's shit that you don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's anything wrong with that. So I would say that I think it's a double edged. So I think it's a double edged. Not don't want to say it's a double edged sword. I think it's complicated, right? I agree, Gia. I do not believe in free labor. Okay. I agree, KP. The get the bag, but the crash outs and tantrums are the problem. Um, Erica, you're so funny. Listen, for me, I think I don't think it's even anything wrong with monetizing a fan page. If you never show your face and all you're doing is posting edits and posting the people and you have millions of followers, why should you not get money for doing that work? Why should you not get money from that? Right? I don't understand that thought process. That's work. You know what I mean? And I don't work for free, right? I also don't think it's anything wrong with if you happen to become popular and now you are at a place where you can monetize on TikTok, them choosing to do that. A lot of you all know that like I have a subscription because y'all are like, why are you not monetized? We want to hear these hot takes. And so I made things to cater to the audience that was engaging with my content, right? And I don't think it's anything wrong with them choosing to do that. I'm sure that lots of people are asking them for some of the things, right? For those of y'all that engage with our content, you know, Dark Skin Lover Girl, yes, we begged you to. Exactly. Like, I don't think it's anything wrong with that inherently. So I would say that I think, you know, we really need to understand that this is, you know, this is not the early 2000s. This is not, you know, the late 90s, where, you know, people were just, you know, and I mean, let's keep it about two. Let's keep it about two, because if we think back to late 90s, early 2000s, people that were fans that were having the hot tip or the hot gossip, they were selling that shit to the tabloids too. They were also getting a bag for their information and for their data, right? It just looked different, right? But now we have social media. We have it where people can eliminate as much as possible the middle person, right? And get to their bag. And I'm not going to be mad at that, because I know, as someone that fell into content creation, like I was not, y'all know, I was not trying to like be a content creator. I fell into it. I know the work that it takes to produce high quality content for the people following you that care about what you have to say. And I don't think it's something wrong with them getting money from that, right? I think that we have to be willing to, as the zeitgeist change, to also change, right? And so what may have been the norm in the late 90s, early 2000s it might look different now, and that's okay. And I do think, again, that having the conversation around boundaries, and not even explicitly just about Nick and Alandria, but just in general, how we do boundaries when we're engaging with celebrities, I think that is a valuable conversation as well. I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I'm going to keep bringing us back to the weirdos that fucking found their Airbnb, right? I have said before that I feel like they should set healthy boundaries with us, which I actually feel like they've done a really relatively good job around, right? So I don't think it's anything wrong with also having that conversation about like, okay, where are their boundaries? Where are our boundaries as fans, right? Like, how do we be in healthy relationship with our appreciation and like for them, right? Versus maybe being a little overzealous and going too far. Okay, Trini, Kimmy, you figured out how to, and okay, I will say that no issue with monetizing. It's propping themselves up to promote their music is weird. I don't have any idea how it was happening, y'all. I'm only listening to what y'all are telling me, right? I will say that I don't disagree that if they are using the fan page to then censor themselves, that can be a little bit weird. And I'm going to throw something in, and is this not what Lil Nas X did? Didn't his page on Twitter initially start as a stan page, as a barb, and then he eventually like cleaned it up and then made it his like personal propping up of himself page? Is that not how he built his? So like, and it's a tried and true formula, and so I understand people wanting to be like, I'm about to do that shit too. Okay. Trini, give me
Hello, I apologize for earlier. I am one of the aunties and I don't know how trying to figure out how TikTok works. But anyway, so I never comment. I always lurk in the comment section, but I just wanted to say I was very disappointed with the discourse that started happening Monday. It started happening like after Olandria had her live, and she asked people to stop fighting, stop with the discourse, stop with the long explanations of stuff because it looks bad on her. It looks bad on Nicolandria as a community, and people did it anyway. And I was disappointed by that. I try and stay on the positive side. I'm not on. Haven't been on Twitter for years. I'm on Threads, and sometimes it like the negativity bleeds into Threads, and I hate that. And when everything happened, when Agua Deca Freaky announced their winners, people were mad at the two people that won, which was like, that's not how a contest works. The people that won are the people that won. Like, keep it moving, right? And then the people that got invited, people were mad at the people that got invited. And I'm like, why can't we just be happy for people? And if you want to give money, give money. If you don't want to give money, then don't give money. You don't need to go on lives and drag these people. And I even tried to defend the Sharon in a live, and they were just making stuff up. And I think that's the problem. Like, people were jealous and they were just making things up, because I was in Mama Lona's live when people were donating money and they were telling them, no, we don't want the money. They were giving them a lot of pushback about the money, but people were making it sound like these people were like begging for money. And just one more thing about EJ. I have a special place in my heart for EJ because he's from Brooklyn and he's a West Indian and he's young, and I'm very proud of everything he's been doing in college. He is reactive, and I understand him being reactive because he's from Brooklyn and he's a West Indian. So I give him grace for some of the things that he does, but I think that he will grow. And I think the EJ online is not the same EJ in person, because I don't think there's any way that he could accomplish everything he's accomplished with the behavior he has online. I think if you leave him alone, he'll leave you alone. But he's reactive, but he's young. So I think that he'll probably learn from these things and he'll grow. And I just wanted to thank you for giving a platform that's organized and that everyone can speak and feel heard. All right. So that's it.
Thank you, Journey Kimmy.
Tina, I wanted to comment on what you said about getting paid with the fan page. So I agree with everything you say, and I think that speaking for Nicolandria, or I'm not speaking for them, I'm sorry, for just what was going on with them, or Sharon or EJ or anyone that during the summer was speaking about Nicolandria, I think that what happened was they came into the bag. It wasn't what they were looking for, but because they grew a fan page from liking their faves, they were able to monetize from it. And I don't think that that's anything wrong with that. And it might just be the Gemini in me that just goes with the flow on things. But I think that everyone, just like what Nick says, everyone should eat. Nick and Elandria did not have an issue with it. They still don't. When they came out, they seen that people were making shirts of their images, making money from it on TikTok shops. And they never said, oh, well, that's our likeness, don't do that. I'm not even sure if they could, because it's TV. So, but they had no issues with it. So they understand that everyone can eat. Some of these TikTok shops that were selling the shirts, or some people that are selling the shirts, we don't even know who they are. It could be big names, because anyone can make a TikTok page, So what's the issue with these young people, EJ and Sharon and Nicolandria Core, taking advantage of something that they were doing for fun, but that they were enjoying the show for fun, and people tuned in and followed them because of their takes. So I agree with everything you say. I don't think that fan pages have to necessarily hide their face or not be seen. I will say that Nicolandria Core did not typically focused on themselves. They had their own personal pages. They have their things that are going on. I know that one of them is Nigerian, and she makes Afro beats. And so she promotes her music on her own page. It never bleeds in with Nick Core. And if it did, I wouldn't think there was any problem with it. Just like how they're on Twitch, and you can subscribe to their Twitch, and that money goes to them, right? So they go on Twitch, and they will talk about what happened with Nick and Alandria, and you can subscribe to them. But you, as a subscriber that subscribes, you understand that you're giving money to them. You know, you're not giving money to Nick and Alandria, just like how when you subscribe to Nick and Alandria, you know that you're giving money to Nick and Alandria. And also, it's my fucking money. If I want to give it to whoever I want to give it to, why does it matter?
I will say this too, y'all, that
Can I say something?
yes, please. But I just want to respond real quick. I was a person that actually was annoyed with Love Island when the show was still on and they were making the shirts that said mommy, mama, like that actually annoyed me that they were capitalizing on something, because how dare y'all as a fucking agency, as a fucking system, how dare y'all capitalize on these people already? You're already capitalizing on them and their images. So to me, that actually offended me more that they did that. So I don't know why they didn't get no smoke. Sola, please go ahead and respond.
So you guys keep saying, oh, people are jealous, people are this, people are that. And I think that's where the issue is. You guys are always so quick to say, oh, they're jealous because of Nick and Olandra knows them. I'm following up to because of, I know how to stand properly. So I'm following a lot of people that actually follow. Like the girl that did the movie, the Nicolandra movie, the cinematic movie, Nick and Olandra follows her, but she doesn't make content about them. She doesn't talk about it. Like I think when Olandra followed her, she made a post and like, oh, Olandra follows me. That was it. She ended there. And I keep saying that like these newsstands are like giving, like front facing, like journalists giving news about something, which is fine. I think it's okay. There's nothing wrong. And I keep saying, for Nicolandra and for Ugonna and Kemba, the two of them, I was saying it, you were receiving PR packages, you were receiving a lot of love. Hate is going to come. You should be ready for that. I'm so sorry. It's sad. As much as you were getting gifts, you were getting packages, when you went for the DMV one in Greek Fest, you didn't pay for tickets, you were getting free stuffs. You are going to get hate. So I'm so sorry, you have to chalk it up. It's a very sad thing. It's bad. If you know you can't handle it mentally, that's why most stamp pages are like, you don't need to know them, because they know that like the moment you put a face, the moment they see you, they will hate on you. It's sad. It's just how life is. You just have to, you can be standing here, someone can hate you just for standing. And that's why I keep saying that like, it's not about jealousy. As much as people want to say jealousy, the way you were receiving love, you should be ready to receive the hate. It's sad. It's a very bad thing. You are not getting paid for it. That's why most of the stamp pages, they have the blue tick. So when they make any content, they can get their money from, which is a smart thing to do. If you're Nigerian like me, that's what you're supposed to do. Make your money off it if you're doing it free. But the moment you show your face and you're like talking about things, they know who you are. They will find your tick. They will find all your details. It's not hard. And why a lot of people had an issue with them is because of, they saw them, they knew who they were. They went to find their old page and TikTok, and they found their history. Oh, you were insulting Olandra, you were doing this. That was the issue. But they forgave them, and like everybody moved past that. Then what now brought it is like they now came after they said, oh, they're going on a mental break. They posted on IG like, oh, they're going on a mental break. They're not going to like be posting anymore because of the hate is too much on them, which I think that was a very smart thing for them to do. If you feel like the thing is too much for you, take a break, because as they're not paying you, take a break. But the issue is like they now went to Twitter and started insulting people. People are like, I thought you were on a mental break. So are you truly on a mental break? If you're going to insult people on Twitter, ignore them. That's what I'm saying. You can't receive the love and also not expect the hate. That's just it. I know this because I'm staying in Canada. They hate me for no reason. So at this moment, if you are working, people hate you just for standing. You should also be ready to receive the hate if you are receiving the love. And that's why I feel like I think they didn't understand how big it was going to get. They didn't think like it was going to get so big.
Yeah.
So they just thought that like, oh, everything is going to be positive. As Beyonce is big, people still hate on her. Like people have dedicated hate pages on her. There's not like people are doing that. So I'm just saying that, like, as time goes on, I felt like the moment they went on a mental break, I felt they should have just dropped their phone. But they actually went on Twitter the next minute and they were like tagging Olandra saying, "Oh, look at what your fans are doing to us. Oh, Olandra knows us. You're jealous of that because you don't know." And people are like, "Delete this thing. Delete this. Why are you tagging Olandra? You know she's complaining that we should not be
Sorry,
tagging her."
I have to dispel disinformation.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can speak after
I
you
need to
too.
dispel the disinformation. We do not know that they actually tagged Alandria. But they did put it out there kind of as a threat, for lack of better words. I wish I could have but that's just what's coming from all the hate that they were responding to. I actually agree. If you're going to deactivate the page and take a mental health break, take it from all of the socials, for your own peace. But I do need to make it aware we do not actually have confirmation that
I
they
have
One of them
tagged.
confirmation.
actually tagged
Sorry.
her on Twitter.
Ugona
Like I
tagged her
saw
on
the
Twitter.
tweets.
I was on it. I was begging her.
I've only
I was
seen
begging her to
one
delete it. I was
post.
saying she should stop it.
I've
But like
only
Ugona,
seen one post.
It was an entire thread, and they
it was an
tagged
entire
Landry.
thread. She made a thread of what her fans are doing, and that's why people were begging her, "Ugona, stop it. Stop. Don't do this. Like, take a deep breath. Come back." People were begging her. There's a whole thread of people like, delete this. Don't let Olandra see this. Don't let Olandra see this. But like, that's why I said she was in her emotions. She's human, as
Then
much as
I
people want to say.
apologize because I only saw one
That's why I kept
thread
saying.
from.
That's why I kept saying that. Like, people don't
Let
know
me
That's
the
one
thing.
finish.
time. People learn from
Let
their
me finish.
mistakes.
I just want to
That's what I'm
apologize.
saying.
I just want to apologize because I only saw one thread from Uganda. I think that's how you pronounce her name.
Ugona.
Gona. And there was no tag in that thread. So I have not seen anything like that.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of them, and that's what I said. Like, they have a different persona, which is okay. When I'm at work, I have a different persona from when I'm with my family, and that's why I said that. Like, on TikTok, they're like all positive, and which is good. But Twitter is a cesspool. Like, I've been there for a very very long time. You need to take a break. I go off and I come back, and it's too much, and that's why I said that. Like, they needed a break, which is which is okay mentally. They should have taken a break on all platforms. They shouldn't have come on, like, they should never have come on Twitter. And what happened is, like, they went to a hate tweet that had, I think, just 5 likes and said, "Oh, these people are attacking them." They kept their mouths in an issue that they were not. They were mostly, people on Twitter were like, I would like say, attack. I'm going to use attack because that's what they're doing. They were attacking mostly EJ and Shante, the girl that won. Those were the two. So Nicolandra Cole kept their mouths inside it, and people were like, "Sis, no one was talking about you. You've
Yeah.
already left Twitter." Like, so that was the issue. The issue is that we're begging her to delete it, and she chose not to delete it. The tweet is still there. She chose not to delete it, and she was now posting things that, like, me in my. I think she said, "Oh, I'm doing my nails while everyone is busy kicking over there." People are like, "That's very insensitive. We're begging you to delete something. You said your mental health is, you are really going through something." And that's why I feel like they were in their emotions, and I'm just saying we should give them grace. But at the same time, if they know they can't handle it, they can't. If they, as much as they're handling the love, if they know they can't handle the hate, they should sell the account. People do it, or give it to someone else
What?
that doesn't want to see it. Because I'm telling you, they're actually struggling mentally with this. You people think it's a joke. No one wants to get hated on. Like, people are making jest of them physically. It's not something that anyone should ever go through. And I think they did not plan on how big it would be. And that's what I'm saying, that you people keep saying everyone is jealous. I'm actually worried for them. You people are not seeing the damage of, like, people knowing who they are, that they're the ones running their accounts, and people
We
are
don't know
attacking them physically. It's sad. It's not even Orlando has like her own personal page that had over up to like 50K followers. Fans, some people actually got that account deleted. Nobody.
Okay, sorry, Sola. I had to. You were at your time already. Listen, y'all. I just want to say, right, that everybody has to be accountable for the choices they make, right? And I say this as someone that has been attacked by fan bases, okay? When I didn't even say shit, okay? The video that got them in an uproar, I literally didn't even fucking say anything. But we all have to be accountable for our choices, right? That doesn't mean that they can't hold folks accountable for their behavior, because some people are very unwell and they get on the internet acting very unwell, right? And it's obvious, right? People should not be attacking people for anything on either side. You know what I'm saying? And to your point, Sola, my older sister says to me, you don't get to take credit for your successes if you don't want to take credit for your failures as well, that you have to own all of your shit. You know what I'm saying? And so I would say that, you know, I understand like feeling concern around their mental health, and they also could choose to get off, right? Like if they're choosing to deactivate the Instagram account, then we also could stay the fuck off of X. And if we're having a hard time doing that, if that feels really challenging to do, then that's something for us to get curious about why we have so much attachment to social media, right? That's something else entirely for us to be curious about. Because again, if they took that time away, then why did you not take that time away if it is impacting you in this way? Like, you need to prioritize the care of yourself as much as you want other people to prioritize care of you. Does that make sense? Be Happy for Life, thank you for joining the panel. I want to let you share your thoughts. Let me say real quick, I see in the queue, oh, never mind. I see you. Never mind, Mish. I see you in there. I'm going to let you come up. Jude Ansel. I don't know if you mean to be in the queue requesting. Will you type something in the comments if that's on purpose so that I can know that you're a human and let you come up here? Okay. Be Happy for Life. I'm going to let you share your thoughts. And then Mish is joining our panel. So Mish, I will let you go next, my love. Okay. Go ahead. Be Happy for Life.
Yes, this is just my perspective. I followed Alandria because I like her. I like the way she looks. I like her character. I like the integrity that she has. And I hated the way that she was portrayed and treated on the show. And I remember something she said was that she wanted financial freedom. She wanted to pay off her student loans. And I think everyone is forgetting that you're there to support them. So it's okay for you to monetize and make your money. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to pay for people flights to go see them. But if you fuck up the money and you're going to brands and telling them who they should invite, who should have won, you fucking up the bag. Yeah. Like, you're going to have no one to support. And then everyone else who's content creators, they're going to be able to move on to the best thing, the next best thing. And you done messed up these people's bag because you don't know how to do business. Like, if you're going to support, I don't comment. That's just not my character, but I support with my finances because I like her and I like the way Nick treats her. So if they put something out, I'm gonna buy it. If she's selling something, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it from my sister. I'll get something from my mom because I want her to win. Like, I hated the way she was treated. So if that's everybody's goal, the fan pages can make money. Y'all can send money so people can fly out to see them and they can make more money and sell out Greek Fest tickets. But if you're going to attacking these brands, nobody will want to work with them. And they will have nothing for you to support. That's the whole thing. It doesn't matter what transpired after everything. If somebody has a contest, no, I have not seen anyone else from the show, whomever they're working with, have any contest or interact with other fans as much. So this was the first thing they did. Like, there'll be other things, but if you act like this, it won't be anything else. Like, it's the first contest. Everybody can't win everything. Like, your parents should have taught you that when you was young. Everybody don't win everything. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that blows me about the whole thing. Like, getting on lives, cussing people out, like, attacking people, like, you doing the same thing that the person you're standing went through. And then if somebody wins a contest and you found out that they're a part or were contributed to a hate train against a Black woman, no, she didn't deserve to win. You switched up because you saw people were on her. And I don't agree with that. Like, I don't care what a Black woman does. I'm not gonna publicly like down them. Like, that's just not how I rock. I don't have to support you with my money, but I'm not gonna tear you down either. So of course people are gonna be upset if someone wins and they contributed to this girl's depression and how she was treated. Like, I hate the way she was treated. That's why I want her to win so bad. Like, if you really want somebody to win, whether you're a Stan Page, whether you're an auntie, by my age, I'm an auntie, so I'm not saying it like I'm 38. And I'm just saying I'm 38 and I got my bag together. So I'm a support with my finances. I ain't got to comment. I don't have to do this. I don't have to make content because that's not my vibe. That's not what I do. If I'll get on your live, I'll watch your stuff, I'll support you, I'll like your stuff because I like you and I like the way you think and I like the way you speak, because everyone does not have to have the same opinion, and you can have conversations with maturity and understand that we all don't think alike, and that's okay as long as we're not disrespecting each other. That's the thing that blows me. Like, how are you supporting someone? You say you're supporting them, but you're putting yourself at the at the forefront, and you're making money off another person's likeness, which nothing is wrong with that, but you can't ruin their reputation behind doing that, or you're not going to make no money either. That's like what's blowing me about this whole thing. Like, who cares if you deserve to go? You didn't get to go this time, or everybody pulled for you to get your ticket. That's cool. Now you can go, but maybe you'll go to the next thing, or maybe they'll have a Christmas party. Like, that's the whole thing that I just don't understand. And nobody is jealous. Like, people are not sitting behind the phone jealous when they can book their own flights. Like, the jealousy thing blows me. Like, everybody not jealous. It's the way you.
Can I say something? Oh,
it's the way you act.
For context, real quick, just for context of, I'm sure you probably know this, but just for people that don't, this is the first time brands have actually interacted with fandoms in this way.
it is, and I think that's also a part of the problem. But I do think that they had semi-good intentions. Like, they just wanted to be a part. Nick and Andrea is such a big thing that they thought that they were being helpful by sending out extra invites, but I think that they made it messy. But they'll know next time. Like, if they do a Christmas party, they'll know for the future. But like, not to take it this far, but I do want to say, I don't think that any of the Avengers, I don't think anybody of the people who actually like Nick and Andrea, I don't think that they personally have bad intentions. Obviously, that's like 99.9%. We don't know these people the same way we don't know Nick and Landria, okay? So I won't say that anybody has 100% bad intentions. I think this is where the ultimate problem of blurring lines is standing stand pages, because despite how, I'm 30, so I get the aunties. I get the auntie now, title now too. EJ is a problem. EJ and people who talk like EJ are a problem. Yes, they were standing 10 toes down. Yes, they were standing 10 toes down behind Shelly and Alandria, but the way that he specifically and some other people did it was by calling Clark manly, misogynistic, being dang near anti-black. Literally, the girl who made the Red String Theory movie, she made a post, and she's been talking about it for weeks, well before the Agua Party, and was like, hey, people are getting parasocial. I'm not saying any names, but the line's getting crossed. And speaking about sasaengs, which is the K-pop versions of people who get too far. What does EJ do? And this is literally just this week or last week. He goes onto a live or goes onto a space and calls her a bitch immediately. Like, yeah, that messes up Nick and Alandria's bag. Like, having people like that around them. So it's like, so when we talk about these standing stand pages, you like them so much, you want them to go, not realizing that, like, despite how much the people who are supporting the people supporting the stand pages, no matter how much you like them, the ultimate thing, the talent here is Nick and Alandria. If these are people who, no matter how you personally feel about it, are problematic, having consistently putting them in proximity with them messes up their bag. It's an issue of safety, because again, some like y'all, EJ is reactionary. So like, I'm not saying he's gonna do anything, but he's a reactionary person. If you are a type of person who is quick to call a woman, to say a woman looks like a man just because of a TV show, like, I don't care. Nothing Clark did deserve that. Nothing that girl with the nothing any woman has done on this show or in these lives, regular people has done to deserve to be called a bitch or called out their name in the way that EJ has done it, and some other creators who are fans of Nick and Alandria have done it. And it's like, there's a reason why people are like, this is the problem with standing stand pages. You like him so much that you're putting the ultimate goal, in theory, is Nick and Alandria. You're putting their bag and them at risk because you're so focused on these stand pages, when it's like, in reality, they were never the goal. So it's like, sure, get paid. And honestly, Stan page has been getting paid. Like, oh my gosh, the verified pages of period. Because if you follow Danny, she's like a huge Beehive Stan. They are paid. We don't know what they look like. We probably never will. And they're paid because they do the work of promoting the person that they're trying to promote, and it's not about them. The problem is a lot of these Avengers, or like this new wave of like TikTok fans, is like they put themselves in front and they make them adjacent to the talent, when in reality it's not about you. So all of your rights and wrongs get attached to them, which that's where the issue of safety, proximity, saucing behavior, that's where the lines get crossed, because it's like now all of your bad as well as your good, not just you promoting them, but also the bad things you say, that also gets attached to them. And it's not fair to them, because Alandria isn't on live calling nobody a bitch, but EJ is. You know, like Alandria and Nick aren't saying Clark like a man, but EJ is. And so EJ, when you're quick to be like, oh, I'm gonna go see them at the Greek Fest and take a picture, now you have a whole other group of stands somewhere else, like, oh look, she's in proximity with that guy, with that boy who's talking bad about Shelly. And it's like, I understand that you could spend your money on, like, I mean, just let me finish first, because I was waiting. Oh, 1 second. But like, I understand that everybody can spend their money how they want to spend it. You want to send somebody off to go see somebody else, that is your business. Just understand the bigger picture. Like, step outside of you for a second. Because I like Sharon. Oh my God, she is adorable. I'm 30. That child is probably like 22. She's adorable. Her videos are cute. Beba, that's the white girl with the Palestinian flag. She's a Nicolandria. She's adorable. And actually, the Agua party was her first ever time meeting Nick and Alandria. And I was very happy. She got an invite, by the way. So so she was supposed to be there, and it was her first time, and I was happy for her. But again, they're not making posts saying nasty things about other people. They're also not like, and even if they monetize their content, fine. But they're not doing anything that compromises Nick and Alandria. The problem is when you start standing them, if ever they did do something bad or weird, it gets tacked on to Nick and Alandria, because we put so much focus on them when it shouldn't be there to begin with.
Real
Yes,
quick.
I think. Go ahead, Jamila. Let me let Jamila respond. Then I'm gonna say something. Then Applesauce Lover, I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead, Jamila, real quick.
Wait, but before we
Again, I
go,
think
can I do housekeeping real quick? Can I do housekeeping real quick? We are at Tina. I don't have my glasses. Where we at?
125.
125. Can we get to 150, please? Like, we've been here for a while. We need to, she's being very gracious and letting us get our shit off, y'all. Where's Gigi? My God, where is Gigi? No. My God.
Yes, please
Gigi,
tap up
where
the
you
live.
at? Please tap the live like, so we can stay on a little longer. She's been so gracious. Chris has been so gracious. So let's at least do that. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, Jamila, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Yes. So again, I understand what EJ did, quote unquote. I'm a little confused on how we keep thinking this is going to affect Nick and Lynch. I get it, but to say that one person, can I be quite honest, during that whole time when he got on Alandria's live, with all that happening, she still interacted with him. With all that happening, Shelly still interacted with him. I can't control, or they can't control, what other people view of them people. They can only control. That's why Shelly kind of did her own thing this entire time, to be quite frank. So I keep thinking, I keep wondering, like, again, I don't see how exactly it's messing up their bag when we don't know that to be true or not, because the brands haven't said that to us or not. Alandria warns us, hey, she doesn't want that happening. Whether she heard it or not, I don't know. But after that entire situation that happened with EJ, she continued to still interact with him. Again, I can't. I think we have to go from, we gotta at least hope people learn, and if you don't like it, move on. Like, don't engage, don't support, don't block. I mean, but to keep trying to have control over everyone in a fan group, it's just getting out of control. Not even Alandria could do that for her, and it's her stance. I also don't think there's a problem with wanting to support the stands. Not all these pages started off as stan or fan accounts. They had their own names. They were giving their own opinions, and people started to, I think a lot of people were searching for the support or for someone to defend Shelly and Alandria. And once they found people, they flocked to them and gravitated towards them. People found who they liked and it would be crazy for me to say that I don't think has been an improvement in EJ. I'm not saying he's completely changed, but I'm not that way either. I still fall back on some things I'm still working on. And I think he saw how that negatively affected him during that time. So all I can say, whatever people say, this, that, bop, 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 but every Islander, that, again, you could choose not to engage, you could ignore, you could block and keep it pushing. I think it became a bigger deal when people decided they wanted to, again, the whole Nicolandria court thing, if they were given tickets or invited and this, that, and people decide to give them money without them asking, people are hearing things from, like, it's like a game of telephone. We're hearing it from different videos, different people. We're not all getting, not everyone's there in the live, right? So I think, again, I can just hope that they learn from this and they grow from this, and they choose to move differently in the future, because clearly it didn't help. That's all. I just think we got to take, this whole EJ thing is getting a little wild. Let's let it go.
Can I respond, please, about what she said? As far as, like, you said, we don't know if it's messing up their bag. Like, come on, be for real. Like, we're all adults, and and business is business. Like, I do business. There are several people that were on this have done things, and you don't see them having any brand deals. And just like you say, if we don't like it, we can not engage. Well, you're up here having a conversation. This is a conversation. I don't like, one thing I don't like is a cult mentality. Like, people are free thinkers, and people don't have to think like you. And if they don't, just like you can say your piece, she could say her piece, I could say my piece, and everybody else can too. Everybody ain't got to agree with you.
I completely agree. I'm not asking for people. I'm just
So
saying
if you don't, just like we can move on, you can move on too. We could be moving on together.
You're so right. Again, I'm just giving
But
my
to
opinion. I just don't think it's helping.
saying that you don't think that acting in a manner where you're, let's unfollow this brand, let's do this, or attaching yourself to certain behaviors will not affect your money. Just like I'm not gonna go in and curse out my boss and expect to get paid. I'm an accountant. I'm not gonna go in and fuck up my numbers and expect to get bonuses. Like, business is business, and how you conduct business is very important. That's why a lot of people from this same season are not having the success that they're having, because of the way their fans have behaved.
Again, we don't, unless we take a poll, and we absolutely know, I think for Huda and some other Islanders, we absolutely know for multiple reasons why she's not getting the brand deals that she's getting. Even, unfortunately, Sierra's getting invited to things, even though we don't agree with it or not. So to say, Nick and Alandria have a huge crowd again behind them. They got a lot of people. They are the motion. Brands might hurt themselves if they don't want to work with them, and we've seen that. To say that Huda's fans alone, they were terrible. They were everywhere. They're a large amount. That's why she has millions of followers. I'm not saying for anyone to do. I mean, everyone's giving their opinion, right? I was just giving my opinion. All I can say, we've been talking about him all summer, and he still hasn't stopped. You get what I'm saying? Like, he hasn't stopped posting, and he's still getting to meet them. And this is, I can only take my cue from the people who are actually who are being affected by EJ. And they're still moving along with him. You get what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why I can only do so. We can only say so much about him and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. Clearly, they're still willing to have him in their proximity because he's still able to do that. So I'm going to just take my cue from the actual people who are being affected. You know what I'm saying? I understand we may not like it and da-da-da-da-da-da. But they were asking, where's the pages? Where are the supporters? Themselves.
Them allowing themselves to still be in proximity doesn't.
Everybody mute up real quick. Pause. Okay, y'all have unfortunately conjured up a Huda stand, so please be mindful with saying names in the live. Okay, y'all know it's like Beetlejuice over here. Okay, and now one of them is in the comments, y'all. So please be careful, because we don't like them being over here with us. They are not invited into our space. Okay, so just be mindful, y'all. I also want to let Applesauce Lover respond. I do want to say that again. I think it's like Beetlejuice over here, Biba. It is nuanced, y'all. Like, I think it's here's what I'll say real quick. Yes, she's Hula Hoop or Honda Civic or Hulu or anything else with an H, but we don't say that girl name unless my one follower comes in here that is their name for real. But okay, it is nuanced, right? We cannot act like we didn't watch Michelle get a whole ton of flack when EJ showed up at her event, right? Like we all watched that online, even though that man had already bought the ticket, he paid to be there. People made it Michelle's fault because they didn't like what that man had said online. And so the reality is there are always going to be people, because they are hoping for a thing to not fucking like you about, that are going to say, see, look, and she's still getting brand deals, right? But so I think that both of these things can be true, that we can say it is maybe a stain, and that we don't want to, as people that love Nick and Alandria, right? Oh, we love them so much, or whatever you feel about them, right? Maybe you just like them so much, whatever the fuck, right? You don't want them to have any mud on them, right? You don't want them to have I don't want to give nobody no extra nothing, right? Which was the whole critique about Alan in that interview, right? Is motherfucker, you knew what motherfuckers had to say about them. Why the hell would you get on there and give anybody any goddamn ammunition, right? And so I think that some people are saying, oh, some of these people might be ammunition to other people against them, and we don't want that for them. I think that's fair. I think that's valid. And I think it's also fair and valid to say, and motherfuckers are still getting to their bag, right? So I think both of those things can be true. Applesauce lover, I want to let you clock it, Jamila. Applesauce lover, I want you to go ahead and share your, and I would say too this about Jamila, right? I would say this too, Jamila. And Michelle is still with Ace. Even after that, I can't control who they want around them. People did also say, a lot of people have made the argument that the reason why Michelle's bag is not as big as it would have been is because of her connection to that man. Right? So I think we can say it is a bit nuanced, right? That like, yes, she's still getting a bag, and people are like, but because of her proximity to him, that has impacted the bag. And so people might be feeling that way about some of the content creators wanting proximity to these our faves, right? Okay. Applesauce lover, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Hi, yeah, so I definitely agree with everyone, but I definitely want to take a more compassionate approach. Like I had a similar approach to Antoinette beforehand because I was on Twitter and I understood like the drama. However, I realized like at the end of the day, kind of like what Jamila was saying is that we can't control everyone's behavior. So I know a lot of people always talk about like Nicki fans or even Swiftie fans, even Beehive fans. These are I remember Beyonce telling her friends to stop bullying people, and Beyonce's friends told her to shut the fuck up. So I think people need to understand. Oh, sorry, excuse my language, but that's what they did on Twitter.
I didn't know that.
And so I think people need to understand when it comes to fan culture is not built. Obviously, the fans are kind of curated by the content which the creator builds, but at the end of the day, it's really the fans that build the culture. So like the Twitter Nicolandrians, the TikTok Nicolandrians, they're the ones building the culture. And so now our favorites or our creators have to then kind of curate themselves based off what we like. And so I think I'm taking it in a different perspective, that brands at the end of the day, they're trying to sell things to us. That's how I'm seeing it. So EJ, like you were saying, is contributing to the Greek Fest. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who gave EJ the money to go to Greek Fest. At the end of the day, that was another ticket that Nick had. And at the end of the day, people are always going to get mad at Nick for something. However, now brands know, hey, not only is Nick selling tickets, now Nicolandria fans are actually helping one another get there. So let's do more stuff so they can buy more products. And you can see how Agua, a lot of people get mad at Agua for being messy, but Agua still on Twitter is being messy. They still comment messy replies, shading different islanders and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, for brands, bad press, I wouldn't even say it's bad press. Messy press is still good press because it gets engagement from them. Agua has never seen this engagement before. And so even though there's a lot of negativity within the fandom or criticism in the fandom, Agua is just like, hey, hell yeah, a lot of people are tuning into the party now. Like, yes, keep talking about it. Agua is still reposting TikToks about the thing. They're not addressing the mess. They're just like, yes, more people are going to buy the drinks. Like, so at the end of the day, I think we need to stop, like, I feel like sometimes as fans we kind of humanize the brands instead of humanizing the fans. I feel like we're like, oh, let's not be mean to Agua, let's not be mean to Agua, let's not mess up Agua's reputation. No, we should focus more about the emotion. Like, hey, let's maybe not, even though we don't like what EJ's doing right now, maybe let's not all gang up on him on Twitter. Like, maybe he's controversial, but at the end of the day, EJ has feelings, he's still young, X, Y, and Z. But we should maybe pull EJ aside in his DMs, try to like talk to him about that. So I'm trying to be more compassionate about this because, like you said, there's nuance to the issue. And at the end of the day, EJ is still a contributor to Alandria's bag. He still buys Alandria products. He still went to Greek Fest, put another ticket in Nick's pocket. So we can't get upset at the end of the day because we can't control who's a part of the fandom. And for us to do that, that's another sense of entitlement. Yeah.
Can I just take the table for a second? Just for a brief second. Ooh, I'm about to say something crazy, y'all. Even the concern about smudging their character might be a little bit much, y'all. Why do we want to protect them in this way? Why don't we trust them to protect themselves or their management to protect them?
Exactly.
We can have the debate.
Like, why are we
I
trying to
respond to that. I like that idea, Tina.
why are we
I don't
trying
know if
to
Applesauce, were you still going?
yeah, let me
Okay.
now that you add that on, like, why are we as a fan trying to like clean up their image? Like, they paid thousands of dollars, like they're gonna make more money than us in a few years. Why are we trying to invest so much time and resources and our time into curating their brand and image? Like they don't pay CAA the top 8 niggas in CAA with Zendaya. Like he obviously paying them money and giving them money. Alandria's with DBA. She's out here hanging out with. She just hung out with Bella Thorne. Like, you think, why are we our middle class self putting our time and energy and money into curating their brand? No, you need to give me my content so you can get your monies, okay? At the end of the day. And so I think we need to stop babying them. Like, I know we joke about like, oh, we aunties and whatnot, but at the end of the day, like, we need to stop. Like, at the end of the day, we're playing into capitalism. It's okay for us to play into it, be like, yeah, I'm gonna sell them out because y'all did Alandria wrong on the show. Yes, we do that, but at the same time, we need to reality check ourselves and be like, no, these brands are playing with us. They're the ones curating these Twitter posts and TikTok posts to curate for us, so we can spend our money and like lessen our dollars in our pocket. So we need a reality check, but we also can be like delusional. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, Biba, please give us your thoughts.
No, I agree with. I honestly see the validity in everybody on this panel's like take on it, which is so cool. I really do agree with what Be Happy for Life was talking about in terms of, this whole monetization thing. And I think because I only got on TikTok and downloaded Snapchat, oh my God, please don't get on me about that. That was so embarrassing. I was like, did I really do that just to get crumbs? Because I only care about Nick and Alandria content. That's why I guess I can see why it's a little odd for people to put such emphasis on other people who just care about Nick and Alandria content, and they just so happen to dedicate their whole page to it. And when it comes to like Stan accounts monetizing off of them, I don't disagree with that. I think my curiosity is like, well, when did that start? Like, did you decide to do that from the jump once you saw their names getting traction and decide to, because I don't know the timeline of things. I don't go that far past into people's like pages like that, but I'm just like, was that the goal the whole time, with some of this proximity stuff? And the thing with the contest, I'm like, well, what were the stipulations of the contest? Wasn't it about creativity? Why does it have to be now everybody's got to be invited just because of what they've done for, Nick and Alandria? Like, wasn't it about who had the cutest costume or made the funniest video? Like, why is it now a pity party? And I just think it's funny how 1 minute we're like shaming each other for not being able to like buy Nick and Alandria's subscription on TikTok to watch their exclusive lives. And then the next minute we're like, oh, can y'all, like send so-and-so something so they can get a flight to go see Nick and Alandria? I'm like, what?
Yes.
No, I'm not doing that.
Also, I would like to say, oh, well, my mind just blanked. Oh wait, my mind just blanked. But for like the monetization, I think the Agua party. The Agua party, there was a giveaway part, like the giveaway part where it was about creativity, and then Agua also additionally was going to talk about they added another Twitter thing talking about please list your favorite Avengers. So it was going to be Avengers and then Agua people. So I think people are mad or were upset that Avengers got a lot more people.
No. That's not it.
There
Agua,
was
no. I'm saying Agua first stated, "Oh, we're going to invite an Avenger to come." Any
yes.
Nicolandra, like so, did that when they saw a lot of people were getting a lot of people coming, so they changed it to okay. Now let's make it a competition. Wear a costume, and we'll do it. That's what I'm saying. Like
I don't
Agua
think
has
they
been messy. Agua has been
I
messy
don't
on
think they
Twitter.
officially announced that they were under
No,
my connotation. I don't think they officially announced that they were shifting it to a giveaway, but there was the Avengers part, and I think a lot of people assumed there was the Avengers part and the giveaway part because
and that's
first
what
it
I'm
was
saying. They didn't clarify. They
yeah,
started with the Avengers one. Then they now when they saw that,
then they
like
did a
I'm not
giveaway
joking.
part.
Like Tina, they had a lot of comments on that. It
Yeah,
was a
and
lot.
the thing is, they didn't even have official rules and terms, conditions.
Thank you. They didn't state the age.
Like
They
they
didn't state
didn't list
anything. It was
nothing
so. That's
out.
why I keep
They
telling people,
didn't list
Agua is
nothing
the
out.
problem. Why are
They
people not
didn't
seeing
list the
it?
timestamp. They didn't list none of that. And I'm like, this some
They
bootleg
didn't even say
freaking
when the
giveaway.
competition is going to end and all that. I'm just like, you guys, they're using you. Why are you not seeing it? This as
Yeah,
a marketing side, free advertisement, free labor. You were doing
yes,
work for them. You were working hard, and that's what I was
yes.
saying. They're like,
And
no,
the thing is,
I hope
like,
they never do this again. By the way, any brand.
they should
No,
never try it.
fans should not be
They should
invited to like
never. They didn't put
talent.
the age.
and
Honestly, it was so
the
bad.
worst part is, a lot of people were also concerned how much Avengers were going because they're like,
Thank you.
damn, Nick and Alandra, this is their party too. Like, this is their life. And
It's not their party. That's what people are not getting. It's Agua's party. Nick and
yeah,
Olandra
it's
just
not
guessed.
their.
It's
I
not
mean,
Nick
like,
and
it's
Olandra's
it's a
Not gonna
party.
party
be a
that.
Nick and Alandra
Wait,
meet and
excuse me.
greet, and they didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, like exactly on the live yesterday, they was trying to put the camera in Alandria's face, and Alandria's like, "No, I don't want the camera in my face." Like, no,
Thank you, because that's not what
exactly.
it's
Like
not.
this is
They
a
invited a lot of.
A-lister
Oh, thank
party.
you.
Like
Applause.
people just wasn't clicking it. It's not it's a Nick Alandria meet and greet, whatever. No, this is like actual celebrities, Patrick Tay, Dip Lloyd, like people with $1 million. So y'all looking unclassy having TikTok live on your phone, like
It's not even
phone in
that.
the air.
What was so even funny about
It
Agua? That's
was
why.
giving ghetto, and you
Sorry,
embarrassing though. Like what?
sorry, can I say
This
this?
is why I
Yeah.
brought
This
up.
is
This is why I brought up that this is the first time a brand has done something like this. So they are not. They too have to learn. First of all, I think they'll do it again only because the engagement was so high.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nikki. It's not the first time.
That
It's
brands have interacted with the
yeah.
fandom
For I think
Yeah, they do it like
to
K-pop
hold a
fans and
party.
everything like that.
yeah, they do it. They
To
did
this
it for like
extent, it's crazy.
they did it for
Like they be shading other islanders.
Jaina and
For
Kenny
who?
last year. They do it. It's just that the problem is they made a
Like
mistake,
a
and that's why
brand has done this.
that same brand they've been doing this party for over 10 years. It's nothing new. That's what I'm saying. They are using people, and I don't know why people are not seeing it. It's just that like because of you're in tune to you've been seeing the brand. The brand is not new. They always invite one person like a giveaway, which is fine. The issue is that like they started and they stated mention the Avengers you want there. So people were doing it when they saw that it was a lot. They now changed. They switched it. Then I said, okay, now we're going to do a giveaway. They didn't state the age. They didn't state this. They didn't state that.
list
Thank you.
no
They did it
terms
for
and
Kenny and
conditions, no
and
website.
Janae. They didn't put it on the website. They didn't do any. They came
Yeah,
to Twitter because Olandra is on Twitter. They
I think
literally
what I'm
said,
saying, but what I'm saying is that they have never had, and I think somebody put this in the comments, they've never had this much engagement. So it
that's
hasn't
what.
been, let me finish, please. So there
Sorry.
hasn't been this level of messiness that where if they did do this in the past, they did not have the level of engagement to where they weren't thinking things through as far as providing rules and regulations in order to, because I remember when Agua posted which Avenger should be, should come to the party, and like it was like almost trending. Like it was so big, and I think this was new to them in terms of, that's why they were just like, maybe that's why they capitulated to, well, let's make a contest out of it. I think like
Yes,
with
Nikki,
the more
yes.
engagement that happened, they figured out that they needed to do something new. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it
Correct.
might not be new to the social media, which I was unaware of, by the way. And I watched season 6. I followed those. I didn't realize like they had a party for them too. But the
Yeah,
point is like the reason why I didn't know about it is because the engagement wasn't as big as it was here.
True.
yes. So,
So that's sorry. I just want to I'm just saying that like Agua started this mess, and that's why I keep saying this. They started it like, okay, mention the people. The list was a lot. They saw it was a problem. Then they now said, okay, let us do this competition. You didn't state the age. You didn't state. This fandom has so many people ranging from what is it, Gen Alpha RB and down to boomers. A lot of people are there. You didn't state the age of people should do it because you're doing an open bar. They didn't do that. They said we're bringing one winner.
they
One.
did state
That's
the age.
one winner. One
They
winner.
did not
And
list the age.
they
And the
didn't
thing
list the age. They literally
also,
came to
they only
Twitter
announced
because
the
of
giveaway
Olandra.
on
They
like
literally when they
Twitter.
sorry.
Like they didn't announce it. I don't know if they did official like terms and condition on TikTok or Instagram. They only did it on Twitter, and then people had to like post the Twitter thing over. Like it was messy. It was like
It was very that's what I'm saying. It was very messy when they saw that like, okay, this is too much for them. They just said, okay, let's make it a giveaway. They stated one winner. When they saw, okay, a lot of people actually came in and people are all that, then I said, oh, they now mentioned, okay, we're going to make it 2 winners. And I said what they did about the 2 winners was very good. They actually involved the people that were on threads, which people always forget. They always forget the people on threads, like the Nicolandra on threads. So they kept them, and they kept the people on both Twitter and TikTok, which was good. But now, when everyone was not on the page, I'm not joking, Twitter, that day it was bad. When they announced the winners, people were like, oh, what about this person? What about this person? Agua is messy after everything they've done for you. After, I'm like, come
I
on
agree.
now.
I agree,
Come on.
Sola. Some
That's
of
why, that's where the problem is. That's what I'm saying. You are now
can
standing the
can dark
stands.
skin love
That's the
possibly say
issue.
something?
I agree.
Okay, so I agree, Sola, that some of what you say, Agua, was messy. They were very last minute on things. They didn't even give specific on the contest. However, they did state the age because some of the people that participated could not go because they weren't 21. So they ended up doing it afterwards, that they couldn't go to the Agua party. I think what Nick said is true. And they said it themselves. And you can go back on their Twitter, and they said, this is the first time they've ever trended the way they did. This was the first fan base that's ever had them trending most of the time, even their commercial that they had. Now, they did have a commercial with Janae last year with season 6, but and no offense to Janae or anybody, I love Janae too, but this was the first time that they've ever trended, reached their goals, had great marketing. It was their biggest year.
They even put an official commercial out on TV. Their first commercial on TV.
They
Like
had a Janae. They had last year for season 6. Janae and Kenny was a commercial. So this is not their first official commercial. However, this was their biggest trend with the Nicolandria fan base. So I do agree that some of the things were messy. I hope that they continue doing giveaways. I think other fan bases, other people, other promotions, they do giveaways all the time. I think that what y'all are saying is true. They should have had better rules, and it should have been planned well. I think everything was last minute. It was the last thought. It was like, oh, we love the Avengers. Okay, so let's invite some of the Avengers. They didn't think it was going to be so big, and everybody was going to have multiple names, and that the Avengers aren't just like 4 or 5 people, because anybody could really get up here and say, oh, well, I'm an Avenger because I've been talking about Nick and Alandria, and they have, they can say that. So they didn't know how many Avengers, because nobody really knows how many Avengers. Anybody can just say that they were an Avenger because they were during the summer talking about Nick and Alandria. But they didn't know how many Avengers. They didn't know that people were going to be tagging so many people. So I think that it was last minute with the invite. And I don't think there was anything wrong with inviting the Avengers, I also don't think there was anything wrong with people going live, because that is why people did pay, even though those the Avengers got invited. That's why people paid for them to go. So we wanted to see the content. We were even asking Agua, are you guys going to stream it? Are you guys going to stream it? And we were looking at Jeremiah's stream. He streamed for an hour. And I don't think anything was wrong with Alandria saying that she didn't want to be on camera. Once she said she didn't want to be on camera, guess what? No one did. No one put her on camera. No one did that. It was her right, her boundaries or whatever, to say that she didn't want to be on camera. I don't think that was embarrassing or anything like that. I think you guys are missing that. Agua and even Sweet Greens and NYX, all of these brands love the craziness of the fandom. They love the fandom. They love that we go, like we go on Twitter, we go on Threads, or we go on Instagram, we go on TikTok, and we talk about it. Because guess what? The more we talk about it, the more other people see it, the more other people want to buy it, the more other people, and also the community, the fandom, people love it because it's a community. Some people are depressed at home and they get on here and they laugh at what Sharon is saying, or what EJ did when he dressed up as Taylor for his costume on Halloween. And they love that. And that might be the best time. You know, that might be something that just wakes them up and make them happy. So I think that people just harp on the negativity and they don't see that there's so much fun and there's so much community with this fandom. Sometimes the people get out of control and they do too much, but the ones that are out of control and do too much, they're little. If you delete Twitter, you really don't see it, because Threads, it's like birds and butterflies over there. TikTok, it's only time it's Discord on TikTok is if you go through the comments, and it's like one or two negative thing that you see on TikTok, and most of the time it's jokes. Everybody on here is unserious, is jokes 24/7. So I do think that Agua was messy, but this was their biggest trend, and I don't think they knew how to handle everybody wanting to go. But I think that they did great on what they had. They had 2 winners when they actually said they were going to have 1, and they paid for 2 flights. They allowed everyone not everyone, they allowed most of the people that were basically, every single time Sharon would have Agua on her page. She was even interacting with the other people, the sexy singles. So I already knew Sharon was going to go. They were going to invite her. Even Beppa, she was always, she always talked about Guava Paloma. That was her favorite. So I knew that they were going to invite her. They were doing things. They were inviting people that were also standing their brand. It wasn't just Nick and Alandria, but there was also standing their brand. But yeah, that was it.
Sorry, that's what I'm saying, dark skin.
I just want to say something. I just want to say something about the discourse. And really quickly, a lot of the discourse that has been happening on TikTok and these lives has been because of people clipping lives and putting it on Twitter and causing that uproar. So even now, we have to be very careful, or just be comfortable with coming into lives. This could have been clipped. You know what I mean? And now it's trending, or it's causing discourse on Twitter. So we have to be aware that, the things that, and not necessarily just the things, stand behind what you say here, and just know that it's that type of volatile behavior that people are seeking to have. So I just say TikTok is not toxic in a way where we have been having discourse amongst communities, but they've been clipping things out of context, putting it on Twitter, and that's how it's been brought back here.
I will say that to y'all, so I should have maybe given y'all that warning. Those of y'all that follow me, you already know, but some of them weird ass fandoms be over here sometimes, and they definitely will clip the fuck out of you. I done had whole lives made about me, child, so just know you might be being surveilled. Antoinette, go ahead and share your thoughts.
As y'all can see, my name is my first and last name. Please find me. I don't care. That's please. As a matter of fact, I'm waiting. I got something for you in the front seat. But anyways, but that's besides the point. I will say, applesauce. I agree with what you said. Like, I think it is a matter of capitalism, and like Agua fed off of the fandom of that, like the craze that is Nicolandria, which makes sense. I mean, it's a company. They're getting the most engagement they've ever gotten. And no, I just think that like the idea that like all this we shouldn't discuss any discourse at all because no, there is like it's a little criticism is okay, like and like it's absolutely okay. And I will say yes, I am a fan of Nicolandria. I'll own it. So it's like it is weird to me when I see a live, okay, like what Dark Skin Lover said, there were people who are actually upset because people weren't live streaming during the party because they donated money. Again, if you weren't standing in the stands, you wouldn't have even donated money to send them to that party. Like, so it's like that's how discourse is created because instead of being focused on, honestly, the only thing we should have cared about this party, once the people got picked who were going to go, was seeing Nick set. Like seeing Nick set, seeing whatever content Agua, Nick, and Landry put out afterwards, that was really it. But there were people who were like upset because y'all didn't stream the party enough for me. And then people woke up the next day or like they were mad at some of the Avengers or the people who did go and like, tell us what happened, like demanding, like tell us what happened. I donated for you to go. Tell me what happened. And it's like if you didn't invest, I think when you invest monetarily, there is something that happens there. Whether we're going to be honest or not, like when you start investing in people monetarily, you start to feel like a little bit of a little bit of ownership. Like it's not like a little bit of like demanding of their time, and it's like if you as a page, be it Nicolandria Cord, be it Big Mama Lona, Sharon, if you as a page don't want to give the people who are at this point fans of you what they want, then it may be time for you as well to detach, at least from Nicolandria content, or and change maybe like your content a little bit, because that's what happens when people start to stand you. They're expecting something from you. And the thing is, like, I think people are like, oh, it's innocent. Yeah, to an extent. Yeah, we innocently exactly. It's only so innocent. It was cute when we like their responses to Nicolandria, but now you're expecting something from them. Now, and also, this is the thing about it being monetized, which is great. Get your money. Now they have more incentive to be in closer proximity to Nicolandria. Why? Because that's content. That's more content for the people who are following them. That's more incentive for more people to follow them, more people to subscribe. Why? Because they're in closer proximity. And it's not to say that they are bad people. I'm not saying that. Please don't say I said that. I don't think that they're bad people. Okay? It's not to say that I think that they're all like creepy stalkers that are going to hurt Nicolandria. It's to say when you start investing in fans of other people, that's it's like a circle of life. Like there is a cycle there that's going to get really messy really quickly, and that's where the discourse is coming from, because you have people who are like old school fans. I'm 30, okay, which means that I was a fan back in my MySpace days, and I was a fan in the prime Twitter days and prime Instagram days, and now with TikTok. So I see how fandoms move, and there is a difference in the way fandoms are moving on TikTok sometimes that gets uncomfortable, because you shouldn't be demanding for them to live stream this party, like, because you paid for a plane ticket. If you should just not pay for the plane ticket. You know what I mean? Like you see how quickly that like you didn't have to pay for the plane ticket. And it's like, and I know people are like, oh, what that have to do with Nicolandria? Yeah, it does. Sadly, all the discourse, all the Islanders, all the discourse gets tacked onto them every single time. Like, look at that crazy lady who I have blocked who always talking racist. What's her name? The Steph with the deets. All her weird stuff. Yeah, all her weird stuff gets attacked onto whoever she's talking about. Let's be real. Like, because remember what happened with Jessie Wu? Like, all her weird, it does get attached. Actually, she made that thing about Jessie Wu and EJ, and what happened? Peacock decided not to let Jessie Wu interview them anymore. Like, yes, things like cause and
Because
effect.
then, like, with the whole, like, 404 thing right now, people trying to figure out 404, you know what people did? They all started fleeing, like, JD's comments, asking JD, did you bring 404? Like, people don't realize that the Islanders are affected, because the fans then start confronting the Islanders, asking them questions and things like that.
Like there is a cause and effect to standing stands, and it's like it's one thing to like follow like an update account and like the stuff or even follow the person directly. It's another thing when like you become talent yourself, because now people are expecting things from you, and that's where things get messy. And it's like, I'm sorry, but that's TikTok Nicolandria, that's all y'all, because the Twitter Nicolandrians, those are faceless nobodies who do old school standing. This is specific. The discourse of the last like week has been about the people you can see, the people who have made, although their pages didn't start off as stand pages, they blew up and have basically changed all of their content to strictly being about Nicolandria, or now or they made up pages specifically for Nicolandria. So people are standing them because they like them and they like how they respond to Nicolandria, so they want something from them. So it's like, yeah, that's where discourse comes from. That. And it's like, if you're not okay with that, if you feel like they shouldn't get any discourse, then I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen. Unless
I would say like Twitter is toxic. Like Twitter is toxic, and I'm glad Alandria left. But I could say the reason why Alandria left is because, like what Antoinette was saying, there's a difference between faceless people attacking you, then now people that you know, like you interacted, they have pictures with you, now adding you to drama. Like that's like, you know how Nicki and Cardi were fighting on Twitter. The reason why they was fighting is because they know each other. It's one thing for like Cardi to clap back at a fan and she don't even know what the fan look like. It's different now. People that you know and interact with is now dragging a drama. So yes, Twitter is messy, but at least you don't know who the people are in Twitter. Now, like TikTok drama is going on Twitter, and then the Twitter people are mad, and then the TikTok fans are mad that people are talking about them on Twitter, so they bring it on TikTok, and now you seeing these people yell on TikTok live, making videos. That becomes drama because now there's like an actual emotion to it. You know, like there's one thing to see words, but to see like a 5 minute, 10 minute, 1 hour live ranting about stuff, that's where the true discourse happens. So yeah, Twitter is messy, but then we started attaching faces to it, and so it got even more messier.
Most of the time, they actually don't even have the full information. They don't get the full facts. They're just going based on opinion of something.
Correct. But we can't control that, what people do on Twitter or TikTok or
we can. We can just see how we want to control our own actions. We can't even control our friends' actions.
So there are people on TikTok and people on Twitter that literally get on here with pictures of Alandria in the backdrop on their live, and they talk about things about Shelly, and which will bring discourse with Alandria, but she can't help that. She can't personally write that person and say, hey, take my picture off, or please don't do that. It's up to us on what we let affect us. Okay, there's gonna be negative and negativity and positivity on everything. There just is. And so the whole discourse about us crowdfunding or helping the Avengers go to the Agua party, the people that were invited to the Agua party, because they were invited, I'll speak for myself. I wasn't personally donating because I was expecting Sharon or Nia to send to share or to go live. Did I want to debrief? Hell yes. I'm literally a Nicolandria supporter. I love them, So yes, did I want to debrief? Yes. Whenever they get on here and they talk about it, will I eat it up? Yes. I will eat that up. Okay. So I do want them to share their experience and how it went and whatnot. But if they didn't, if they said, hey, we just went and enjoyed the party, thank you guys for helping us get there, I would be okay. I'm not going to go cry about it. I did see on Twitter that people were saying, oh, well, how can people crowdfund for them to go to the Agua party, and then they don't have nothing that we want to see. And then there were also people saying, well, why would y'all go on live at the Agua party? There's just not. There will never be.
Nobody's ever happy.
Right. There just never will.
I think that goes back to their original, conversation that we were having about what do we expect from stan culture now that there's content creators that are actually doing that. I can see both ways. Yes, I believe in giving freely with no expectation. That's how I operate in the world. But there are several people that do believe that, and rightly, and I can't argue with it. Like, if you're going to put up that you are a content creator and we are sending you money to go and create content, we're going to expect content in return. So that I think that's where the conversation needs to continue to evolve in finding what we are expecting of in this new era of content creators. What are we expecting of them when we decide to give them the support? Personally, my personal opinion, I would only like to support. I would love for them to hire a social media manager, and that's what I would prefer to engage with, and not other content creators. It seems less messy in that way. But until that happens, I do go to these other content creators. I can't control what they're doing on their own. As far as, what they want, how they want to, monetize. I just know where I go to, feel the most comfortable. I'm so glad that whoever brought it up, like, this is where I came to during a really hard time to, get a sense of joy and have fun. And I would love to get back to that. And that's why I follow some of these creators, but I don't give a lot of energy into necessarily, what they have going on personally. I'm strictly there for Nicolandria content.
I just want to add, y'all, as someone like, I relate in some ways because I hear y'all when y'all are telling me, right, that like these people were not, as far as we know, we're not like trying to be like content creators about this. They were just talking and sharing their opinions, and then they became popular. And I do think, to a couple of people's points on this live, there does become a level of responsibility, though, to your followers. There is a level of accountability that you then have, and you have to decide whether or not you have the capacity for that, right? When people, oh, Tina, we want to subscribe to you, it's like, okay, well, you need to get something of value from me in order to do that. It's why I make that whole hubbub when the big super fan change happened, and I was like, this pisses me off because now you're not getting the value, like now you're not getting the stuff, blah, 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 right? Like, I do think there is a way, you do have to have a level of integrity and consideration for the people that are choosing to invest in you. My opinion, right? Because I don't think that people are just, and maybe people are, but they're just giving because they only just want you to do well. Like, they're investing in you because they see something in you. They value something in you. So you do need to, it's a service, right? You're giving to me and I'm giving to you, right? It should be a reciprocal relationship in some ways. I think what also has to be considered, that maybe, again, because they stumbled into it, they weren't aware of, they didn't realize, is that there will also be the case of, and I'm telling y'all this because it's happened with me, right? There also will be the case of some people that are, and I think, Antoinette, you mentioned this explicitly, I can't remember who else said it, but they will be mad when you don't do content in the way that they want you to. You should only have one perspective. You should only show up one way as a content creator. And so to a lot of y'all's points, they cannot make everybody happy. That's just period, full stop. Somebody is going to be mad about the way that they're showing up as a content creator. You're either not giving me enough, or you're giving me too much, or you're not doing, somebody is going to be upset because ultimately they cannot make everybody happy. And so, I think that ultimately it's like, listen, you take that risk as someone that's choosing to be a public facing figure, even if it's a micro, creator or a large creator, you're taking some level of risk around how the public is going to respond to you. And to Sola's point earlier that I 100% agree with, you have to be willing to receive that sometimes it's not always going to be positive. People are not always going to have nice things to say about you. And you might see your followers fluctuate because of it, but you have to be strong enough and your identity and who you are and how you're showing up as a creator, that it's like ultimately I still feel good when I look at myself in the mirror. I still feel good when I lay down at night. I still feel okay with how I'm showing up because I'm being authentic to myself. I feel secure in who I am as a creator, regardless of how the public receives me, right? Because, and I think this goes into that dance around being an influencer versus being a creator, in my opinion, right? This is like part of the difference for me. Is like when you're an influencer, you need to be liked. Otherwise, you don't have influence, right? You have to be liked. Otherwise, you do not have influence, right? When you're a creator, you're just creating. Whether people like it or not, your art is your art, right? Your shit is your shit, right? Whether people like it or not, do you fucking like it? Do you like your creation? Do you like what you put out? Again, do you like yourself? Do you feel like you were authentic to yourself? Do you appreciate what you put out into the world, however anybody receives it? And so I think that becomes like the question that maybe some of them have to ask themselves is about, how am I showing up in this space and why? What is my motivation, right? Which is some of the question you all have been asking on here, right? What is my motivation? Why am I doing this? What is my point? What is my reason, right? Because that's what's going to center them, right? No shade, right, to Nicolandria Core, but I agree with Sola's point around if you can't take the negative, then you have to ask yourself why you're in the space, right? And I'm not saying that the negative shouldn't have any impact on you because you're a fucking human, okay? It's going to have an impact. Nobody likes to hear bad things about themselves, right? But you also have to be able to disconnect and recognize what's true about me, no matter what anybody else is saying, right? Which is why I mentioned to y'all before, part of my, I wouldn't say concern, but something that I like think about when we have these conversations about the Avengers is just how young they are. Right? Just how young they are, just how much time and energy gets put into being on the internet, right? We know that they are, a lot of the younger generation is different than those of us that are older because a follow on Instagram really means something, right? A like on Instagram really means something. Whereas it's like, shit, I might have 1,000 friends on Facebook or 100, depending on how I feel that week. You know, I don't give a fuck about that. You know, and it's just because I do real life too, right? I think that, you know, people of an older generation that grew up without the internet, you had to actually have enough of a personality to be liked in real life. And a lot, unfortunately, the younger generation, that's not always true. You can craft a persona and an identity online, even if that's inauthentic or not true about who you are in real life. And so again, if it's a crafted image rather than an authentic image, that is going to pain a little bit more than you know, dealing with people in real life just not liking you, but I'm actually showing up as my authentic self and I don't give a fuck because I like me, right? And so that becomes the thing that I get really curious about as we have this conversation about these young people that are engaging in this way, that are wanting to influence in this way, that are creating in this way, is that what I want for them, because I'm old, right? What I want for them is for them to be like, ultimately, I know who the fuck I am. I like how the fuck I show up. I like the stuff that I create. I'm proud of how I show up in this space. I'm a stand 10 toes, like Nikki said, right, on everything that I'm saying, because I mean what the fuck I say and I say what the fuck I mean, so that this will have less of a long lasting impact on them and they don't have to be so reactive about it. So those are my thoughts as someone that can relate to the experience of, oh, now all these people are looking at me and I maybe didn't intend for that to be true initially. I do know that y'all wanted to talk about 404. People in the comments asked me, if we're still here, then we can. Jamila, did you want to share another thought?
Yeah, then you can take me off the panel. So someone else can come up here. I loved everything you said and agree with it completely. I think also what made it so tough for us this summer is the society that we're living in right now. And we saw such a, let me say, terrible racist treatment.
Black women.
Yes, exactly. And I think it not only on that regard, but then we saw how some of the black men in the villa were treating these black women. And I think it got really, not personal, but it did touch some of us, or even traumatize some of us, or it hit a wound. And I think some got a little bit more invested, and it became a lot deeper than just supporting and remembering this is just a reality show. Because I think then we knew what it meant coming out of the villa for some of these people. It meant them having a whole new, I mean, look at, like Alandria said, she's able to pay off bills and debt. So I mean, I think also with society being where it's at, yeah, it's just not a good look, and it's only getting worse from what I like. I'm new to TikTok myself, and I couldn't believe what was going on here, especially during like I watched last season, but I wasn't on TikTok, and this season I was on. I was like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? And I felt like sometimes when I didn't have the time or whatever you want to call it, the courage or the interest in wanting to make a video to speak up or defend against these women I'm seeing being treated unfairly, I did appreciate that someone else was doing it. Not always the way I would have done it, but I did appreciate that someone was saying something. So like I said, I agree with everything you're saying. It's along with the Nicolandria core. Like I agree. Like you can only tagging her. I don't know what you expected her to do, but it's just adding more headache on top of whatever headache she's already dealing with. And I agree that if they're going to log off, they need to log off and take a break or pass it on or whatever the case may be. The entitlement on both ends, whether you support or it's negative, or I think that's something we all have to keep in check. I just don't want to. I just hope that everyone has learned. You know, like the brands, us, the people. We've all learned from this situation how to move on this here internet. So thanks,
Yes.
y'all.
I would like to
Hold on,
also say,
real quick, because
um,
Antoinette wants to speak and then drop real quick. Go ahead, Antoinette.
Hi, oh, I'm sorry, applesauce. I just wanted to say, do you guys know Nene? She's the great creator. She makes really good content, and she always slides in like J-Lo slander. It's
yeah.
hilarious. love love her down, right? Now, me personally, I don't know, I guess I'm slow. I noticed the things that she was saying first. So it took me like probably like 6 of her videos to realize that she was slandering J-Lo consistently in those videos. And then when I realized it became even funnier, but I liked her content because she talks about some real stuff, right? On her burner randomly popped up and she said specifically, what people don't understand is if you start to care more about that JLo joke than the real stuff I'm saying, the content that I'm making, I'm gonna stop making the JLo jokes. So for me, when it comes to the Avengers and the people who are like these creators who center Nicolandria, but also allegedly they aren't just Nicolandria fan pages, they need to have a reckoning with themselves on what exactly their content is going to be, because then they have to move accordingly. Because if you're like that, you're going to get what you receive. She's like, look, if y'all just want to hear me slander J-Lo, I'm not going to keep making these videos because I'm talking about real stuff. I just slide J-Lo in there occasionally. But if y'all are upset that people are like annoyed that they want like Nicolandria news or updates or lives, you may need to move over to some other type of content and accept that that's not for you, or like or focus on whatever it is that they really want to project, because right now that's not what's happening. A lot of them are like, I think they said, EJ, you weren't even like a stand page. He just made content. I think he's like a barb. He just made content. But Nicolandria popped off. Love Island season 7 popped off. So it's like, if that's not what your focus is, then it may be time to transition
Ooh,
to something else.
I would like to add on so you can comment on this, Antoinette. Is my question is to these creators: how long are you gonna keep posting Nicolandria for?
That's a great
When is the
question.
point you're going to stop? Because Orlandria is now starting to post on Snapchat. So are you going to make a comment for every Snapchat post? Are you going to make a comment for every live post? And when is your content going to be created? That's my question for the board right here, like the panel. Like, when is too much Nicolandria commentary too much? You know?
Period. Okay, I'm gonna get off. I told Tina that's why I just wanted to, but because you asked, I want to say this real quick. I agree. I personally, I like Nicolandria, and short of something drastic happening on their end to make me not like them anymore, I'll be liking stuff a year from now. The people who are liking posts who are making this content while it's hot, the Avengers and people like them who are making content while it's hot, eventually people aren't going to care anymore. There's a reason why traditional stand pages, i.e. the Dannies, the traditional stand pages who are faceless, who are making money, have existed for years, are able to, is because no one is invested in them. They're only invested in the talent. So they can just repost old videos of Rihanna, like old concert clips, and still make bank because no one is invested in them. These people are now quasi invested in them. So I don't even see they can't. I don't know. I don't see them continuing to be invested in Nicolandria, because Nicolandria, If they start making their own content, what would be the need for Sharon? You see, like if they're making their own content, so Sharon, you would have to find your own content to create for those people who are following you to want to keep following you, unless you want to keep going and to keep pushing Nicolandria. But it's like I don't see how long that's not going to sustain anyone. Like how long does that last? Because they can post their own stuff, or better yet, Nicolandria Core is already back on Instagram and they literally post the same exact stuff that Nick and Alandria post. There's actually no need for the physical commentator. So I don't see them lasting a year from now. Sorry. Good night.
Comment on that as well. Hey, once again, I think maybe this is the Gemini and me. Like, who cares? They could post for 6 years from now, 10 years from now, tomorrow. They could switch it up. They could flip it, break it, reverse it. Like, why do y'all care? Why it doesn't need a time frame. If they want to talk about Nick and Landria, if they want to post everything that Nick and Landria do, which that's what they do. Sharon does go on, if Nick posts on Snapchat, she'll just post what he posts on Snapchat and just have her commentary. Why does it matter? Like, I just don't understand. And maybe it's because I don't try to control things or nitpick or care about how I don't care what other people have going on. If I like it, I like it. If they stop tomorrow, some of the Avengers don't even always talk about Nick and Alandria. Some of them are writing a book and they have other things they talk about, or they talk about The Summer I Turned Pretty, which I hate that show, but they talk about that. They talk about books. They talk about other stuff. It really doesn't matter. Like the thing about life is things fade and things come about. Of course, even Nick and Alandria know that at some point that things are going to die down. Everyone knows that. Just like the season 6, people are big Serena and Cordell fan, and they post. They have a fan page too, and they don't have these big discourse of on them because no one cares. Like, why does it matter if they did change things up or if they stop or when they're going to stop or I don't know. Okay.
I think that the question, sorry, applesauce user, I'm gonna let you go right after me. Hi, Gigi. I think the question, like, I don't, yeah, y'all know I don't know what they be posting, right? But like, I think that I've always understood fan pages to be like, we're just like honestly reposting a lot of the content that is already, that already exists. And I do understand the question of like, how much more could you have to say? But I think that depends on the person. Like me, I said to y'all already, right? Like, y'all don't really see me make videos about Love Island anymore because I don't really have anything else to say about them, because the way that I produce content is that my content is really interested in looking at what we're seeing and like, what can we take from that? And I don't really like to use social media too heavily to do that because social media is very heavily curated. And so it feels like an inaccurate or incomplete picture for me. So it's like, I personally don't have anything else to say, but depending on how they're making their content, they could be talking for fucking ever about them, right? It really just depends. How long people will stay interested is a whole separate conversation. Applesauce lover, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I like that. I like the point that dark skin. I don't know I can't see your full name. Yeah, like dark skin lover girl point made. And it made me check, like, why do I even care anyways? I think it's because I'm studying, like, finance, so I like to look at, like, the marketing aspect of it. And so that's why I was like, how long is your content going to last before you flop? But that was just me being petty, I guess, in the marketing perspective. But, yeah, you make a good point. Like, why do we even care? Like, for me, honestly, from my own, like, feeling wise, I blocked all the Avengers because I couldn't keep up with the commentary anymore. I like the live streams because we can have productive conversations, but I couldn't deal with the commentary, so I blocked that out. But my thing is, I think a lot of people don't understand is right now there's a lot of discourse, kind of what you were saying, dark skin lover girl, is right now there's a lot of discourse because Nick and Alandria is just so popular. Like, I think this is the most popular reality couple in like we had since a while. Like they're getting like actor level like fame from Vogue and everything. But once we get into the groove, like in a few months, most likely, because now Alandra is posting on her own as well. Once we get into the groove of Alandra posting, Nick and her dropping new collabs, as a fandom, I think we're gonna all adapt to getting used to this content, because I don't think we understood, or we kind of like transitioned into villa life and into post villa life. I feel like we weren't really used to that, especially with people dropping podcasts and still talking about the villa life. We didn't have that necessary time to really adapt, to just be like, oh, this is like the actual real world, you know? This is also, we didn't know how they don't even know how they were gonna shift their career and what career path they were gonna do. So I think we just need to give ourselves collectively as a group, as a fandom or fans, you know, a few weeks, you know, a few more weeks or a few more months to see how we're collectively going to respond to things. Because like people were saying, our emotions were heightened about Agua, because Agua was like one of the first collabs they ever did. Like, this is a big deal. A lot of people were commenting on it. This is the first giveaway that Nick Alandra ever did. This is the first time that people could go see Nick Alandra besides Greek Fest, you know. And when Ola Fest happened, that was a big thing in itself, because wow, Nick Alandra at the first Ola Fest. So I think we need to give ourselves grace, because for a big ass fandom, like on Twitter, people don't talk about this, but on Twitter, Swifties have like almost like 200K on their Twitter space. Nick Alandra has a quarter of that. So we have like the quarter of the organizing power of Swifties on Twitter. And so people don't understand Nick Alandra does have a lot of power in the media. There's a reason why Vogue is posting them, and they had a CNN post and everything like that. So I think we need to understand that these past months are not only is it a transition to Nick and Alandra, it's a transition into us as fans. Fans need to realize how long, like, they need to find a way to determine how much are they going to attach to them, how much are they going to invest, what things are they going to invest, are they investing in the content, are they investing in the brand deals, you know? So just like give us even the EJ thing and the Avengers, how we have to figure out how much are we going to interact with them as well, like personally. All these things are personal choices. So, you know, let's give ourselves grace, you know, a few more months, probably till the end, till 2026. I feel like when the new year happens, and you know, when Islanders are no longer attached to one another any longer, because now we're seeing friendships break apart or whatever. So I think by 2026, I feel like everything's going to be like smooth sailing. The fandom's going to be like understand the behavior that they kind of expect. You know, we're establishing like, how do you call it? Like our own rules, you know? We're establishing our own government. People used to joke about the Nick Alandra Nation has their own government. Like, we're establishing our own rules, our guidelines, how Twitter is going to interact with TikTok, how TikTok is going to interact with us. We're establishing this. And so it's kind of messy, but let's give ourselves grace.
Yeah, I will say too, right? Oh, go ahead. Real quick, I just want to say that y'all, obviously, like I say all the time to y'all, that it is a social experiment to watch the shows, but we're also a part of the social experiment, right? And so we are absolutely creating agreements as a group, as a set of people engaging in this content, right? And so just know that, like, yes, people will, what y'all have been saying in the comments, people will settle into a new normal. Everybody's going to have their own, you're going to keep engaging with the content as long as you continue to find it enjoyable. And that includes the people that are making content that are fans of them, right? They're going to continue to engage with it for as long as they find it enjoyable. When it becomes uninteresting to them, or they feel like they have very little to say about it, then you will see them begin to disengage. But everybody is figuring out their normal around it, right? So what makes sense for me is not the same for other people, and people will have their own ways that they do that. Now, I will say that, like, I guess to some of y'all's point, it will be curious to see, nobody said it was changing the world, Katana, but it will be interesting to see how they adjust, if their goal is to stay, or to like, is to be an influencer, or is to have that level of power. Like, how will it adjust when they find it no longer interesting? Will they continue to cling to it because they find that that's the way that they get the most traction? Like, it'll be interesting to see how all of that goes. But that's just the psychology in me that like wants to watch all that play out. Okay, Nikki, go ahead and share your thoughts.
No, because I was.
We're
Thank
going to
you
talk
for
about
saying
World
that,
War
because
right
I
after
was.
Nikki.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like something very, very, very similar to what you were going to say. But first, I want to say, hey, Gigi, I've been trying to hold it down, sis. You can come up, please do. But I will continue to do Gigi's job and say, please tap the live. We
Hi.
have, yes, ma'am. Go ahead, do your housekeeping before I go.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, ma'am. This is your job, girl. Do your job.
So I know it's been a while, but welcome to the Tinaverse. If you don't know, Tina is not she's a therapist. She's not y'all therapist. She's my therapist. She's my TikTok therapist. So go ahead and tap your little fingers on the screen. If my carpal tunnel, my cubital tunnel can make me tap, y'all can tap too. Go ahead and tap, tap, tap away. Don't forget, if you've missed out on this live, you can always hop over to YouTube and look at the lives, because Krista Big C holds it down and posts them on YouTube all the time for us, so you can keep up with what is going on. Let's also not forget to there's a Google form. Is your Google form still up? The Google form is up. Go ahead and ask your questions. Fill out your Google form. It's in the profile. You can see it and get your questions answered. Tap, tap, tap. Keep it cute or you will mute. Barcarella is here.
Quick question, Gigi. So sorry. How is there another way to tap or to give Tina likes? Because I use my iPad and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't when I tap. Sorry, I could figure it out myself. Let me just ask real quick.
It'd be tripping, but if you tap on my face, double tap on my face, that's usually the easiest. If I have a panel, sometimes it can be weird. He has been quiet.
There, that worked. Thank you, Tina. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, sorry. Bye, guys.
No, don't be sorry. I will say to y'all that I am re-allowing, not that I was ever like, don't fucking, well, I actually did tell y'all not to, but I do feel like I have the subscriber situation figured out over here. If you're already a subscriber, I already probably sent you the YouTube link if you subscribe for more than 1 month at a time. But if you go to my page, you can subscribe to hear my hotter takes about things. Okay. Dawn, you asked to come up. We are going to shift to 404. Skylar, welcome to the panel as well. But we want to chat about 404. Go ahead, Nikki.
Yeah. No, I gave the floor to Gigi, but I still wanted to make this point. I think for me, I am trying to figure out, how I still want to support, because I do want to support the content creators that are making content around Nick and Alandria. There have been some content creators that, are book fans and talk about lore. But I do agree with you, Tina. I think it's very important for these content creators that have, got a following from Nick Alandria, how they're going to continue to engage when, people can go elsewhere for that content and what that's going to look like. Because I am for, wanting to help build, especially, amongst Black creators, support them in every way I can. I don't necessarily know what that looks like. And I think, that's, I'm just trying to figure out like, how I'm going to navigate that, because to be honest with you, the only thing I want to hear from a lot of these creators is nothing but their opinions on Nick Alandria. And the truth is, a lot of especially from some of them, how they've operated outside, I don't necessarily know if I want to hear anything else from them other than their takes on Nick Alandria and what they're doing. So I think that there's going to be that's going to be something that they need to consider going forward.
Very fair. Very fair. Okay, y'all, let's switch gears to 404. So apparently
One last thing.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Applesauce.
Okay, so you know how we're now talking about the shift? I think Nick Alandria had a unique situation because in the Villa we were talking about, we were based off of crumbs and just seeing mini interactions. And so now I think what people are going to now do, like now we're shifting between these content creators that build a platform on Nick Alandria, and how they did commentary. Now we're gonna see a normal stance culture where now people are gonna rely on update pages, and what they're now gonna do is they're gonna now shift to Twitter, because Twitter is where originally people were doing commentaries. They go into the communities and they talk amongst each other. And I think the reason why there's been this fight between like Twitter and TikTok is because TikTok kind of replaced what Twitter was originally for stan culture, but now that we're drifting to in post Villa life, and now there's going to be update pages. People want to talk amongst each other. Now they're going to want to do that on Twitter, because that's the appropriate space. You can't really talk amongst each other about like a Nick Erlanger Snapchat on TikTok. Like, that looks ridiculous at a point. No, you're going to do that on Twitter. And so now what people thought were crazy Twitter fans, now they're going to be like considered normal fans in a few months, I think.
I agree, TS Florida Barbie. I can't do X. I can't do it over there. But
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I cannot do it. They are cray. Okay, I tried it, y'all, and I was like, what the fuck is going on over here? Let me get my prehistoric ass. Ain't that what one of the people said about anyway? Let me get the fuck up off of here. Okay, let's talk about 404. 404, if you do not know, went to the party. She was at Greek Fest or Agua de Freaky?
Agua de Freaky Synergy.
Okay, she was at Agua de Freaky Synergy's party, y'all. And she showed up and made a video of herself on stage lip syncing to Don't Ya, which, if you don't know, is a millennial fucking song. Pussycat Dolls, Don't You Wish Your Girlfriend Was Hot Like Me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak? Okay, she lip synced to that song with Olandria and Nick in the background, okay, and posted this to Snapchat, all right? Now listen, I have given my take. I am going to give it again for those that are new to the space, and then I'm going to open my panel. I heard through the grapevine in the streets, now I don't be knowing nothing other than what y'all tell me, that apparently she did a Q&A today. I don't know about that. I don't know if that actually happened. But I heard that happened. Okay, now what I will say about 404
live.
Oh, she did go live?
Yeah, I saw TikTok clips.
Okay, period. She went live.
She said that she said people asked her if she was not embarrassed, and she said like, embarrassment is not like a real thing. You have to experience it. And then I think she said something. Oh, she talked about how she's not dating anymore, and how she's trying to be on the celebrity like dating app, and how she's still been rejected since 2019 or something, and how she's not gonna date like regular people, so she's trying to get on the celebrity dating app. So that's what she talked about. That's what I saw for the clips.
And she also said that
she's a regular person.
Exactly, but she also said that men are disgusting, and that she's tired of men, and she doesn't want to be around men. She doesn't want to date anymore because all men are gross.
Child, now she's trying to make a play for Michelle. Okay, anyway, let me not be messy. Let me give y'all my take about 404. 404 is only trying to be in a space, y'all, because she has something that feels unresolved within herself. Okay, this is my perspective as someone that has watched her on the show and watched bits and pieces and heard about her. Okay, she has something that is unresolved in herself. I think a couple of things based on watching her interview as well. 404 thought that she was going to come out of the villa and she was going to have access to certain things. I think that she believed she was going to have access to fame, despite what she came out of the villa for. I think she thought she was going to come out to some level of fame, right? That she was going to be able to do her accountability post, because it wasn't an apology, her accountability post, and she was going to be able to reclaim her spot, because my perception of her, okay, is that we were watching her. Oh, thank you, Simi. We were watching her in the villa, okay, really position herself as America's fave. Listen, after watching that conversation between Michelle, Sierra, Olandria, and Houdini, okay, talking about getting rid of who they was going to get rid of, right? The whole Hannah vote, okay? I personally, okay, this is my I feel like Sierra and Michelle were having conversations with Alan. And I feel like there were people that were having conversations about how they wanted the villa experience to be. I believe that after watching both of those conversations, okay? And so I believe that Sierra, part of the motivation, and subscribers, y'all have already heard part of this take already, right? Part of the motivation was not about Jeremiah locking in so fast or Hannah locking in so fast. That's what they were saying. But my perception is that y'all were concerned about stronger connections being in the villa with you. And so you needed connections that were maybe a little bit less stable. in the villa with you so that you could position yourself for the love of America, okay? But because they saw what happened season 6 when that happened, right? So I believe that Sierra thought she was going to come out, she was going to make her accountability post, and we would move on, because the reality is cancel culture does not fucking exist, and that's typically what happens, right? You give people enough time, you give people enough distance, and they will let you back into their good graces, right? And so I think that she thought that that was going to happen, and I think that that feels unresolved for her because she has not achieved the fame at the level that she wanted. The other thing that I believe, based on her interview that she did, that I watched for y'all, that I made the video about, is that she thought she was going to come out to certain friendships and certain relationships, okay? She thought that people were going to come out and they was going to be cool and copacetic, and that did not fucking happen. We know for a fact that she reached out to Michelle. We don't know whether or not she reached out to Olandria, because when Olandria was asked, Alandria said, I don't know, I haven't checked my DMs. And Alandria hasn't been asked that question yet. So since then, so we have no idea if she reached out to Alandria or not. My belief, I know a lot of people think that 404 is motivated by wanting to have access to Nick. I think a lot of it is about wanting access to Olandria. Here's why I say that. Because Alandria was the diamond of the season. She was the star, darling. Okay. She was the it girl of the season. And 404 got out of the villa early enough to recognize and know that she could see what was happening on the internet. And if it's one thing our girl is smart. Okay. She is calculated. Okay. 404 is not missing a motherfucking beat, okay? And so I believe that 404 got out of the villa, she saw that motion, and she thought that she was going to be able to rekindle that relationship with Olandria and have access. And I've told y'all this before. I said it about 3D, and I've said it about I think Alan and Michelle before too, but definitely about 3D. Definitely about Brian, that there is a level of desire from certain people on season 7 to be in proximity to Nick and Alandria because of their social capital. And if we're keeping it a whole motherfucking buck, and I like Nick, y'all know that, a lot of Nick's social capital is in relationship to Alandria. Whatever you want to feel about that, it's the truth, okay? Whatever, okay? So I don't think that 404 is motivated to be in proximity to Nick as much as she is in proximity to Olandria. And so she knows that when she does things like she does, that we're gonna get on live and fucking talk about her. She knows that this is how she gets motion. She knows this is how she gets acclaim. This is how she gets clout. And we know for a fact that 404 wants to be famous. That is not, we're not confused about that. She wants to be an influencer. She was already a micro influencer before she went on the show. This is what her background is in professionally. This is what she wants. Okay. And so my perception around her is that the reason why she's acting how she's acting is because there are a couple of things that she thought she not only was going to have access to, but that she deserves to have access to, that she has not yet. And so she puts herself into situations and stirs up discourse about herself in relationship to them, less about Nick and more about Alandria, in order to gain social capital by being in proximity to them in some way, even if it's negative. Okay. I am going to open the panel. Let's go from the bottom up. So Ivy, will you start for me, please?
Hey, hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So Tina, I completely agree with you. I do think that 404 is over. I don't even know if she really ever even, whatever. We can debate if she ever really cared about Nick like that. But I think her whole issue has always been the fame aspect of it all, the social capital of it all. And because Olandria has it, and, she is the diamond of the season, as we said, the diamond of the franchise, if we're being honest, worldwide, but, whatever. Because she's the most popular Islander to come out, 404, she's trying to get that. She's trying to get that for sure. So, it makes me very concerned for Olandria. I'm like, girl, I'm just glad you're not moving to LA. I think that that's kind of decided. Because I don't know, 404 kind of just scares me a little bit. Like, it gives like, unhinged, single white female, so her showing up to that party and then making that Snapchat, very weird. I think that, I don't even know. I'm like, does she want a reaction out of Olandria? I don't know. I was listening in on the live today that she did the Q&A, and she was ignoring like all of the questions about them. But she did say something about like friendships, which I found interesting, and it made me think about both Michelle and Olandria. And she was saying like, I lost a lot of friendships this year, and I guess like the universe or God or whatever wants, pretty much saying like, these people were only supposed to be in my life for a season or whatever, I guess. And yeah, she didn't answer any direct questions about them. But yeah, I hope that Olandria, keeps her head on a swivel. Because I don't know, 404 is weird, and I don't think she even cares about Nick for real. She wants that social capital, and it seems like, I don't know if the friends that she had beforehand are still her friends. I don't know. I'm concerned for her mental health, because I'm just like, I feel like I don't see her with anybody. Like, it's weird. So I don't know if she's like, lost all her friendships or whatever. But I don't know if she has anyone in her corner to be like, okay, girl, put the phone down, And that is concerning. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Ivy. I will say this, Ivy. I don't disagree. She gives me, if you know what I'm about to say. If you know, I'm not going to explain no further. But she gives me, I'm trying to get a lock of your hair type of girl. Like, that's the type of vibe I get from her sometimes. So yeah, I agree. It's a little scary. And to the person that asked in the comments, the reason why Ivy says Ola not moving to LA might be a good thing is because 404 lives in LA. And so there could be a lot of like overlap, if she moves to LA and they run in the same circles. Okay, GJ, please give us your thoughts, girl.
So, y'all know I think she's a bunny boiler. I think I've been thought that she was a bunny
What is that
boiler
exactly?
through and through. So it's from the movie Fatal Attraction. And literally homegirl broke in boiled a bunny. Boiled his pet bunny. Like, she is a bunny boiler. She's, that hand that tried to rock the cradle. Like, she is nuts. She is off her rocker. And I think it's very sad. Like, genuinely speaking though, like, I think it's sad that she doesn't have people or even family in her space to tell her, like, girl, have some shame. Like, stop being a someone. Like, I need you to have some shame, because it's one thing to be doing this. Like, it's one thing to be a girl scorned, right? And to like carry out your crazy in the daily life, but to carry this out on Beyonce's internet is wild to me. Like, for you to willingly put this out here on the internet is wild to me. And it really goes to show, and you know what I hate for her? I hate for her, and this is from like just a human standpoint, I hate for her that maybe 5-10 years from now, she's going to look back at this and go, y'all didn't give a damn about me. And I hate that, because I've was in that space, early in my teens. I can't say I didn't put nothing on the internet because we wasn't that stupid. But where I can look back and go, damn, y'all weren't my friends. And it's sad that this is going to play out on the internet for her, and this is forever, right? And social media breaks are definitely needed, and I understand this need to stay relevant because it's her space in
and where she works, but you won't see growth there if you're putting on display how stunted you are. You're never going to see that growth, and you're never going to see that longevity. So from a human standpoint, and yeah, I can be human from time to time, from a human standpoint, I do feel a sense of like pity for her. And there is a sense of, damn, I really feel bad because she's not letting it go. It's like watching a train wreck and you see it, you can't turn away from it, but you do feel bad for the victims. And I feel like she's a victim of her own circumstances. You know, she came out of this and we all understood, you know, her having these feelings, but she didn't approach it in an intelligent manner, and she let the people in her circle continue to egg her on and let her believe that this shit was okay. Meanwhile, you don't see these people on camera with her. Who's the last person we saw on camera with her? Michelle. She don't let none of these other people see me because they know. And when we see this and as we're consuming this, we know that the people around her know that she is unhinged and know that she's being crazy. And that's why that they're not being seen with her. So I just think that it's super unfortunate that she continues to feed into this. Oh, you know, because I believe she said in one of her videos that, you know, press is press, and, you know, all press is good press. And it's like, no, ma'am, it is not. So I really feel bad for her. And I think that at some point, Nick and Ola may need to look into a protective order, because it's scary the way she's like, and it could be she's just playing into it, but at the same time, like, I feel like, you know, some safety precautions need to be taking place, and I would love it if they reconsider not moving to LA for safety, if anything, but for safety reasons. And that's about it.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah, no Super Bay. I can still hear Gigi. No, yeah, I don't disagree, Gigi. I think that, I mean, I will say that, you know, I think she is, you know, she be fucking knowing. But I do hear that. I think that, you know, she really needs to resolve some stuff. All right, Dawn, please go ahead and share your thoughts, friend.
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Hey, this is my first time getting on like a Nicolandria live, so I'm a little shy. But I wanted about 404. I think that we are playing into the card that she's playing. I think that she has been very strategic with everything that she's done so far. I don't think she's made a misstep since she's come out. I think she's been very calculated, and it's hard for me to feel bad for somebody that is that like calculated, like that conniving, because you cannot, like, people make mistakes, but if you make mistakes in like emotion, there's a high chance of you hurting yourself. I don't think she believes she's hurting herself. I don't think she's really hurt herself more. If anything, she's gained a lot of people that are people pleaser, that just want her to be, that want to defend her because she's in, because they see her as like a damsel in distress. She's gained a lot of those type of followers. So I think that that's what she's aiming for. I think that she's leaning into that white woman feminism trope. I feel like she's leaning into that a lot, and she would rather lean into that than lean into her Hispanic heritage, which might probably bring her a lot of more like, I don't know. I feel like cultures like that have a lot of more like family togetherness. I don't think she leans into that side of her life. I think she leans into that white woman feminism that can be very toxic. And I think she has a game plan for her life, and she is sticking to it, come hell, come high waters. She does not care. So this is just another ploy for her to get more people talking about her. She doesn't mind the backlash. She just sees it as, it doesn't matter. More people are going to talk about me. It's going to increase my life. That's why she went on live right after it. She's very calculated. She wants to be famous. She wants to be an influencer, and she does not care what she has to do to get it. and so I just believe that that's her play. And I don't feel, I'm not saying that we can't feel bad for us, because it is human to care. It's human to be like, girl, come on, get up, you know? But I think that that's the play she's going for. She's rewriting history. She's trying to get us to talk about the fact that she's a scorned girlfriend, rather than the fact that she needs to go sit somewhere and do inner work and think about the way she goes about life. I think that we also, I don't know if you guys did, but I saw a lot of people downplaying the slur that she said and saying there's a high possibility that she would not know that that was a slur. For some reason, I thought about it today and I was like, yeah, I don't think I would have ever said that.
Yeah.
It sounds like a slur. I'm Nigerian. I moved to the US 10 years ago. If I feel like that sounds like a slur, come on.
And here's the thing about that. Here's why I won't give her any. Well, one, it ain't my place to give her no grace about that. Number one, let me start there. But I will also say she used it in exactly the context that the slur is used. So, girl, please get the fuck out my face with that. I'm sorry.
Literally. Literally. I like, she's moving away from her ethnicity. She's moving away from who she is. She's creating a narrative. She is dangerous in the fact that she is very manipulative and conniving, and she's a very selfish person. And this, I'm saying this based on the things that I've seen her do. She might be different from this, but she's not doing a good job of showing something else. She's showing like a very self-forward person, and not even in a I love myself way. It's in a I don't care what happens to those around me. And that's why the friends that she had are the same way she is. And that's why she's okay still being friends with them, even if they would never want to be on camera with her. She's okay still being friends with, she understands it. And we're upset for her, but she's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Because she knows she would do the same thing. So I think that we're hoping for somebody whose mindset has probably been like this since they were little. Maybe she had to turn to this mindset, this mindset when she was younger, just to survive wherever she grew up in. Whatever it was, this is who she is, and she's never gonna change. Just, I know we cannot say for people to ignore her, because that's not possible. She will keep poking, and she'll keep getting a little more views to make a little more money. And she's just gonna keep doing this until she hitches to a D-class celebrity. Like, I think somebody was saying she's trying to get on their dating app. Until she hitches to a D-class celebrity that she can be the girlfriend to and feel like she's shown all of us. That's just the storyline that she's going for, and she's fine with that. And I think that we should stop expecting more from her. I think that we should just know what she is and accept her for what she is, and just be like, yeah, here she go again. And that's just it.
Thank you, Dawn. I do want to offer one point of correction. And dark skinned lover girl put in the comments, but I don't consider myself like a Nicolandrian. I like Nick and Alandria. I'm a fan of them. But this is just a space to chat about, and I won't do like any Alandria slander in here. We don't do that. But yeah. So, and I will say too, y'all, to y'all's comments, right? Like, she is from Arizona. Right. And if you know, you know, right. She is from Arizona. And here's the thing, even if she didn't, because I hear you, dark skin lover girl, some people don't know that it's a slur. I would say this though, if nothing else, she knows that she used the term in a derogatory way about an explicit group of people. Period, full stop. You know what I mean? So I would say that at least. Okay, Skylar, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
I would also like to say about that is, like, if I can't say that she didn't know that it was a slur because she used it in the correct context, which is so interesting when people try to defend her. It's like, maybe she didn't know, then you wouldn't be using it in the right context. If you didn't know that it was a slur, you wouldn't be using it in the right context. But also, a thing about her, I feel like her proximity to whiteness really showed on the show, like, just in general. But I think most of her jealousy just comes from Alandria, because if in the show she talks about she wanted to be a model, and what is Alandria doing? Exactly what she wanted to do when she came out of the villa. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to get straight into modeling. She said that. Nick with his DJing, that's something else she wanted to do. So everybody is getting everything she wanted. And it's really sad that like she's turned every event, if you've ever noticed, into something about her. So if something is coming out about any of the Islanders, she flips the narrative into her. And it's really sad that now we're changing the narrative from her being a racist to her being the scorned girl. And that is just like everybody's running with it. Like the fact that she has a Twitter community and there are people in that Twitter community that defend her every single day. And it's like, girl, you got some issues. Like she's no longer being painted as a racist. She's being painted as a scorned woman. And I think that's just, we can't let that narrative slide anymore. And like people are so quick to defend her because we've all been in a situation where we've been done wrong by a man in our eyes. But like we gotta really get to the root of it. That's it.
Y'all are funny asking how many people are in the community and what the community name is. Y'all don't go over there being messy.
It's like less than 300.
It's like 300 people. It's called 404 Sirens. That's literally the name of her thing. And there's like 300 people in it, girl. It's not popping.
It's only like 2 people post on there.
That feels icky for it to be called 404 Sirens, or is it just me?
Crazy.
That feels icky.
They're like, oh, you can't cancel her.
And they go on like every time she posts, because she doesn't really post, they go on like Spaces and there's like 6 people talking about her. It's bad. It's all bad.
Woo, child, that's funny. Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts, Skylar. I agree. I think that, she is trying to move. And Gigi, I know you've named this before. I think a couple of y'all that have been in my lives when we, back in the day, was talking about it consistently, right? Talking about Love Islanders consistently. I do think that there has been an attempt by larger public and by her, with her help, around moving the focus off of the fact that, babe, you got fired from your job for being a racist. Like, that's what it boils down to, right? And the fact that people want to hate Nick so badly because they hate Alandria so badly. And so the immediate thing, well, Nick, he did her so wrong. He did this, he did that, he did this. It's like, bitch, stay focused. Goddamn. Fucking short-sighted ass people. Okay, Applesauce Lover, please give your thoughts.
Yeah, honestly, like, I just, like, it gets sad. It's just like, I commented, I said it's giving Hailey Bieber versus Selena. And the reason why I said that is because, like, you see, Hailey Bieber is attached to Justin, but Selena's not attached to Justin, but they're always comparing it. So in this case, it would have been like, if we're going to use Justin as an example, Nick is Justin because he's successful, he's doing his own thing. And then Selena is Orlandria. But imagine if Selena and Justin were like together, like 2 individually successful people, and then you just see the scorned girlfriend or the scorned wife, and it's just like, why are you comparing them? Like you know she won't top her. It just gets to a point. It's like, it's sad, and that post, like, it's degrading yourself, because why would you post on your social media the guy that just had intercourse with you and said that you were subpar with his new girlfriend, that he just said that he admitted was the most beautiful girl in the whole world? Like, you don't have dignity for yourself. That's embarrassing. Like, he literally had intercourse with you, and he said the girl was more attractive than you. Like, it gets to a point, it's just like, are you not, like, embarrassed? And instead, you want to build a platform based off of them, and you want to get fans that hate them. So, in your live, all they're going to talk about is Nick and Orlandria. Why do you want to keep seeing his face? Like, he did you wrong. And you could say that she did you wrong, too. And I love how you made a point that Sierra does want to associate herself with Orlandria, because even though Orlandria doesn't have as much followers as Huda necessarily, Orlandria has the most influence globally and in America. She has CNN articles. She has Vogue. She just won the People's Choice Award. Nobody has done that before. She was the first person with the NYX collab, and I know Huda has her beauty collab, but you don't see people talking about how Huda Beauty sold out her powder. No, but Orlandria sold out her thing for 4 times in a row. So it's like, you want to attach yourself to Orlandria, but you see how Nick and Orlandria don't address you. That's the worst part. They never address you. They're silent. They never make no claims, and they're unbothered. And it's sad. It's really sad, because they're not gonna address you. And Nick makes shady Snapchat posts Nick has a song that he does, his blows my high, and it's the lyrics is, "You keep on talking about this old bitch that like you keep that I had sex with, but I don't talk about her no more." He keeps posting that, and it's like embarrassing. Like he keeps digging you too, and it's just like they don't want to talk about you, and you're building a platform. And it's just sad and depressing. That's what I have to say. Like I just feel so bad. It's just like I feel bad for her that I can't feel bad anymore. It's just like you need to stop. Like.
Okay, yes, to y'all's comments. Thank you, India Cook, for saying that, because that's exactly what I was going to say. Nick did say that his performance was subpar, but he also explicitly said that he performs better with people that he likes usually. So, and I know you watched the show 404. Okay, Dark Skin Lover Girl, please give us your thoughts.
I didn't say anything. I'm just saying, if you know, when Nick went and stopped by her, he just sweated her weave out. So I'm just saying.
So my take at first was I really did think at first that I do feel bad for her. I did feel bad for her. I don't anymore. I just thought at first that she needed closure. She couldn't move on from Nick. But what you said, Tina, it just like opened my mind. And when I said boom in the comments, I'm really like, it really just went boom in my head, what you said about her, that she does want to be closer to Alandria, more so than Nick. When I seen that street interview, and I sent it to you, Tina,
I watched
when
it.
she had asked the guy, or she told the guy, like, I thought you were gonna say, like, my eyes was the most beautifulest thing you've ever seen. So at that point, I'm thinking that, okay, no, she's just looking for validation that she wasn't getting from Nick. She's looking for anyone, or she's trying to have a dig. But then I realized that, that is a comment that Nick made about Alandria. So it does seem like she does want Alandria's approval. And I do like that Alandria doesn't, feed into it. She doesn't comment on it. She only said like that one time that she hadn't spoke to Sierra yet, and that was it. And I don't know how she's able to navigate in interviews where people never ask again, but I'm glad that they don't, because it is looking like she wants that validation from Alandria, now that I think about it, or now that you said what you said. But I didn't have a problem at first with knowing that Sierra went to the party. I actually felt like, well, why can't she? She is an influencer, and she's from LA, and so she does know people. And Agua does this party. They've done it for 10 years now. So I was like, well, what's the issue? Because Beldasha was there, and she also, kissed Nick. And everyone, season 7 was kissing everybody. So, they all have been, everyone that was there at some point had been in relations or had something to do with Nick. And so I feel like if Beldasha could be there, and she also talked to Ola, then why can't Sierra go, right? But when she did make that clip, when I seen that clip on Snapchat of her, where she pinpoint the part that she really mouthed out was, don't you wish your girlfriend was fun like me? And on Twitter, the Shalaces, or some people are the certain fan bases were talking about how Ola isn't fun, that she's boring, or that Clark and the other people are so much fun, and they dance with their partners in the club, because she went to Greek Fest and she was just kind of like not kind of dancing with Nick, or something like that. So I felt like that was like, oh no, you've been watching, well, obviously we know, but you've been watching her, and you purposely did it on that part because of the discourse that's been happening on Twitter about how Ola isn't fun. She's just strict, and she's stern, and she's not even right now. At some point this morning, there was discourse about how they thought that Ola was depressed and she wasn't having fun at the Agua party, and people had to kind of try to die that down, like, no, she's fine. They had a clip, they put a clip of Ola on her last live that she did, where she said that at first coming out of the villa was overwhelming, but she's actually gotten used to it. So they were like, well, Ola says she's not depressed and she's okay, then she is okay. But like I said, after I saw that clip with 404, I was like, oh, okay, she did that very much on purpose. And she knows what she's doing. Like you said, she's very smart, and she's playing into the discourse of, oh, look, I'm fun. I'm a good time. But yeah, that was it.
Thank you, dark skin lover girl. Okay, Jamila, please give us your thoughts.
Real quick, mine might be a little bit different, but it still has to do with 404. So another creative on this app, I cannot remember, it was a little bit a while ago. She mentioned that she noticed that 404 and Michelle have not been supporting each other on IG anymore as they did before Alan had that sit down interview, and she had her own reasoning behind it, essentially like how you were saying that they all had talks beforehand on what they planned, and maybe 404 was not, again, this is just an idea, but it really had me thinking, a rumor. Maybe 404 was was holding that over Michelle, and that's why they were showing support back and because I recently checked and I don't see them commenting and liking it like how they used to, and I don't know why when nothing really has changed for them from what we've seen. So I thought that was a pretty interesting take. Besides that, for me, when it comes to 404, it's how I've always felt. She's there for the fame, period, point blank. I think she feels like that got taken away from her when she had this griddle plan on how she was going to get it. I mean, she had a plan pre-videos, pre-villa video. I mean, she had a plan, and she thought she's figured out everything she needed to on how the viewers were going to react to her. I think she also banks on the fact that the climate that we're living in right now, specifically our political climate, is where it's at. So she knows that she can gain followers simply by being non-black. I mean, I personally believe so. And she noticed, and I think she understood when she came out the villa what all the commenters were saying on all the villas, all the islanders. So for me, I think she realized, oh, I can capitalize off this, and she has. People who didn't like so-and-so and so-and-so, they all quickly flocked to her. And whether they agree with her, I don't even think they care, to be quite frank, about her slur, the slur she used. It has nothing to do, again, with, it had more so to do with another demographic, another group of people of color. So I feel like, hey, they still don't, that has nothing to do with them. And I think she realized that she can capitalize and gain her own followers off of that. And they tend to engage and they support her. Also, I think that's really pretty much all I had to say. I just noticed, that one commenter said that, and I was like, interesting, why are there support for each other all of a sudden we don't see anymore? Like, I don't know. And it was all prior to the reunion, prior to Alan getting on that podcast. And I'm like, well, was there something going on? Was there a little, and I think you're right, Tina, that there absolutely was. And to say that if we found that out as viewers, what would that really say? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like after Alan did what he did, now it's all out the bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, now we don't care. So I thought that was a pretty interesting take they had. That's all. I'm loving hearing everyone else's though. Yeah, it's good.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you. I saw someone in the comments said that apparently Michelle mentioned 404 on her live. This was recent, y'all. You have to catch me up. Y'all have to give me the tea. Okay, Nikki, go ahead and share your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that because I don't follow them. So if anybody else wants to throw out whether or not she engaged with, said something about 404, that's how I roll. I am curious about, and I put this in the chat, and I don't think I got a clear response. I'm more curious about how she got to the party, because Michelle and Alan weren't there. I don't know if they were invited and declined.
I was gonna say that since Agua is really like close with Nicolandria fans on Twitter, Nicolandria fans told them who not to invite to the party, and Agua responded like, "Yes, we were making sure we're not to invite them." So
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. But they're not the only ones in charge of this. It was also Synergy.
No,
and if Synergy, does not post about Nick and Alandria. Only Agua does, as far as I've seen. So what the whole point of what I was saying is that at least I hope they got a heads up that she was going to be there, to know to distance themselves. I also saw from the streets that she was a +1. And I think where my concern comes in is like, if she was a +1, who was it that she was a +1 of? And that is the person that I'm most concerned about with, because as I think Dawn had relayed, I expect her to act in this way. I expect her to operate and and behave this way. This is nothing new. 404 is a racist and a liar. We saw that on in the villa, how, when she came back from that date with her and Nick, how she completely fabricated about what was said at said date. Like, that is the truth of the matter. So I don't expect her not to operate in such an erratic behavior, and very weird. And I'm sorry, it's getting a little too dangerous for my comfort to watch her in the same space as the two of them. I'm really glad, Tina, that you brought up the proximity portion to this conversation, because I don't think that people have thought of it in a way where I think a lot of the woman scorned is the narrative that she has placed on there, placed on her to gain more sympathy. But the truth of the matter is that Alandria is the one that she wants to have the access to. And that to me feels dangerous. That to me feels like way too close for comfort. And Nick being so open and so free with where he's at, that also is a critique of mine in placing, like, is he not inadvertently putting Alandria in some sort of precarious position, because he is so open and he feels safe, and this is not probably a conscious choice, but I do feel like her being at that party, whether it be, I know Agua said absolutely not me, but maybe Synergy did. And we just don't know. I just hope that they both had a heads up that something like this was going to happen, and to where they can definitely be outside of, what she had going on. So I just wanted to, bring some light to that. And I just want to remind everyone that 404 is very calculated and very manipulative, and she understands marketing in a way that a lot of people don't. And I think what we need to also be cautious of is there are people that operate in this world, especially in the new generation, because people in in the older generation, we did not grow up with social media in this way. In this new generation, this reminds me of a Dark Mirror episode. I don't know if y'all watch Dark Mirror, but there was an episode with Cynthia Erivo and Ron Howard's daughter. I can't remember her name, but it literally was an episode around people. They had these, of course, they had like smart devices. And in this episode, how people interacted versus their likes gave them more value, and as opposed to who they actually initially were as a person. And I really feel like that's where people have operated from in this new social media world, is that people find value in other people based on their likes and how much attention they get, and they equate that as whether or not they're a good person or not. So I'm finding that to be very problematic.
Yeah. I agree, Nikki. Ori, or Ari, please tell me how I say your name so I can say it right. Please go ahead and share your thoughts.
It's Ari. I love your videos, by the way. Okay, so I did see some comments. Yes, nosedive, Black Mirror. Yeah, that's definitely Sierra. But I did put this together earlier because I kept wondering why 404 posted post on her story and tagged Synergy, but Synergy was going through and like reposting all of these influencers all day. I'm like, why didn't they post her? Because people were like, oh yeah, they invited her. They did not. On Instagram, if y'all want to type this down in your notes, there's a person, his name is Jeff.4. It's FOR. I think he is the one that brought her as his plus one because Agua follows him and she is all over his story. And he just posted a TikTok actually, because someone sent it to me. He just posted a TikTok where he was further like trying to push that narrative that I feel like they were kind of trying to. I don't know, like I don't want to put that on people because I don't know who they are personally, but I feel like they were trying to like set Nick up low key because the video that he posted of Sierra, it's like Nick probably walked right behind her and then she was like, "Oh, record me." Because if you go look at his story, there's a video there and it's like him the Jeff person recording 404, but Nick is right behind them. But people that were at the party said that they never talked. Like all of, like there were a bunch of Nicolandria stands that went. They said they never acknowledged each other. But I feel like they were trying to push a certain narrative. I don't know though. I just wanted to clear that up because I know
Have to
that
add again
that was something.
or type it in the chat, possibly.
Yeah, I'm putting it in. I put it in the chat to y'all that asked. It's JEFF.FOR.
I just wanted to say, I just went to Instagram on Synergy's page. That they didn't post themselves, but they did repost a video with other islanders and her included.
That must have been new. I didn't see that one. But before, like they hadn't posted anything about her and she had her post up since last night, is why I say that. I don't know what new they did, but I don't think they invited her because she was close to him the whole time he was recording her. And actually, let me click on it because I actually searched it up myself. He posted one like picture of them. He said, "My hot date," which made me think that he was the plus one.
That's interesting. Why would that make y'all think that? Why would that make y'all think that
Well,
he's
for one, I feel like it's just no reason for Synergy to invite her of all people because she hasn't worked with them.
no,
They
yeah.
don't follow her on anything. And I like that's why I said I did my research because I'm trying to figure out like why was she at this event, y'all? I was just confused. Like it's just crazy to me. So I was just going through and like they were tagging people and I was just going through. I'm like, something is just not adding up. And then I found him. And then I
Yeah.
see her posted on his story. So that I don't know. And Agua follows him, so I feel like he got the invite from Agua. Maybe he's worked with them before. And then he brought her as his plus one, but they probably weren't aware of this. But I don't know if y'all are on Twitter, but Agua specifically said that she was not invited. So that's what led me to believe that Synergy probably got the memo and wouldn't have invited her either.
Yeah, I think that she honestly was a plus one. That's what makes the most sense. I think that Agua uh, has a lot of loyalty to Nick and Alandria because of what Nick and Alandria have done for their brand and what the fan base has done for their brand. And I think that they're smart enough to know how the fan base would have reacted had they invited her directly. So I definitely think that she was a plus one. I do want to answer Dark Skin Lover Girl's question. Dark Skin Lover Girl asked me, do I think that she should have gone to the party at all? I think it depends on the intention, right? Um, I'm a petty Pisces, and y'all know that, right? I can't say that I wouldn't have gone. You know what I mean? I can't say that, depending on what my intention was. If I was a 20 something still, right? I can't say that I would have been like, I'm too above this. Like, I don't know that, you know. Um, so I can't make any judgment about that part of it. Do I think it is responsible for her? Do I think it like actually helps to advance her? I don't think so. Um, I think that it is I think that it is like, yes, she is getting the attention, y'all, but she doesn't attention won't be enough. And I think that she knows that, right? I think that she knows that attention is not quite enough, that it needs to then net something. There has to be some sort of net benefit. What? Oh, I'm not a racist Delulu girl like 404 is. That's true. You know what I mean? I will just say, like, it needs to have some sort of net benefit. So I don't know if it's actually getting her what she thinks it's going to get her. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I would have been petty. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But I don't think it's like actually, if the intention is to acquire fame, I don't think that it does that by her going.
I
Who
kind of think it
is actually
does.
working with her? Go ahead, Dawn.
Sorry to cut you. I was saying I kind of think it does to an extent. I think we think that she's looking for sane fans. No, she's just looking for fans. There are some people waiting for people to say something wrong about her so they can say, and this is the reason why I no longer like the Nicolandra fan base, and I'm gonna move over to her. There are some people whose whole character is defending people that they feel that are being bullied or slighted, no matter if that person is the bully. And she knows how to do those microaggression. I like somebody can come up and say, "Oh, why did you do all that research to find out who brought her in? Y'all are doing too much." Somebody can come in and say, "Why can't she go to the party? She could go have fun, even though there's thousands of parties going on today." She does micro stuff that can be excused. Do you get what I mean?
No, I do. I think here's the thing, right? And Gigi has made this point before about Honda Civic. I think that maybe I'm giving her too much credit, y'all. Maybe I am giving her too much credit. But I know that her background, right? Her background is in helping people to capitalize on social media, to like really do like brand development, right? So for me, I guess what I don't understand is that I think she would have some understanding around the fact that simply because you have a certain amount of followers does not, again, net you a certain amount of money or fame, or it just means you have people watching you. That doesn't translate to anything in particular. You know what I mean? And we're watching Honda Civic have all of these followers, and she's still not the it girl. That didn't translate to the real world. You know what I mean? And so I would think that she has the understanding around that. Maybe she doesn't. And maybe it is like, oh, well, as long as I get people talking about me, as long as I get people following me, like that's enough. I think that that's a miscalculation on her part then, if that's what she thinks.
Tina, I just want to also add to that. I think a lot of us, especially myself, I have to, check myself and recognize that people don't operate in the same level of integrity that I do. And if you're not integral with your intentions behind it, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're getting, the attention that you're desiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to add on that Sierra is associated with like Tana and Brooke, which are canceled people that lean into the canceled culture, especially for racism. And I think that's what she's leaning into. Before, I think she previously was trying to clean up her act and be new, but now I think she realizes, like you said, like the followers don't necessarily associate with engagement, and I think she's leaning into the white girl cancel culture. Like, oh, you just hate me because I'm canceled, but I'm so unbothered. You see all her posters, her just being in rave outfits, twirling her hair, just running around, being like, "Oh, I'm so carefree, and I love it. I love it. Like I'm having a great time. Like you wish you were fun as me, like, but you're not." And I think we have to admit that there is a demographic that wants to lean into that, because they have people like they have their own Orlandria in their life where they realize like, hey, I don't have that aura or that success or that internal happiness within me to like be like her. So I have to be that scorned girlfriend, that canceled person that doesn't give a fuck. So yeah.
I think too, y'all, I will say that I don't engage with her a lot, but like if I go on Snapchat, I'm sure y'all know this too, right? Like if you go on Snapchat and you follow one of the Love Islanders, it'll recommend the other one. So sometimes her content will like come across and I will look through it. And I don't typically see her playing into the scorned girlfriend thing. I typically see, at least when it comes across my feed, what I typically see is like her going to Pilates and I'm going to get matcha. And she's just like being an LA girly. And oh, let me tell you about like this philosophical self-development and like reflection. Like that's what I see her trying to like be as a personality on the internet. So I don't know if and maybe I'm just not seeing it and that's totally fair because I don't engage with her content, but I don't really see her leaning into the whole like, you all just hate me and I'm just gonna be like, I don't see that personally. Jamila, go ahead and share your thoughts.
That's okay. I also think again, I know I said this before, but I think she's also playing into where we are at in this country, because if she's hoping that brands will take the chance to bring her on to the team, I don't know if that's what she's waiting on, because unless she's making money straight off of social media, it's not coming in the way she thought it was going to come in. I mean, I'm like, look at how these brands after American Eagle had that whole backlash. They either you're either going to double down and where you are going to align politically in this country, or your morals or your values, whatever the case may be. So I don't know if they're going to be taking a chance on her, even though she's a creator. Again, she's a risk. She's a risk to have, because you don't want to invest in someone and they don't have that much of an outcome. They're not bringing you profits. So I find it interesting if she's just making money off the ass because she has, those TikToker, I don't even know the names of those type of deals where you get money just from being on the app and everything. So it's interesting to watch. I'm not going to lie, but I would love to see if any brands actually eventually pick her up big time, not the ones she's had prior to. And these little interviews are cute, but that's views for them. So that works.
I wonder if brands, you see how brands are like very, Nick and Landry first started with like lower brands, but you see how they're doing DoorDash and now Alandra is most likely she's just did a podcast with Angel Reese. So we now know that they're doing bigger brands. I wonder if bigger brands know that since Nick and Landry is so big, I wonder if brands are like, maybe we shouldn't do that because we know the Nick and Landrys are going to get mad. Kind of like how people are like, maybe like for Taylor Swift, let's not drop the album that week because we know Taylor Swift is going to block it out. I wonder if that's also something she's trying to like break into, or she's aware of, that she knows if she does something big that there's always going to be like haters. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, and then Jamila can share again.
I was trying to say, Tina, that I agree that most of her content is not a scorn. It's a, hi, life is butterflies and you should go and touch butterflies too type. That's what it's, even her birthday post, which I loved. I'm not gonna lie, I ate that up, where she was like, this was me at 7 and this is, I was like, oh, this is really nice, but she's really good at marketing. And I just went to go watch that Jeff off or whatever video, and even that Instagram post was shady. It was, they purposely made it to where Jeff purposely made it to where you can see Sierra and Nick. They wanted you to see Sierra next to Nick, but I think that Sierra is sad, and I was actually really rooting for her as far as I felt like I don't believe in cancel culture. I don't think that when what she said, I think what she said was wrong. I personally did not know it was a slur. I'm 31 years old, and I probably have said that word before, but whenever she had said it and whenever she got canceled, I realized how, in the context of how she said it, how that could be really, not could, it is really messed up and it was wrong. And then I realized, oh, well, that is a bad word or slur to say and shouldn't be said. So I get it now. But I really did not understand that was a slur. I had a point and then it just like slipped out of my brain. Okay, so
You said you feel sad for her.
I do feel sad for her. Oh, I was saying that I didn't believe that she should be canceled. I think that if you, like she said, she took accountability or apologized or wherever she had said, I think that if you are a human being, we all are imperfect people and we all make mistakes and we all do things that could be somehow cancelable, you know. I think that, or not cancelable, that people should have grace for people in life, and people should also have where people can move on. I don't think that one mistake in someone that's 20 years old, or not even a mistake, that one mishap, I don't know what to call it. What she did was wrong. What she did, I don't think it should be scorned for her for the rest of her life, that she shouldn't be able to come on the internet or say anything or have brand deals or have a company. I don't think so. I don't think everything should be pulled away from her, that she has no voice because she did something wrong. I think that if she is moving in the right direction to fix what she did, then she should be forgiven, or she should be given grace. But yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Ari,
May I offer?
on Gigi, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Gigi.
So I just want to, in response to what you were saying really quickly, I do agree that when work is put in and people do the work and they do the reflection, they do the thinking, that things can, make a change and they have the opportunity to come back. In these examples, I like to provide the example of like Prince Harry, for example. If Prince Harry did something very, very egregious in which he went to a Halloween party dressed as a Nazi soldier, right? Since then, Harry has done the work. He has put in the time. Does that make him an exception? Does being a crown prince, it make him an exception to dealing with consequences? No. Even he had to face the music and put in the work and put in the time and show that he's made changes. He's made, understandings in people's culture in order to make that change and move forward. At no point did she do that. She used other people to use other people's social currency, or attempted to use other people's social currency in order to shift a narrative to make people forget, and then use this opportunity of, oh, I'm a woman scorned, to avoid putting in the work. She didn't do any of the work. And I think this is why you see people give her this pushback as to, why are you here? Take this break. We get that you have a lot going on, but let's not forget, it's not that you had a lot going on and then, you had a lot going on and then this happened to crop up. No. This cropped up and then you saw all this and you promised the community that you were, in your accountability, not apology, in your accountability post, that you were going to do the work. Where is this work that you were supposed to give the community? So when people don't give you grace, it's because you didn't do the work. It's like a student who doesn't do homework and then they get mad because the grade they had and they ask for the makeup assignments and you don't turn the makeup work. That's what she did. She didn't turn the makeup work. And that's just, it is what it is. And so when people come in and they're like, girl, go away, we don't want to give you brands, it's not because that she shouldn't have a life. It's because where do you even signal? Okay, let's look at it from the business aspect. Where do you signal to these brands that when you mess up and you become a liability, that you're able to do the work to protect our brand and to protect our partnership? She hasn't done any of this. So while I can feel bad for her that she is going through this, I feel bad for her on a human level, that I'm doing this with a really bad accent, that she should be embarrassed with the things that she is doing, right? She should be very, very embarrassed. And that's where I feel bad for her, right? Because she's going to look back and this is forever on the internet. The interwebs is forever. Al Gore's internet does not let go. Okay, so that's where I feel bad for her. But in terms of moving on, it's like, okay, but when are you going to do the work? And when are people going to hold her to doing the work? Because as people have said before, she is leaning into this, oh, I'm just a girl, I'm just a white girl, and just forgive me. She's very much leaning into that. And we as a people just need to, and I don't think it speaks to cancel culture. I think it just speaks to accountability.
I
Because that's
totally
why
agree.
people yeah, and that's why people continue to go on and go, okay, well, well, I didn't know, and that's great, but that's where context comes into play. And you could not know that a word doesn't mean something, and this happens in daily life, right? Because English is not my first language; it's my third. I don't know a lot of English words, but I can use context to go, oh shit, you meant that a certain way. And I think that's exactly what's happening. That's why there's pushback with the whole, a lot of people saying, I didn't know that this, at my big age, I didn't know. Yeah, but there was context attached to that. And if you can sub that in for any other cultural person or any other cultural identity, you knew it was wrong. And it wasn't just a one-off. You were warned about it the first time. Your response was, at least I didn't mean it in a bad way. And then you did it again. And that's the issue.
Yeah, and I think that it's hard for us to believe that she's doing the work to change her to be better, like you said, because she's doing things that make her very unlikable. She continues to perpetrate attitudes and characters that don't show somebody that wants to do the work. She just continues to make horrible choices.
Let
And
me
also,
let me just say this real quick about her too, right? And I want to be very, y'all know that I'm a therapist. Of course, I always believe that people are capable of fucking growth. It's literally, I wouldn't be good at my job if I didn't believe that. Okay. So I absolutely believe that people can be capable of growth. And Sierra 404 outed her ex-boyfriend, pulled him out the closet without his consent on a fucking podcast, has made racist comments about Asian people that we all know about, right? Chose to put fucking Bantu knots and braids in her fucking head, asked the black community if she could do it, and then said, well, my black friend said I could. So she has deplorable actions on numerous levels, right? And so I think that 404, it is nothing wrong with people saying, like, yes, we do want to believe people can grow. Absolutely. And girl, you need to sit the fuck down for a minute. You need to just sit down and shut the fuck up for a little bit, okay? And you need to just you need to tend to yourself. You need to do the work, baby. And so I think it's nothing wrong with saying, actually, you now have a pattern of behavior that tells me at the very least that you are not conscious of your impact on other people. And it's and that's another one. On top of that, she has a DUI, right? So she does things, and her learning is at the expense of other people. And I think it's okay to say, actually, you need to sit the fuck down and you need to let your learning not continue to be at the expense of other people. We don't have to support you while you're fucking doing that. So that's what I would also add about her, is that it's not just this one thing, right? This is like the thing that happened and got exposed while she was on Love Island, but there are a plethora of things that she has done to make us be curious about her integrity as a human. Okay. Or Ari, I know you wanted to say something too.
I did, but I feel like they mostly said everything that but I will add, okay, so like after the whole situation happened, I did a full rewatch of the show so that I could get like a new perspective. I feel like there was a whole bunch of things happening with Redacted. You have to whisper her name because her fans just spawn nowhere, y'all. But you get it.
Mhm.
So I feel like people were so focused on that situation that they missed the out was 404. But
Mhm.
also, I wanted, before I even get into that, I wanted to say something that I noticed her first microaggression was towards Taylor when she had a conversation with him. I can't remember the exact conversation, but she said something like, oh, are your parents still together? And he said, yes. And she was like, yeah, that's rare nowadays. And at first you wouldn't think anything of it, but it's like her parents are still together. So why did you say that to that? Why did you say that? It just had me like whenever I did a rewatch, I'm like, that was questionable. It also, it's like I don't know if y'all know, but like while she was in the villa, her friends were like posting reaction videos every single like night after the episodes. And then, she had that one friend run social media. And I kind of noticed that they were all, like eight or adjacent. So it just, to me, it's like, did you specifically go for Alandria and Shelly as your like best? That kind of threw me off because it's like, you don't seem to have any other black of them. So why are you so close to these black fella? I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it just kind of made me side eye her a little bit because it's weird. Like you don't even have any black friends outside of the villa. Yeah, that was a little weird to me. Also, after Blurgate, I felt like it was really weird of her to keep posting Michelle because it's like you just went on a whole trip with all of your friends. They acted like they were on vacation with you. You acted like you weren't on vacation with them. Nobody posted you. You didn't even post them when you posted your photos. But you come back and you're posted up in a picture with Michelle the first time. And then it's like that same day, because Michelle had the same hairstyle. Weeks later, she posts some pictures of her and Michelle together, same hairstyle, and it's like they went on like a solo dinner, like a date night. That's what she captioned it, like date night with her and Michelle. I just thought it was weird because it's like the first time she was photographed with you, she got dragged. Like she got dragged by all fan bases. So it's like, why would you post her the second time weeks later, knowing that she got dragged? It's like she was trying to use them to wash her image. Also feel like she did the same thing with Olandria. Obviously, Olandria didn't hang out with her, didn't talk to her, didn't acknowledge her. But when she made that post, I feel like she knew that, like, come on, y'all. Like, everybody's so misogynistic. They weren't gonna drag Olandria. I mean, they were gonna drag Nick the way that, quote unquote, they should have. They were gonna drag Alandria. So I feel like she played into that when she kept making all of those posts. She knew that Alandria would get dragged, and she tried to play into like this victim narrative, even though she wasn't the victim. Like she was removed from Love Island, and all they did was just move on, continue their journey, but she kept trying to make herself be a victim. That, I don't know. Me, it just gives that maybe you might be a little bit more racist towards other groups too. Yeah,
It
that's it.
most definitely feels that way for me. Um, I I have noticed, like, yes, Snapchat, once you follow a certain islander, a lot of them will show up. I actually, either yesterday or today, I can't remember, um, it came up on, one of Sierra came up. And, what I realized, Tina, what you were saying about, what it seems like on her Snapchat, that she's all, LA girl, Pilates, matcha. But we have to also remember that she is very smart. She understands this social media thing. And I also believe she's very, very calculated in how she continues engagement with the discourse, because it's not going to be every day. She learned early on when this whole soul sister thing, and that she, was doing the whole Shelly, soul sister, posting her on dates, that wasn't working for her. So what did she do? She capitulated to, let me just do my own influencer thing and make videos. but nobody was paying attention to her. But what she casually does is every now and then she will do something really shady, and that will get the most engagement. And I believe that this Aqua Party was another opportunity for her to do that, because what are we doing? We're having lives. What people were engaged in watching her lives. So I agree with Gigi. We've talked about this ad nauseum when the show, a little bit after the show happened with 404, is that she, I'm not going to step my foot off the gas when it comes to her being racist and anti-black, because she has done enough in her post-villa life and inside the villa to make me believe that this is her character. She has been a part of, making sure that, her discourse is very much in relation to white supremacy. And she understands that Black women in particular are always going to be the hate train that she can attach herself to get more likes and views. That's why she didn't care about, doing that post about the Bantu knots, even though she asked, people told her, but then she said, I have a Black friend. How many times have we heard that? How many times have we heard that? Can we stop with that? It's 2025. I'm tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of it. And I can't understand how, there's a lot of people that are just not recognizing the game that she is playing. And it's frustrating.
I watched. Oh, I'm sorry. But
real quickly, I said this before, and I'm probably going to say it again. After this entire white on white crime we had a few weeks ago with someone becoming unalived, you notice celebrities come out and support someone we all knew was like, whoa, and they didn't care. They had to align, which for whatever reason, if they believed in it themselves or not, or if it was to keep a job or not. I mean, you get what I'm saying? So you already know that half of well, not even half. There are some people who are in support and will support corporations and stuff simply because they are on the side that's in power right now. And for me, when it comes to her, I feel like she's gambling on the fact that there are someone somewhere who will feel how she's feeling, and she's shaping that narrative. And it's worked so far in some regards that she,
Ooh, yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I feel like she's taking that gamble. Hey, when she's going to realize that this ain't going to work is when she gets slapped in the face and reminded, hey, baby, you didn't come from these people. You got a whole, your people are on another, a completely different country. Look in the mirror, remind yourself who you are. But until then, she's A-okay doing what she's doing because there is someone out there who's going to agree with her.
And can I say this too? And what's bothersome too, it's the same way that I'm bothered with Honda Accord and her whole hate, hate against, her culture, is that y'all not using these platforms to talk about real life issues that are affecting your community. And that is insane to me, how people have missed the mark on that and are not connecting those dots. Like, if you were serious about accountability and wanting to course correct your wrongs against another community and uplifting the actual real causes that are affecting your personal community, then I might be able to take you seriously. But neither one of you are doing it. Neither one of you.
And you notice that you lose followers. You can lose brands. You can lose if you stand up. She wins. Like, she wins when she doesn't open her mouth and she just reposts and let her fans talk for her. She doesn't have to stand. These influencers, some of them don't even come out with, they say that with celebrities as well. We're seeing Taylor do it right now. Not before the election, she was one way. Now the election, she's another. It's whatever suits them and gives them gain monetary. I mean, it's capitalist we're living in here. So if I can keep quiet and they can assume what they want, I'm going to keep gaining. And she she really hasn't stood up for her people at all. Let's be real. A little post after the reunion was cute, but it was nothing. So that I'll keep letting my people think what they want, and they'll speak for me while I'm behind the scenes getting money from anybody. I agree with you, Nikki, completely. They don't care.
Let me say something really quick.
Hold on, Ari, real quick. I know you want to
Okay.
respond to Dark Skin Lover Girl. And then Kimberly, I see your question in the comments. We will get to it. Dark Skin Lover Girl share, and then Ari, you go, and then Kimberly will do your question.
Oh, it wasn't a response. I just wanted to say, it was more of a statement. Have you guys ever watched the movie? It's one of my favorite movies. It's called Gone Girl, and the main character, Amy, Sierra just reminds me of her. 404. That's it.
Sierra said that was one of her favorite movies today during her live.
Oh yeah, yeah. The calculus.
And I was like, oh, if you know, you know.
By Nikki saying that she's very calculated, I was like, yeah, that movie fits her personality well.
Ari, will you please share your thoughts, and then I'm going to read your question, Kimberly.
Oh, I just wanted to say something about like people like 404 because I live in Texas. We have a whole bunch of them. Y'all, it's like crazy here. A lot of them are like extremely consumed by white supremacy. And it's like being a black person, it's like they dislike us too, but they hate y'all. Like, for example, our current president makes it clear. Like before he even got elected, he made it clear multiple times how he feels about that specific demographic. But I feel like they constantly like feed into white supremacy to like one up us. And they feel like if they keep doing that, that maybe he'll like, these white people will like them more than they like us. And that's why I feel like he acts the way that she does. It's just embedded in them. I can't like understand it personally because I've never wanted to be white, but for some reason they are consumed by white supremacy. That's really all that I wanted to say. Like they have a problem.
Yeah, I will say, like, y'all know I do history sometimes on here, but like, yeah, there was an entire movement in the United States to make Hispanic people white. They were not always classified as white. They fought for that right in order to be removed from blackness, right? They fought to be recognized that way in this country because they understand what proximity to blackness meant, the oppression that it meant. And so, yeah, there is a lot of times in that community, there can be a very entrenched, deeply rooted allegiance to whiteness, and they don't always even understand why. A lot of folks don't even understand, like, or know their own history around that. Absolutely, a whole snack. This is why you have on all of your documents Hispanic, not Hispanic, because white people said, okay, fine, y'all can be white racially, but you are going to have to ethnically claim that you're Hispanic at the very least so that we can continue to differentiate because you white, but you're not really white, right? But they fought for that right to be able to do that. So that is why you will often see that in that community. Kimberly asked y'all if she asked me specifically, but y'all can also respond if you want to, and then I'll let this be our last question to close us out. Do we think that Nick would have allowed 404 to be close to him or to Alandria at the party? I think that what we have seen from Nick and Alandria is a ton of graciousness, a ton of class, right? A ton of tact. And so I don't think that we would have ever seen any sort of big blow up about like, get the fuck from around me, bitch, right? But I think that he definitely would have been mindful about them making sure they're not in the same spaces. Now, I don't know why you in here with the Nick slander, Lane. I don't think that they would have done any sort of blow up, but I also think that there is a way to be in spaces with people that you don't. Shit, most of us do that every day at fucking work, right? You be in spaces with people you don't fucking like. You know what I mean? Like you navigate that all the time, and so I think that there is definitely a way that he would have helped to navigate them not being in the same spaces. I don't think that we ever would have had like a big blow up around it. I think if she had been courageous enough to approach them, really been bold enough to approach them. What I hope is that their team would have been able to run interference and not even let them have to, address that. That's what I would hope. But I don't think that we would ever see any sort of blow up, which is why when people say, not you can't stand most of your clients, when people say that they think that she wants a reaction out of Alandria, what is odd about that to me, if she does want that, if she does believe that, is like, to me, that absolutely signals a level of like, you are not in touch with reality, because you have not seen Olandria give a reaction to anyone. You have not seen Nick give a reaction to anyone in that way. And so I'm not sure why she would think that they would do that or act in that way, right? They have been so mindful about how they engage, and so I don't know why she would believe that she would get that from them. But I do think that, friends or management, somebody would have run interference. I think there would have been a clear conversation and communication about it beforehand. Y'all know I'm married to Chris, right? There have been moments where it's like, okay, you do this and I'll do this to make sure that you don't have to engage with that person, whatever, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think that they would have found a way to, in their own way, not engage with her and not be around her. Does anybody else want to speak to that?
So apparently, well, what I heard from multiple, I guess, Avengers or whoever who were at the party was that once they seem to have seen that she was there, like, whatever, she came in later. And once they peeped, like, well, first off, like, they said that Nick was, Nick and Olandria were together the whole time. But like, once that happened, once they saw that she was there, like, Nick's, they say he went into like protective mode pretty much. So it seemed like he wasn't going to allow anything to go down. And then they just paid her dust in terms of like, they just walked past her and that was that. So, I mean, yeah.
I think like, so I think that the whole idea of people thinking that Nick is a pushover, I think that's kind of weird to an extent, because I'm very confrontational, but I also appreciate people that are not. My partner he does not. He will just smile and wave. And I'm the one that's crazy. And I appreciate that, because that's needed. Like, sometimes just knowing people for who they are and still being cordial with them is more powerful than just putting your cards all out there. And I think that's something that Nick does a good job of doing so far, that I can tell. I think for him to go out of his way to say that he does not want to talk to her is a big move for him. I don't think he said that about anybody. I think he was still cordial with Huda. He was still cordial with Hunter. Like, everybody else that kind of seemed to, that everybody wanted him to be fighting and to be upset with, I think he still chose to not say anything about them, or still when they come up to him to try to resolve it, he would be like, oh yeah, that's good. Like, we can be friends. That's fine. I think for him to go out of his way to say that he does not want to talk to her, he does not want anything to do with her, he's not willing to go back and talk to her, I think that draws a line in the sand for him. And I was one of the people that were kind of like, I love Olandria, I love him, but I don't think it would hurt to talk to her about it. But now, so far, I kind of appreciate the fact that he made that decision. It makes me respect him a little more, because he could see the crazy from day one. Like, the minute she did that first video, he saw the crazy. Even though we were still trying to be like, oh, she's just hurt, oh, she's just going through her emotions, he kind of saw it. And that's also where we are not, like, we need to realize that we are not in their lives. He was with her for like almost 6 weeks. There's probably a lot of things that she did that he tried to overlook or tried to not to react to because he's on TV that we did not see. Yeah. So I don't think that if she had walked up to them like you said, he probably would have just tried to move it along and be like, okay, let's go. and that would have been it. And he would not have given her a reaction. But I'm go and people saying that, and I think somebody said Olandra was not going to give her a reaction. Like she's very poised. I agree with that. But I remember the video that was circulating of those girls asking her if they could give Nick a kiss on the cheek, and then turn it over to her and say, well, can I give you a kiss on the cheek? And she said, well, I didn't sign up for a meet and greet. As much as we all gagged for that, there were people who thought that was rude. So she could have said no to 404. She could have just looked at her weird and people would have ran with that. And that's what she was hoping for. Any reaction would have been, oh, she's doing too much of her guy. That's just what she wanted. So I think that he would have led it to be like, okay, let's move along and move it along. And I think that that's probably what it would have been. And I don't think they should have talked to her because she just seems really manipulative. Like just the same way she changed everything he said to her by the lake on their date, she could actually like spin a whole story on her life the next day about how things went down.
I want to say to Savanda in the comments real quick. I hear y'all about like, oh, let's not even talk about 404. This is what she wants. We're not engaging with her content. We're not on her live. We're not giving her views. We're not commenting on her stuff. We're not giving her clicks. Like, I want y'all to understand that people get curious about human behavior. And that's what we do over here, right? We talk about human behavior. She just happens to be the human whose behavior we're talking about, right? And so we're just being curious about her human behavior. We're not even saying her name exactly, right? And so I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I think people are like, what the fuck is going on? And people want to understand, and they know that we do that over here in this space. And so people feel like it's safer over here to ask me for us to like have this conversation. And I'm okay with that. Y'all know that I haven't talked about season 7 folks in, I don't know, like 3-ish weeks, maybe longer. I'm not really sure, but like I haven't been talking about them for a minute. So people were curious because all of this hubbub was happening and like, hey, can we talk about that here? And like, they know that I'll curate a space for them to do that pretty safely. I also think that it is very, very, to your point, Dawn, about them asking to kiss on the cheek and all that. I think something that I like a thought that I was having earlier that now just came up again because you mentioned that, because somebody mentioned the woman bringing the Smex toys to them. I think that there is an oddness around the way that these people talk about and sexualize Nick and Alandria is very, very odd to me. Like, I truly feel like people feel like they are entitled to like OF level of content from them. And it's honestly weird. I'm not gonna lie. I do feel like also when I see women that are much older than them doing that, it feels also very weird. Like, can y'all not make so many comments about whether or not they're doing PDA in public? Like, it's just odd to me, and it feels just so creepy. And so I do the asking to kiss on the cheek, like all of that is so fucking weird, and I want people to just be well and treat them like they're humans and not objects for their consumption. Again, I just think it's so, that just made me think about that woman again, and that is just absolutely so fucking weird. And a reason why definitely they need to be mindful about having great security. Yeah.
Yeah, I so agree with that. It's like, and I get that the lady said that she was like an intimacy coach or something. And but my thing is, I feel like a lot of times people need to like think like, a lot of times, like, say like I do something random, right? Like if I litter on the ground, right? I'd be like, damn, what if 20 other people did the exact same thing I just did? You know, like imagine if every meet and greet somebody brought them a Smex toy. That's not weird. I don't care if you're an intimacy coach. Her rationality was like, oh, well, I gift my friends this. Like, they're not your friends. They don't know you from Adam. Like, come on.
And saying,
So,
I heard that she said that she asked and got consent, but y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Was she not asking for consent on camera?
yeah.
So it's
Nick
like
and Nick. First off, Nick had a very. They both gave her a look. I don't care. Like, yeah, they laughed it off after when their friends were like right in front of them and had their phones out. But they both gave her a look like, girl, you're crazy as hell. Like, they both had a look before they started laughing. So I don't think that they really, were. Yeah, it was weird.
it goes back to what I was arguing earlier today when we were talking about Polly and all. It's like, if you are giving me two options and neither one of those options are good options, then you're not actually giving me options. If the one choice was to decline your gift on camera in front of all these people, that was going to be received poorly. And then if the reaction or if the choice is to take this gift that I don't fucking want, it's still a poor choice. So you didn't actually give me a choice, right? It was a forced choice, right? And so I just think it's really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird, and I don't fucking care.
They were literally on like 2 live streams. Like, what? Of course they're gonna accept it.
Because like our friend was just up here saying, right, when Alandria said, no, I don't want to, I didn't sign up for a meet and greet, here the people are dragging her online. Oh, that was rude. It's rude to tell somebody that they can't access my body. I'm sorry. The fuck? So like, there was no actual choice that they had. You know what I mean? Like, there was no real choice. So saying, well, I asked, don't play in my face like that. Don't play in my face. Don't play in my face. So yeah, I just want people to be well. Be well. Okay, any final thoughts from my panelists around this?
Yeah, give me just a second. I do have to just get something real quick.
Okay. Anybody else while we wait for Nikki? Anybody else have any other?
Yeah. So, I feel like, oh, Jesus, my back. Ooh, I lost my train of thought for just that quickly. Wow, I'm sorry. Nope, somebody else go. I lost my train of thought.
I think I also like to make a point that I think this is kind of weird, but I feel like even the manager laughed. They're like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I did watch the video, but I didn't even feel comfortable to really watch the video very closely. I was just like, yo, that was like too much for me to even see. But I think an interesting point that was made was, or that can be made is, why is my mind blanking? Never mind. I think I'm completely off topic already.
I'm in my 40s, so my thought process. I had a thought, Tina, before we got on the Specs toys. What we was talking about before then, because that's where my thought was.
Girl, I don't know.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me.
I know, Gigi, because I literally was
Because
like,
all of y'all forgot what you were supposed to say.
You heard it happen, didn't you? You heard it happen, didn't you?
You have one more thing to say. Did you remember, Nikki? I don't want to cut you off.
It's the 40 fog. It's the 40 fog. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Lord.
Oh gosh, there was something.
We were talking about 404. We were talking about whether or not Nick was.
I have thoughts about her.
Yeah, whether or not Nick would have allowed her access to them.
Oh, Nick, thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
That's right. All I wanted to say about that was, I think Nick has displayed time and time again how protective he is of Alandria. I am not worried in the least that man would like jump in front of a car to save that lady's life. Like, I'm very clear about it. So I'm also clear that his crew would not allow anything to happen to Alandria. They're very, very, very protective of her as well. So, I just wanted that to highlight. And also, I'm not bold. I'm not bold enough to bring anybody I don't know sexual toys. I don't know you like that. I am very, listen, Proho, We pro here, right? Right?
Absolutely.
Hey, come on now. Come on now. I love a good intimacy party. I've been to several. But it's with people I know, people I'm comfortable with. Um, so in regards to that, I was told that it was asked off camera and on camera. I don't know how true that is. I don't even, at this point, I don't know if I care, pardon the enough. But what it does invite other, even more weird people to do the same thing. And I think that's where it gets really, weird for me and dangerous because, the next thing you know, like people are gonna bring BDSM stuff and I'm just gonna be like, y'all, I gotta log off. It's just gotten too much. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it for the lore. I enjoy it as a romantic, novel. But I think there is, a few people that, want to see more physical intimacy from them, and are not satisfied with just them just being together and being young and being happy. And that's where it does fall into a very, uncomfortable place for me.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gigi, share your thought, and then Ari, I know you have a thought too.
Okay, so before this thought flees my head again, as far as Nick and 404 go, I think like everyone said, I don't think he would have made a scene. I don't think he would have given her proximity either. I think that he's very much stated he's not about the drama or negativity. He's very much focused on the positive that is in his life right now and focusing on the relationships that he is building. So I don't think he would have made a scene. I think he's very good, and he's shown, and we have photographic evidence that he is really good at being professional. At the same time, he is very strict. They were in Tallahassee when that whole Kiss Gate went down, and I was like, damn, my school done let me down. Y'all, we don't teach home training anymore at Florida State. Like, what's wrong with y'all? But I very much was like, Tallahassee, don't let me down, y'all. Don't do this to me. And they did. But that's okay, because fam won today, so we good. But, I think I think people lose this idea of socialization when it comes to social media. They're so into the instant gratification in social media that they forget how to actually socialize when it comes to being in person. And that's where you get these people who are super parasocial, and that transitions into bringing, intimate gifts. I have been to a fete or two. I have been to an intimate party with people I know. I've been to a fete with people I don't know. But it all comes down to like consent and like knowing where you are. So I'm going to teach you all a Creole phrase of the day, and that's called sumun, okay? Sumun is what you get when somebody doesn't understand boundaries, and they can get very parasocial and they all up under you, because it literally translates to being up under you. And you get people who are very sumun are like that. They're always in your business. They have this like weird parasocial attachment to you that goes beyond the norm. And that can be with celebrities or with people like in your life. Like these are people who like make, they call everybody their bestie. They form these immediate attachments, and that's what that moment felt like. Like that woman was very, very sumun, and was like, you're giving me something that goes in my pants. Like that's like, why are you in my pants? Like you like. And I get that that's what, but it's very much like you, Tina. And you could be somebody who does intimacy for like, your job or whatever. But much like just like you like to give your disclaimer that you're not these people's therapist because you're my TikTok therapist. There are boundaries. There are boundaries.
Yeah.
And it feels super weird. And I feel like social media has created this, like the internet and social media has created, not even created, it's erased the boundaries that people had, when it came to social norms. And I get, pushing the norms and pushing the envelope, but y'all done blew the envelope up. Like the envelope don't exist anymore. Mm-hmm. I need people to bring back shame. Mm-hmm. Because this is weird. And like I said, it's on the internet.
I did a lot of dumb shit in my early 20s. Lots of dumb shit. Nah, never put it on Beyonce's internet. Al Gore's internet is forever.
Yeah, for real.
And that's just how I feel about it.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Gigi. Ari,
Thank you.
share your thoughts.
Want to just say that really quick. I couldn't watch that video, y'all. Like, whenever I seen that, I got secondhand embarrassment because I just felt like, why would you bring them people a toy? But my thoughts were really about 404. Sorry, y'all. It's just funny to me because why did you do that? But I keep seeing in the comments, people are like, just ignore her, da 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 da, like, stop talking about her. That's the problem. 404, in my opinion, people can have a different opinion. I feel like she is not a person that you can just ignore because ignoring her just a lot of discourse is caused her to change the narrative around herself. And she's going to keep doing it. She's going to keep feeding into it because we're like, oh, yeah, we're going to ignore her because we don't want to seem problematic. But she keeps doing things. Like, no, like at first, I felt the same way. Like, I never really liked her, even on the show. I didn't really like her, but like, it's whenever I don't like people, I just don't like give them any attention. But it's like she just kept doing things. It's like I can't really keep ignoring this. But last night was really the final straw for me. It's like, why would you show up to that party, even if she was invited? It's just like the optics, like, you know that they just work with this brand. Why would you go to that party? Like, that was just weird to me. But it's like she's going to keep going. Like, I don't even think this is the last thing that she's going to do. I think she's going to keep going if we keep running with this narrative that we just need to ignore her. We don't need to ignore her. She needs to be called out on her behavior because we're starting to get into deranged territory. It's like, the thing, I think somebody had said something about her buying the same perfume that Alandria had, her mentioning the hoodie. Mind you, Nick came into the villa with 6 shirts, y'all. He was wearing everybody's clothes. Like, why did you bring that up? That was unnecessary. Like, he had on everybody's clothes. But she keeps doing these things to be connected to them. And I don't think that we should keep ignoring her. She needs to be called out. That's why she's able to build this fan base, even though I don't think the fan base is going to last long because she's built a fan base off of like Olandria haters. Like, somebody mentioned the community that she has, and I'm on Twitter. I see the community, like, they've been going at it all day. I just ignored them. But there is a community, and when you look at the pages in the community, they are all Olandria haters. So, I mean, it's not like in the long run, there's no longevity in it, but it still causes problems because they're able to like push these narratives that us, the Nicolandria fan base, is the problem, but we're not. We're just clapping back. So that was just what I was saying. Like, a lot of people just keep commenting this, like, oh my gosh, ignore her, ignore her. I don't think we should ignore her. That's all I have to say. Sorry, y'all.
No, Ari, don't be sorry. I will say too, right, that like I think about the way that she has attempted to shift the narrative. And I will say that primarily she's not on my radar. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, she's not on my radar, right? And I think that part of the reason why cancel culture doesn't exist is because a lot of times we do let people be ignored, right? And so then people fucking forget what people have done. And this is why there's that one, and I'm about to say people's fave's name. I don't know if he's y'all's fave, but this is why there's that one creator that keeps a running list of all the shit that Chris Brown has done since his first defense, because people fucking forget, because people stop talking about it. And so then you just let only the focus be whatever they say about themselves, right? And so I actually think it's beneficial to keep reminding people, like, hold on, wait a minute, let's not forget this girl is a racist. She outed her ex. She has worn Bantu knots. She's done all these things. I think it's okay to say, hey, let's keep this present of mind, y'all, when she is doing these things. So I actually don't think it is inherently negative to talk about her.
her. I don't know the creator's name, Beatrice. It's somewhere in my repost, but like off the top of my head. But like, I think it is not inherently negative to keep that present of mind for people, because ultimately she is crafting a narrative, which she is allowed to do. But as the public, we are allowed to say, actually, that's not right. That's not true. That's not what's happening. This is what's happening. Here's the reminder. Remember. And I don't think that that's inherently wrong, or that it's pushing her in any sort of way. And so I think to your point, Sakura Bay, it is how people talk about her. So it's like, I think that people have to be mindful, like, what is the intention? Is the intention to keep people on her ass about what she is faulted for? Or is the intention just to pick at her, because then that doesn't serve the purpose that we should, right? That's not actually serving us as a public, right? But I don't think it's wrong to keep that present of mind and to talk about her in that way. And I don't know what any other space does, but I know that in my space, we always keep her feet to the fire if she ever comes up in conversation. So I'm okay with y'all bringing her up over here. Okay. Anybody else have any final thoughts before I wrap us?
No, I think that is it, but I just want to say her behavior is basura.
Basura.
And
It's one of the few Spanish words I know.
I think my only final thought was to thank you, Tina, for allowing us to have a safe space to have these nuanced discussions. Because I have been, I have not shown my best behavior in certain spaces because I've just been on edge with a lot of takes. But I'm glad that I'm able to, be here and, kind of come to a consensus of, the fullness of the richness of the conversation around the discourse. And I think it's definitely needed to, for me to learn how I'm going to, navigate certain spaces moving forward. So I just want to thank you for that.
You're welcome. I know I abandoned y'all in season 7.
Yes, I want to piggyback off what Nikki said. Thank you so much. I've missed these little lives, and they've kept me a little bit more sane than I usually. Anyway, yes, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I love your space. When I traipsed upon it across my FYP some time ago, I think I said it the first time I was up, like, I appreciate the objectivity and the perspective that you allow to happen and the safe space that you allow it to happen in. And I just, you are one half of my favorite TikTok duo. The Big C's, love y'all. Absolutely. And as my final thought, as my closing thought, let that man holla.
Thank you, y'all. I love y'all down. I know that I was like, I ain't got nothing to say about them people no more. But I did appreciate being able to hold space for y'all. I love the way that we have these conversations. I love that it's always like a lot of, thoughts in here, but that we hold each other with a lot of care and a lot of nuance. So I really appreciate y'all. I agree, Gia. Community is so important in these peerless times. And if we can do it around some like nonsensical, just have fun shit too, then like I'm here for that. So love y'all down. Have a great night. Have a great week, y'all. I will see y'all later this week.